Hello, folks, and welcome to Devil's Advocate Productions on this space. I'm Alex. I'm your host, the Devil's Advocate of Devil's Advocate Productions. I talk about movies, music, TV, video games, whatever I feel like talking about on this channel, on this space. And folks, I should be live, not only on this space, but on my personal channel, Devil's Advocate Productions, over on YouTube. The vertical version of that too, and over on Twitch. So we should be multicasting. Folks, I see you in the chat. What's going on? What's going on, War? What's going on, Johnny? What's going on, War again? Over on Twitch, John Lithium, Jet. Jerry, what's going on? Hell yeah. So I once again, like last week, I was like, you know what? I'm home all day. I don't have work. I could stream on my channel. I could stream some Crimson Desert. I could stream some Ball Pit over here and talk about clips. But I thought, why not do that with everyone and just make it one big old channel? Because you know what? There was going to be a bunch of syndicated shows today, and we love those shows. And I'm going to actually check in with some of them and some of their latest videos. But I'm also had some stuff I want to talk about that I didn't get to on Tuesday or yesterday. Even when I was on with Pep at 9, shout out Pep Talks. And I just want to take this time out in the beginning while people roll in here, while Johnny gets to tweeting and skeeting over on Bluesky and Twitter, that, you know, we do appreciate you. We appreciate you watching every week, coming back, spreading the news like Johnny does, like, you know, like y'all do, liking the streams, following all the different creators, and you know, again, making clips and making it go viral and stuff like that. Is then just watching, like, honestly, just watching. Okay, I started streaming in 2017 when Crash Bandicoot 4, no, when the Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy came out, the remaster of the original 3 games. And I was like, okay, I remember years ago a friend telling me about Twitch and being like, hey, let me see how newer players are handling one of my favorite games, Crash Bandicoot. And I've told Andrea the story, actually. Andrea, shout out, Ravinsky. When we did an interview, we got to do another one. That was fun. That a lot of my streaming story goes back to Crash Bandicoot. And I wanted to see what like newer players started the games. And I checked out Twitch. I started watching YouTube and stuff. Like all this stuff began with gaming for me, all with Crash Bandicoot. And you know, streaming, finding out from a streamer I was watching that I could stream directly from the PlayStation and just talk into the controller or get a headset and stream like that. I was like, oh, I can do it. Well, now there's no excuse. Let me do it. And that's how it began. So and streaming to like 0 people is kind of, it hurts your heart a little bit because you're like, oh, is anybody care? Is anybody seeing this? You're kind of just doing it so that if someone happens to come across you, you know, you're there. And it really does mean a lot to know that now when I go live on any of my channels, you know, well, my one channel, when I go live here on this space, when I go live over on Twitch, that there's at least going to be 1 or 2 people watching who give a shit, who are like buddies and fans. You know what I mean? Someone who cares that I'm there. So on behalf of Pep Talks and everybody else on this space, Ben Dixon, Andrea, Matt, Jake, Dieter, Lumen, Gina Bonanno, Boston Brian, Rebecca, Christina, Forrest. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. And while we're here in this beginning stages of the stream, Nick, are you seeing producer Nick? Shout out the producer, Nick, the producers, the editors, Jet. I know you're one of them. John, again, the hype people, Johnny, always tweeting out and skeeting out. Put it everywhere, folks. On every platform you can. Are you seeing the portrait version? Is there a way to fix that? I don't know what's going on with that. I mean, it's like, you see how it, like, everything's framed correctly on the portrait side. It's just like bigger. Oh man, I'm playing around, folks. This is not the producer's fault. This is my fault. I'm messing around here. But again, I don't really care about the portrait. It doesn't matter. That's just like, that's for the animals. That's for the animals, the live stream animals. Dude, you ever go? I just downloaded TikTok again on my phone, and like, the people who are live streaming on TikTok, first of all, that should be us. We should have a TikTok account. We should be live streaming on TikTok, because people are on there for fucking hours and just like doing any number of things, walking around, sleeping, playing video games, like Twitch. Hell, I saw Jamel Bowie, who was a great reporter. Yesterday, he was live on YouTube playing Final Fantasy Tactics for like Game Boy Advance, and just asking questions, or being, ask me anything, talking about politics and whatever. So I think he's jumping in on this bandwagon, and not only him, so is Mayor Zohran Mamdani announcing today at 4:10 p.m. live, he's going to do like a fireside chat thing on Twitch. So, of course, over here on this space, that's what we're going to be tuning into at 4:10 p.m. Don't let me forget, chat. Don't let me forget. We're going to be checking in on Zoran's fireside chat. Yeah, the portrait thing, Nick, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out as we go. This is test. My day is a test day to just see things how they go, and get some clips out there. Talk about what I want to talk about. Might have some guests a little later on. I'm gonna give you all a little preview of what I'm gonna be doing today. So yeah, like I said, Zohran Mamdani doing a fireside chat. We're gonna be looking at some of Trump's polling with Gina Bonanno in a minute. I want to talk about this because, one, I know it could be clipped for a video that might get a little more friendly with the algorithm. Because Nick's trying to figure out the portrait mode. Yeah, there we go. That's better. That's better on portrait. I want to talk about Drake. And I think this is a good video to talk about that whole situation with. I'll explain it as we get to it. But I think a clip like that with Drake in the title and like academics and stuff, DJ academics, that'll juice the algorithm a little bit. I was actually just watching. Let me show y'all. I think I shouted this out last week, but I was just watching. I was watching last night. This Culture United, the Company Man, great podcast talking. It was 9 hours yesterday. He finishes all the super chats, talking about Drake's Iceman album. And actually, there was another podcast he has, the Third Verse podcast. That was this morning, and I was literally just watching it before hopping on here. And he was talking about how, like, or his co-host Stat Quo, who's like a writer, a rapper himself, like has worked with some of the greats over the years. Streamline doesn't only have 2 different layouts. Okay. Yeah, no worries. No worries about the portrait mode. Portrait mode's fine. For again, I know I'm like super up close and personal, but that's for the animals. That's for the animals who are like trickling in, like scrolling through YouTube shorts or whatever it is, that feed, the TikTok mode of YouTube, and coming across it and just being like, I don't care what this is. I'm just gonna interact with the chat. I don't like that's the thing with me when it comes to streaming. I'm like, I don't care who comes in here. I mean, I got people over on Twitch, some people who were like, kind of just trolls, and I kind of let them be there because I don't care. I don't really care about like language and whatnot. And you're helping my stream. You're interacting with my stream. You're telling the algorithm, hey, people are watching this. So I don't care. But, if it ever gets out of line, and especially for a mixed chat, I understand mods that need to do what they need to do. What the hell was I talking about? I was talking about Drake. So, yes, we're going to talk about Drake, and I feel like a clip of that would help the algorithm. I want to talk a little bit about this. I was talking about it with Pep last night. The way TV is formatted, movies, franchises, the way studios are looking at putting out movies and TV. I refuse to call it content. Art has changed, and what that means and how maybe we could fix it. I've got a couple like news stories here that I want to talk about. And the data centers for sure. But also the main event of today is going to be Jillian Michaels versus Sam Cedar. I mean, I didn't even look at the screen. That's what it's actually called, the Ultimate Clash. No holds barred. That's an hour and 40 minutes. So I'm planning on going through the whole thing if it was my own stream. Because I don't think I can do this with StreamYard and have 2 separate things that I'm sharing. Also, I don't know if my computer can handle it. But I would play Ball Pit while we watch that. And I might not go through the entire thing. We'll see. I might jump around. And again, I'm going to put out the call in the Discord for guests, and maybe we'll get some people hopping on to watch that with us. And if there's time, I want to play this game that I saw Pep Talks playing a couple days ago, weeks ago. And it actually looks pretty awesome. It's a like Trump Undertale Final Fantasy kind of game. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see how it goes today. But yes, that's the agenda. That's my agenda. And again, 4:10 p.m. my time. So in about 2 hours, we're going to check in on Twitch and check out Zora Mamdani. So, depending on how long that goes and like how interesting it is, same thing with the Sam Cedar, Jillian Michaels thing. Because I'm sure, Vanguard's going to clip it and talk about the most interesting clips and whatnot. But we're going to get the raw experience. We're going to go in raw together. I also just want to highlight, once again, I have a couple reviews up on my channel. Is God Is, great new independent movie. Very like Grindhouse, Robert Rodriguez, stuff like that. What was the one that you had me on? Oh, this one. Was it this one? Yes. I think so. Or is it this one? No, it's this one. Okay. I'm looking at portrait mode, folks. And The Boys series finale of The Boys. The Boys is over. It's over. And you know what? I did see a clip from it becoming a meme. So maybe we'll just have lasting power. I think The Boys, the story of that is just going to be, this is what life was like in the Trump administration in America. When that decade when like fascism came back hard and took over. So, I think, watch my review for my full thoughts, but I really think that's kind of what's going to be. Well, we got some breaking news here. Thank you, Warhite. I'll throw that on screen. Thank you, Warhite. I want to talk about this before we get into like the main shit, because I got stuff to say. So yeah, might as well. Okay. I'm putting time codes, folks. Okay. So first things first. Shout out Warhite for bringing this story to my attention just now. But Destiny, the game, the video game, Destiny, is ending. For almost 12 years, we have had the joy and honor to explore the Destiny universe with you all. Through all the ups and downs, surprises and triumphs, building Destiny alongside our players has been a monumental privilege. As our focus turns towards a new beginning for Bungie, we will begin work incubating our next games. To that end, we will release the final live service content update for Destiny 2 to begin a new journey as a studio. I wanted to talk about that because I hate Destiny. I hate that game. I hate it so much. When I first bought a PlayStation 4, I was just like, what are the new games? What are the new games that are out for this brand new system? And one of them I was recommended at GameStop was Destiny. Brought the game home, had a big, long installation. And I was like, why is this so big? Like, yeah, games are getting bigger and bigger, but this one's really like, and it always needs to be online. Why? And then I'm playing the game and I'm like, okay, cool. I've had an Xbox at one point. I had an Xbox 360. I never got any of the Halo games. I never played any of the Halo games. So Bungie as a corporation to me, as a game developer, was foreign. And I was just like, I'm interested to try out a Bungie game, a Bungie shooter. Are they really that great? Because the only time I played Halo was when I was a kid, when it first came out. And at a friend's house once. And I was like, GoldenEye is better. And moved on with my life. By the way, if you hear the air conditioner, yes, it's very hot and muggy here in New York today. So the air conditioner is on. I apologize for that. But Bungie became one of these companies like EA. I think they got bought by EA, something like that. Is why they even made, it was a big deal that they were making a game that came out on PlayStation, because they were making Halo for so long. Bungie is owned by Sony. Thank you, War. By the way, next week or the week after, June 5th, Summer Games Fest. Me and War are going to be talking about that live on our channels. So stay tuned for that. And War will be live for the Sony event and the Xbox event. I will see. But this statement, we're ending our servers, like, one, good. So like, I was excited to play Destiny, and I'm playing it. And then I get to a point where I can't advance in the plot anymore. And I'm like, what is happening here? Why can't I advance in this game that I paid $60 for? And there were parts of the map that were locked, and I was assumed they would unlock as I progressed. But no. They unlock when you buy the DLC for the game. And that was the first experience I had with content clearly already programmed into the game, but there was a paywall to access just the rest of the game. And that was upsetting. And especially learning now with some of the redactions of the Epstein files that Jeffrey Epstein was involved tangentially in like making microtransactions and DLC like way more mainstream and part of gaming than they were before. You know, I mean, the converse example of that. Now, look, lots of people play Destiny, keep buying the DLCs and the season passes. And that's your choice to do that. But again, then they can just end it. And now that $60 disc and however much money you've given to Bungie and Sony over the years is just their money to have. And you can't fucking play the game anymore. They took it away from you retroactively. Like, this is the problem. This is why cartridges or even games that are on a disc and that's it, they don't download into the system, or overall. I mean, I still get physical media. You know, me and my wife just got a couple movies. She got one of her favorites, Trainspotting. I got Dogma, the new release of Dogma, Kevin Smith's Dogma, and James Gunn's Superman on Blu-ray. You know why? Because I know the Ellisons are buying Warner Brothers. And if they've ever, you know, are around somebody with two brain cells to rub together, to tell them, hey, you know, in James Gunn's Superman movie, Hawkgirl basically drops Netanyahu from like the middle of the sky to the ground. They might fire James Gunn, and the DC universe that I am very much looking forward to might not happen, and they might retroactively pull Superman down, and then I won't be able to watch it anymore. Or they might edit it. You know, I don't know. I want to have it. I want to have these things. Dogma was owned by the Weinsteins because it was under Miramax and the Weinstein Company. So the like copyright had to run out. And because Harvey's in prison and the company, I think, is dissolved or whatever, you know, legal state the company is in, Kevin Smith had to wait and get those rights back so he can own his own movie. And now he does. And so there's the re-release happening. I think there's talk of a Dogma 2. I'm excited. But yeah, I wanted to just mention, you know, shout out Warhite once again, who says the full Destiny 2 experience was around $300. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. And now that $300, you can't even access the game. I don't even know what happens. Like, can you still play it? Or is it like, no, the servers are down, it just won't work. Like, you pop the disc in, there's not even, like, maybe there's a shooting range mode that you can do, but that's it. Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. All the skins you got for all your guns, gone. Crazy. So yeah, that's first thing I wanted to talk about. But yeah, let's get into some news, because I'm gonna make sure and do my due diligence here as a host, as someone who, you know, y'all were gracious enough to let me take over here and just stream directly to this space. And again, I'm gonna put out the call in a little bit to see if any guests want to show up. But I want to do my due diligence here and make sure y'all get fed the news. So let's go to someone who actually covers the news, fellow This Space host, Gina Bonanno, talking about the polls. And this is from a couple days ago, I believe.
Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have even more horrific polling for you guys, horrific for Donald Trump, I should say. In yet another new poll, Donald Trump has hit a second term low. So for those who don't understand the concept there, it's not a low overall. It is a low for this particular pollster. because I know there's some confusion. Some people have mentioned things in the comments section. Anyway, in the latest Time Siena poll, Donald Trump sunk to 37%. 37% approval rating. And as you can see here, 59% disapproval. So he's underwater by 22 points. And it's quite a bit higher with one key group, meaning his disapproval rating. So according to the crosstabs, 69% of independent voters disapprove and 92% of Democrats, which you would expect, but even 15% of Republicans. So that really tracks with the stats that I shared with you guys the other day. I don't know if you guys remember this, or you may not have seen this video, but there was another poll that showed that 16% of Trump voters, Trump 2024 voters, now regret their decision. And that was a poll just of Trump voters. So anyway, here's what they found in regard to a bunch of
dude. That's fucking hilarious. This is why he's freaking out. This is why he's going hard at Iran. This is why he's screaming about his fucking ballroom and his reflecting pool. This is why the rest of the Republicans behind him, who actually know strategy and are slightly more intelligent, are trying to flood the zone and just put out so many scandals and so much information out there. People can't focus. What are we mad at? Are we mad at Todd Blanche talking about the Epstein files? Are we mad about and Ghislaine Maxwell? Are we mad about the slush fund that's going to be used to pay domestic terrorists who are in support of Trump? Are we mad about the war with Iran? Are we mad about gas prices? Are we mad about, a myriad of other things? But it's still not working. It's still not working because to normal people, even Trump supporters, they're just like, this is too much information and it's all negative information. Whatever I'm hearing, it's negative. Even people, they might agree. Driving to and from work, seeing the gas station prices really does keep it in the forefront of people's minds, man. Going grocery shopping every week, it's not going away. It's not going away.
Issues. So take a look at these. I mean, he is underwater by 15 points on immigration. Never thought that I would see that. The economy, he's at only 33% approval rating. Israel, Palestine, 31%. The war in Iran, also 31%. Cost of living, 28% approval rating. It's just, I don't know. It kind of shows you that may be the low water mark. That may be the bottom of the barrel for Trump. If, cost of living is down at 28% approval, that may be where his base is. We were thinking maybe low 30s, but it could actually go lower.
This is interesting because Dieter McBusiness, shout out Dieter McBusiness, American Wasp, check out his brilliant essays breaking down just the psychology of the right wing in general, conservatism, but particularly the elite, the motherfuckers with the money who've had the money because their fucking ancestors were settlers who stole the money and the land and all that shit. Been saying that the core MAGA true believers who will get scammed by him and enjoy it because Jennifer Welch from I've Had It says he's like a televangelist priest. They believe in the prosperity gospel. They believe if they give money to him that they're getting holier with God somehow, that they believe they're in on the scam, even if they're getting scammed. I was just watching a video the other day about the Trump phones, Moist Critical talking about he signed up to get one for a joke and is now like, oh, my data has been breached because the website was faulty and whatnot. These people who are like, I don't care. I bought 4 of the phones. Take my data, daddy. I don't care. Give it to daddy Elon. Share it. Spit it back and forth in your mouths. My personal data. That it was about 30%. And I think, this confirms that it's about 30%. And actually, it could get lower. Like I'm saying, the more they drive and see those gas prices going up, the more they can't afford groceries, the more every job they apply to offers them less money. the more warehouses going up in flames, the more, this hat becomes a lot more relevant.
Could actually lose some of the MAGA base, some of the cult. And here's what's really actually going to bite Trump and the Republicans in the midterms. 74% of independents and 21% of Republicans disapprove of how he's handling the economy. Let me say that again. 74% of independents, almost 3 out of 4 independent voters, and 21% of Republicans, so 1 out of every 5, disapprove of his handling of the economy. And there's even a greater number who disapprove of his handling of the cost of living. So they broke those two down. 70% of independents and 32% of Republicans. I mean, I don't know. It could get worse for him, but I don't know how it could. And then check it.
Now, again, I think they're just like, this is the pains of like a populace resisting the fascist takeover. Once it's fully in place and once they can't do anything about it, it's not going to matter. These polls won't matter. Who cares if they're dissatisfied? I'm sure Putin, if anyone took polls in Russia or Israel, well, in Israel, they're actually very approving of what Netanyahu's doing. But in Russia, I don't think people would, if they could answer honestly, I don't think they would approve. You know what I mean?
At how respondents rated the economy.
People usually don't approve of living under oppression. But that's the point of oppression. You can't do anything about it. But you can, and the tighter you squeeze, the more star systems will slip through your fingers.
Tells you everything. I mean, look at that. Poor is going up. The rating of poor is going up. Only 4% say, yeah, it's really great. It's excellent. So that must be all of the people who just went to China with him. Or as Trump would call
really? Oh, this is fucking hilarious. Look at that. And even then, it was at less than 4% at one point. When is this? December? This is probably around the holidays, actually. Because this is May. This is October. So this is probably around like, ooh, we can't. When they were saying, anybody under 30 doesn't need a Christmas present. Or anybody under like 14 doesn't need a Christmas present. Or some shit. Going on Fox Business and CNBC.
Gina. I went to Gina. Always sounds like he's like either insulting me, like saying my name in a weird way, or he's talking about the female anatomy. I don't know. But Gina. Anyway, a combined 76% think that the economy is only fair or poor. That was on that last chart. Absolutely brutal numbers. And Trump's ratings are similar in regard to the Iran war. So take a look at this one. Hopefully you guys can make this out. I'm not sure. But 23% of Republicans and 75% of independents disapprove of the war in Iran. That is insane. Absolutely.
Wait, party ID, I say Republicans, independents. Warren and Wong approve. Yeah, under 50% for Republicans is not good. For strongly approve. Because, like, Republicans love war. They love war. And the independents, 10%. I mean, of course, 10%. I mean, that's hilarious, though. Again, this is, that's interesting. Breaking it down by region, race, education. I never really look at polls, so I'm learning here. Thank you, Gina Bonanno. Raw News and Politics. Check her out, folks. But yeah, this is actually very interesting. I saw another poll right here. This is, I think, more recent. This is today. Trump approval from American Research Group. Disapprove 65%. approve 31%. This is a 1% change shift from last month. So it's just getting worse. It's just getting worse for him. But let's keep listening to Gina break it down.
Absolutely huge, insane. That's what she said. Anyway, then check this one out. So 57% of all respondents say that the country is on the wrong track. And that includes 65% of independents and even 20% of Republican voters. What I want to know is, who are these jackasses who say, oh, I don't know? I don't know.
I mean, who knows? Who knows? But I look, I answered a poll the other day because I was like, why not? I want to put my information out there, or at least my votes either way. And I felt for the guy who was in the call center, who's clearly this is his job and he's or volunteering and doing this all the time. So I'm like, I'm gonna answer you. I'm gonna give you some answers. Here you go. This is a successful call. Look, I got a lot of empathy from doing canvassing with Lindsey Boylan. So I understand what it's like to just like, hey, cold calling you out of nowhere in the middle of your day. Would you like to take a poll? And like how many times they get hung up on. But 20% of Republicans thinking the country's going in the wrong direction. I wonder who that 20% is. Is that 20% like Tucker Carlson 20%? Marjorie Taylor Greene? Are they the Eric, I don't know, JD Vance? Who do you think they want to run for president? Do they really think Tucker's going to run? Do they really want Tucker to run? I don't think Tucker wants to run. I hope he doesn't want to run.
Can't really tell if we're on the right or the wrong track.
Yeah, I don't understand.
I feel like Austin Powers right now. Who are all these?
Who's just like, I don't know. I don't know if the country's going the right way or the wrong way. That is weird.
I feel like Austin Powers right now. Who are all these people? Seriously? What is that? It's like 21%. 21% who still haven't figured out. 27% still haven't figured this out. And then this next one, this really pisses me off, you guys. Look at this. So this is the same question, okay, whether we're on the right track or the wrong track. So 20% of the people who voted for Trump in 2024 say we are headed in the wrong direction. And then 65% of the people who did not bother to get off their asses and vote in 2024 say we're headed in the wrong direction. You have evil incarnate on the ballot and you don't vote. And now you're like, I think we might be going the wrong way. I think the country might be in trouble. You don't say. Anyway, moving on. So as always, they asked the generic ballot question of, if the midterms were held today, which party's candidate would you vote for? Here are the results.
Okay, I want to know this.
So again, I don't know if you guys can make this out. If you look all the way to the right, this is what I'm referring to. So Democrat, or actually, if you look at the first column, you see.
Also, dude, it's hard to vote. It's hard to vote in a lot of places, man. You can't take off work. It's not like a holiday or anything. It should be a national holiday. And some places, you got to wait in line for hours and hours and hours to vote. And also, if the choice is between Genocide Joe and Donald Trump, I'm not that motivated.
Democrats have an 11-point lead, 50% to only 39% who say they're going to vote for the Republican. Okay. And then a slim majority of independents say they're going to vote for the Democrat. So that's the number all the way over to the right. And then 5% of registered Republicans say, yeah, I'm going to vote for the Democrat in the midterms.
Interesting. Okay. Less than 1% Democrats say they'd vote Republican. I want to meet that person. Those are the Elise Slotkin fans. Those are the Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi fans. They're like, you know what? We should actually elect Spencer Pratt for LA mayor. Actually, I saw that Joe Rogan had on Spencer Pratt. Maybe we'll try to find a clip of that to talk about in a minute here. But yeah, folks, the polling doesn't look good for them in the midterms. That's why they're trying all this fucking shady shit in stealing the election and trying to gut the Voting Rights Act right now, doing all this redistricting because they want because they know they're unpopular. They know they're unpopular. If voting was as easy as opening an app on your phone and fucking voting, they never win a fucking election again. Like ever. And the Democratic Party doesn't want that either because the corporatists will never win another election ever themselves. So I'm actually looking at Joe Rogan's clips page here because I wanted to see if there was something from Spencer Pratt, but not yet. Okay, so let's move on. Let's move on, folks. Let's talk about what was this? Okay. So this is important. Once again, I'm doing my due diligence here. I'm doing my due diligence here as a This Space host, as the takeover continues today on Thursday. Which, maybe look, any day that I don't have work and I'm like, hey, I'm home. I'm like, I can collab. I can come on. Let me in, coach. Let me in. So I'm streaming. I'm making a reaction. I'm making something, and then I can like hang out, But I do want to make sure that I do my due diligence here as a host, and just let's talk a little. This is important. I think everybody watching knows, but there's a difference between anti-Semitism and Zionism. There is a difference. And nothing is more clear. And again, this is why it's important. This difference is important when people are talking about allying with Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, anyone on the right. Even Thomas Massey, those are people who I think are doing it self-interested for self-interest and finances, making their money, going, hey, this is popular right now. It differentiates me from the unpopular, administration at large and like Republican movement, conservative movement. I can stake my claim out here and be like, hey, if you don't like Israel, come over here. If you what's the other thing? Oh, the Epstein files. If you want the Epstein files fully released and all these people to go to jail, come over here. These two massively popular positions, they're going to claim that, even though they don't truly believe that. While someone like Tom Massey or even Bill Cassidy, who lost the primary election, is now switching his vote to vote against Donald Trump's continued aggression in Iran. Even them who are using their power to actually put their necks on the line. Ashley St. Clair is another one. She's a commentator. She's not like in power, but she had a relationship with Elon Musk, has a child with him, and is absolutely at risk of all kinds of nefarious things that are mentioned in the Epstein files. And getting kirked, if you want to put it that way, for social media purposes. But she's out there being like, here's the inside scoop. Elon was telling me he's using satellites to like change voting machine results. Like, it is for serious. I'm They all have group chats where they coordinate what they want to talk about. They know that they can manipulate the media. Here's a look behind the curtain. I'm trying to expose this thing because one, yes, it's trying to get me. It's trying to take me because I'm rejecting it and I'm running away. It's a cult. It's what Scientology does. It's what any cult does. If you try to get out of the cult and tell other people, hey, this thing is a cult, they try to get you. They try to shut you up. So people are putting on their necks on the line, much more respect. But even then, I'm keeping you at a distance. I'm shaking your hand and agreeing with you on this topic. And you're actually putting your neck out on this topic. Like, using your votes or using your voice to actively try to dismantle the Republican Party, the conservative movement, whatever it is, the fascism, the fucking Fourth Reich that we're in right now. Versus the people like Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene, who really, I think, just want to galvanize the people behind them when Trump goes away or becomes too unpopular for even his sycophants to rally around. They're going to start rallying around J.D. Vance or whoever it is. Ron DeSantis might come back. Who knows? With his fucking pretty little white boots. But this, anti-Semitism versus anti-Zionism is important because they're also going to try and mess with the Democrats on this. And I want to point this out. This is Democratic Texas District 35. Democratic candidate Maureen Galindo says she will convert ICE detention center in Karnes County into an internment camp for American Zionists. It will also be a castration processing center for pedophiles, which will probably be most of the Zionists, she added. Okay, so now, while you and I may see this and go, that's kind of funny, this is someone running for office. And also, I don't know one thing about her other than this, right? If that was Kyle Kulinski tweeting that, it's a different story, right? But this is someone running for office. And this is like a policy platform of turning we're just going to use the concentration camps, but paint a rainbow on the side of it. Like the fucking memes of the bomber plane, where it's like, here's the Republicans, here's the Democrats, and it's the same plane. It's just got a rainbow flag on it and like the coexist peace sign and whatever. And AOC says this is absolutely disgusting. This bigoted garbage and anti-Semitism should be nowhere near our politics. If you're in Texas 35, vote for Johnny Garcia. And the donors behind the Republican super PAC funding her should be exposed. So that's the interesting piece that I'm like, ooh, that makes sense. They've been doing that. AIPAC's been doing that, especially, and maybe that's her, AOC's way of mentioning AIPAC. But also generally, the Republican super PACs do this all the time. They did it in the Illinois race with Kat Abou-Ghazala. They propped up another Democratic candidate, a progressive candidate, DSA style candidate, and smeared Kat and tried to split the vote, and it worked. If those other DSA candidates disavow, they did put out videos disavowing, but it's not going to go against all the ads that are already running on TV and stuff. If they would have dropped out and endorsed Kat, she could have won. I don't even know if that would have worked, if they could get their names off the ballot fast enough, stuff like that. Which, again, these PACs are very adept at doing, being like, oh, we know it's past the time where you can't get your name off the ballot. Now we're going to pump all these ads out and confuse people and have the vote split. And you know what I mean? And pay influencer accounts and all that shit. That's why that Taylor Lorenz reporting was important because, well, not everybody on a course, getting paid by course. I applied for course. I'm going to reapply. I want to get paid to do this shit. But not everyone is doing it who's getting paid by those groups. But some people who are like, yeah, no, we're just going to not talk about Israel. We're just going to not talk about certain topics that the corporate Democrats don't want to talk about. Or those, funding groups, the progressive leaning funding groups will only fund people that's their content already. You know what I mean? Same thing with like mainstream news. That's how it works. They don't have you in a meeting and say, hey, you can't talk about these things, or here's the attack lines that we're using today, folks. It's we're hiring you and putting you on air if you align with what we say already. And if you start to stray, then your show gets canceled. You're Mehdi Hassan, Joy Reid, these people. So I wanted to point that out, that this candidate could be just someone propped up by the Republicans to split the vote in Texas, right? And also Johnny Garcia. This is who AOC endorsed for that seat. I'm gonna hit that follow. And let's check out Hassan talking about this, because it was also reported that he endorsed her. He endorsed that candidate. And here's him disavowing that. Well, here's him also pointing out, like, he also disavowed her. But he's also pointing out, like, where are you disavowing Randy Fine and Andy Ogles? You know what I mean? Like, let's match the fucking energy.
A fucking crank. She's a crank. But if you're going to say something like that, you have to fucking demand concessions from the opposite side. What the fuck are we doing? It's just like an unbelievably stupid fucking thing to do without extracting concessions from the opposing side. Match their fucking energy. Be like, oh, really? You want me to condemn some random fucking Democrat running in the primaries? Okay. How about all the fucking Republicans that are in office right now? How about all the fucking Republicans? How about Randy Fine? What are we doing? What is this special status? The fuck is this shit? Play politics for fucking once. For fuck's sake.
Man, he really yells a lot. But yeah, and I understand his frustration, because I've been thinking and screaming at my screens at the content creators that I'm watching, saying the same fucking shit. Fucking, what was it? 10 years ago, the Me Too movement, fucking Al Franken. Now again, what he did wasn't great. Okay? I remember the soldier coming out and being like, this was like a jokey thing. We're taking pictures. There was other people in the shots. Like, what? This was in the like mess hall. But Kirsten Gillibrand, we gotta fucking expel him. Dude, censuring Ilhan Omar for saying it's all about the Benjamins when it comes to donors. And like, yes, because AIPAC. Are you kidding me? Fucking, I think Rashida Tlaib. Also, there's this thing. Look, Democrats, they're fucking elitists, right? The elite, Pelosi, Schumer, this shit. Colbert is having his last show tonight. Fuck that motherfucker. Same, look, Republicans do this all the time, conflate celebrities with politicians and shit, but we're past that point. We're in the Breitbart world now. They've made it that way. So it is. You're all swimming in the same fucking pools. And you do the same shit. You condemn your own because you're trying to set the example for the public that you think are children. That's why I call them fucking elitist. They do. They look at the populace like you're a bunch of fucking children and you can't see the difference. That's why James Gunn is running DC. I'm wearing a fucking Green Lantern thing. The fucking trailer came out. Check out my fucking channel reaction. But dude, James Gunn, like, people's jobs change. The landscape of media changes because of this bullshit that they pull. Because the bullshit they pull. James Gunn is running DC because he was making Guardians of the Galaxy movies over at Disney for Marvel. Roseanne tweeted out something racist after her show just came back on the air. A big reboot of the Roseanne show. She got fired. They retooled it into the Connors. Now, and she, leading Donald Trump is MAGA, generally a bad person. Doing rap songs with Tom McDonald and Ben Shapiro. The Forgiato blow. But the Republicans were mad when that happened. She's canceled. They canceled her. They decided to end a business relationship because she was becoming a liability. It's a liability. People don't want to watch a show if the creator and main star is saying racist shit in real life. That's why Mel Gibson wasn't in movies. Fuck. That's what happens, dude. It's liability. Someone pointed that out on something I was watching. That's why they've been able to keep out Kevin Spacey. That was the example. Is the insurance that it costs to put him in a movie for the cast and crew because he's a danger because of these accusations and stuff. That's why it matters. So the cancel culture stuff they're talking about, it's job opportunities for them, the elite. That's why it's a thing at all. Because Matt Lauer might lose his fucking job if people know he is a button under his desk. Right? And yeah, Matt Lauer should lose his job. But so should the people who, some of whom have lost their jobs on Fox. Kimberly Guilfoyle. Kimberly Guilfoyle, if you don't know, the reason she was let go from Fox News was not because it was a conflict of interest that she was dating at the time. I think engaged to Donald Trump Jr. But it was mainly because one of her assistants came out with a sexual assault claim or an HR complaint of I am her assistant and I'm with her all the time, but she's changing in front of me and telling me stories about her dating life and, intimate details about that. And I don't want to hear that. And I shouldn't have to because this is my job as her assistant. But she is a elitist motherfucking piece of shit. And it's just you're my friend. You're probably her closest friend. Because she doesn't have real friends because she's a loser piece of shit, fascist. And they never have real friends because they might be cool now. But again, she's not with Don Jr. no more. She's not in that fucking big fur coat in the tent on January 6th watching people flow into the Capitol. People forget how quickly people forget. And yes, I agree with Hassan. Sure, I don't give a fuck about this random Texas candidate it's saying this shit. Maybe she's saying it legit. I want to do this to Zionists. And yeah, you definitely shouldn't say that if you're running for office, you lunatic. You also should be well, why should I even comment on it? I don't know. I don't care. Are you going to talk whenever asked to disavow Hassan? Are you going to disavow random person on fucking Twitch or YouTube? Are you going to disavow random Congress people, senators, news anchors? When you're on a panel, some Republican says, are you going to disavow Hassan Piker? Are you going to disavow Hamas? Are you going to disavow what's her name? Fucking what is her name? Maureen Galindo? Are you going to disavow her? You go, well, okay, Randy Fine. What about Randy Fine? Why don't you censure him? Why don't you fucking expel him from Congress? You care so much about racism and sexism or bigotry at all. And that's the rub. That's the whole point, is they expect Democrats to play by the rules. And Democrats do, because again, they think they're the parents of you, the people. well, Republicans think they are robbing you, the people, and are, in control of it all. They think they see themselves as the daddy. Daddy's home. That whole fucking weird psychosexual bullshit that, again, Tucker Carlson is on. Fuck this motherfucker that he's like criticizing Trump. Fuck him. He brought him into office. Get a concession. Get them to expel Randy Fine, and then we'll comment on this bitch. Like, who cares? Okay. So yeah, let's move on. Let's move on from that. I think that's the point. Those are two different things, and you guys get the point. That's that clip. So now, what are we doing here? I guess an hour? I'm just waiting for the timer on the live to change so I can be like, all right, let me put in the time code. Yes, okay. Folks, I know that you guys especially are huge Drake fans. So you were especially excited this past weekend when it was that Drake dropped not the hotly anticipated, which is ironic for an album called Iceman, but the hotly anticipated album drop. Not only did one album drop, 3 albums dropped. Not 2, but 3. There was Iceman, Maid of Honor, and Habibti. And yes, I'm saying it like that. It's not Habibi, it's Habibti. I only listen to Iceman. I have a reaction on my channel. You should check it out. Let me show it right there. Where is it? Right here. First time ever I listened to Drake, by the way. Like, I've heard the Started from the Bottom, Now We're Here song. I've heard Forever. What was it? Last name ever, first name greatest, because Eminem is on that song. Also, that song, by the way, Forever, Eminem, Drake, Lil Wayne, and Kanye. 3 out of those are MAGA people, or at least MAGA adjacent. And I'm happy to report that Eminem is the lone, like, Dem, whatever you call him, centrist Dem, Kamala support. He came out and did a rally for Kamala. So out of those 3, it is kind of surprising. The trailer park white boy would be like the wokest of the 3. But yes, I did do a reaction to Drake here on my channel. But yeah, like I said, I've heard those hit songs, but that is the first album that I've ever sat down and listened to. And I wanted to kind of highlight here this story. So if you don't know who DJ Academics is, I'll give you a quick rundown. This is him, by the way, in this little picture, standing next to Donald Trump. This dude is what is his name? Jeremy Hecht. Jeremy Hecht. He's another reactor and like voice in the hip hop rap space. And he was talking about DJ Academics. And DJ Academics, if you don't know, he started his career doing making YouTube videos called The War in Chirac. And it was basically like underground rappers / real life like criminals, gangsters. And I say that with all disdain. Like, I have never been a fan of even using the term gangster in a positive way. Same thing with pimp. Even as a edgy kid, I'm like, something about celebrating criminality felt bad, even though I love the Joker and like Darth Vader and bad guys and super villains and whatnot. Something about that seemed off to me. And then now I'm like, oh, it's because they are like Jeffrey Epstein people, like human traffickers and people who exploit others, predators. They are predators and abusers. They're bad people. Like, I never liked gangster movies because of that reason. The Sopranos. I got into Boardwalk Empire, but I think Steve Buscemi just holds that role and is so good in that. And it is interesting. Like, I've gotten into gangster stuff later, but like recognizing they are the villains. They are bad guys. Always. They are the people that Batman beats up in the beginning of the story, that the like ending of a case that he's just finished, as you jump in as the reader into a comic book before the main plot begins with the Riddler or Joker or whatever actual villain is the star of this book. So DJ Academics would like make videos of the drama between like these criminals and kind of highlight the violence and feed into the white supremacist narrative that like Chicago is dangerous and big cities, Democrat run cities, are like dangerous, crime-filled hellholes, and everything is Gotham City and whatnot. And black pain. He has profited off of black pain. He's also one of Drake's number one streaming advocates and like orbiters, dick riders, whatever you want to call them. As opposed to Aiden Ross, who actually like collabs with Drake and like shows up on stream with him. Dude, Drake called him on Friday when the albums came out to be like, hey, and Aiden was like, hey, look who it is. Everyone say hi to Drake. That he's on my phone, like FaceTiming me. Drake is all into streaming. He's all into Kick, the platform Kick, which we should also be streaming on, but is owned by a crypto gambling thing called Stake. It's one of these like Kalshi Polymarket type things. The reason Kick exists is because they were being promoted. They paid a bunch of streamers to promote it on Twitch. Twitch was like, we're not having gambling on here, and kicked them off. And then they went and created their own platform. So that's where that comes from. But that's where Aiden Ross and Drake stream mostly. And like Rumble and, streaming places with less scruples than Amazon owned Twitch. Let me like put a fucking highlight on that. Jeff Bezos, who we just talked about yesterday, talking about like, don't take my money. Having $1 billion isn't unethical. maybe people making under a certain amount just don't pay taxes at all. How about that? How about instead of taking my money, I get to keep my money and you guys just don't have to pay taxes. Paying taxes is dumb, right? Maybe we should have privately owned roads that I own because I'm a fucking lunatic. And also my face is all Botoxed up. It doesn't move when I talk. But DJ Academics is, a loser. And they're talking about this whole Iceman situation. And this guy, Jeremy Hecht, put out a tweet and he's about to explain the whole situation. And I wanted to use it as a jumping off point. Even though I talked for a while during this preamble of explaining who all these people are.
Took some time off from scarfing down Cheetos or gargling on his favorite rapper's meat to reply to my tweet that now has over 2 million views. I'm going to get back to Ack in about 20 seconds, but let me back up first. When Drake's Iceman album dropped, the White House posted this. Then a couple days later, they posted this video calling Trump the Iceman.
So like, let's pause it there. Again, everything is politics. Everything is politics. Everything is politics. Natch, thank you. The context is appreciated. I know I need to give context. I know this stuff is like deep and crazy, but it all ties in. That's why I'm crazy, because I see the web. I'm like Charlie from Always Sunny with the big board full of strings connecting everything. It's all connected. The White House has been trying to ingratiate themselves to the public to an extent. And like, meme themselves, like continuing what worked. This is how they got into power. Is how Donald Trump got into power was fucking memes and jokes, and it's not that deep, bro. It's always that deep. Everything's deep. Everything's deep. I was wrong when I was younger. I was wrong. Past self, if you're watching from another dimension, I was wrong. They've been trying to, riot thing. They'll take Nintendo stuff and highlight and try to gotta catch them all with ice. You know what I mean? Evil. And a lot of it is really promoting ice, right? So they took the album cover and put a MAGA chain on it. And like I said, I was watching The Company Man, Culture United earlier, and this is the album cover. Again, this is my reaction. But yeah, it's got the Michael Jackson diamond glove because Drake thinks he's Michael Jackson. You know what I mean? Which again, maybe don't make that comparison after 2 years of people screaming at the Super Bowl and the Grammys and every sports game. Certified lover boy, certified PDF file. And then you have the White House run by Donald Trump, the PDF in charge, in chief, being like, hey, yo, MAGA. And I'm watching the Third Verse podcast with Justin Hunt and whatnot, talking about just the idea of chains in general. I don't really like. I'm like, that's fair. That's fair.
Later, they post.
So, anyways, this is the situation.
Then a couple days later, they posted this video.
Yeah, they posted a video using the song that says the word Iceman a lot, like Iceman, Iceman, blah blah blah. And showing clips of ICE, beating people up, doing violence, domestic terrorism. There's stuff that they love to highlight and brag about. It's not in the news that much anymore, just because they switched out Greg Bovino for Tom Homan, but Tom Homan's just as much of a fucking lunatic. He's just not walking around in an SS uniform.
Calling Trump the Iceman. So I tweeted this. White House has now made 2 promos using Drake's album, which he hasn't denounced yet, but they thought we were crazy for saying Iceman is a tone-deaf album title in this climate. Academics responded super rationally.
Once again, the White House has made 2 promos using Drake's album, which he hasn't denounced yet. That's the part that they're getting mad about. Why should he have to denounce? And I just talked about in a different video, in a different segment, if you're watching clips of this, but if you're live, I just talked about, hey, why do I have to fucking denounce somebody just because you highlighted them and pointed them out? I don't give a fuck. You denounce the people on your side. You punish them. Punish them for being bigots and Islamophobes and transphobes and sexists. Punish them. Otherwise, I'm not going to talk about anybody on my side. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. And their whole thing is well, why do you have higher moral standing then? Well, I have higher moral standing with the people. The people decided that. You can't argue with consensus. You just can't. You can make your case, but you don't have cases to make. Because your case is just light skin good, dark skin bad. That's it. Or born here good, born elsewhere bad. And most people don't agree with that rationale for making policy.
Academics responded super rationally with this. Now,
she said, shut your bitch ass up. Talking about a rapper need to denounce free promo from the fucking White House. That's what Axe said. I'm so glad people like you is out here. Ain't no denouncing, fucker. Take that woke shit back to the fucking dot era. It's Iceman season. This person said Iceman is MAGA coded, which is correct. I'll also point out Screwface Jean, who has, he's a reactor as well. But he is a rapper, and he was actually mentioned in Drake's lawsuit. A lot of reactors were, and a lot of like media outlets and stuff were, but he was one of the few reactors named. And so he made a diss song called Document 79, which I think I've played on the show before, but let's not try the algorithm or the DMCA, whatnot. But great channel, you should follow him for like hip hop news and whatnot. But he mentions in that song, he says the line, Iceman need to be deported from the block. Like, let's get Drake out of here, out of the culture. The whole song is about Drake's a culture vulture. Like, he doesn't understand, and fuck out of here. Iceman needs to be deported from the block. Call him Iceman because he's probably working for the cops. That's because the whole lawsuit would have inhibited freedom of speech and expression in rap music in particular, but music in general, art in general. And he calls him MAGA Drizzy in the song. And now again, here comes the White House saying, we like you. And he's not going, Billie Eilish, all these other people who have been mentioned, Nintendo even to an extent was like, we don't support anything, or, if it's an artist individually, like Nintendo's like, we don't support politics one way or another. Stop using our stuff. These creators, some of these artists are like, we're suing the Trump administration, or we're totally denouncing them. Like, fuck them. We hate them. Free, fuck ICE, free Palestine, all that. Drake has said nothing. And academics is like, well, why should he? Why should he have to denounce something? Free promo from the White House, the most important place on earth. And that is free promo, but it's free promo to MAGA people. And it's saying it's MAGA coded. So like, yeah, BBL MAGA Drizzy. Exactly, Silas. But yeah, let's keep going with this video.
I wasn't shocked that Ack was triggered. He has been caping for his daddy for years. And not only that, but I did some digging. I have some sources too.
Yeah, and like I said, that's Ack with Trump at like a UFC event. Again, he's a chipmunk. He looks like a chipmunk. But chipmunks and leather-skinned freaks with platinum blonde hair, I guess they go together.
And not only that, but I did some digging. I have some sources too, Ack, and I know that you're getting paid by the head of Truth Social. So I know why you jumped so quickly and aggressively on that tweet, and I know where your opinion's coming from. I also know that your opinion on music isn't from you either, because you're getting paid by every label. But maybe that's for another video. But this wasn't just about them using a song. When you align yourself with people like this, or this, or this, and call your album this, when this is happening, with an album cover that has this sign, that also kind of looks like this sign, you can't be shocked when they do this. I don't think Drake's intention was any of this. Drake even said this on his album. Also kind of looks like this sign, and this is happening.
Iceman, when this is happening.
With an album cover that has this sign, that also kind of looks like this sign.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even think of that. I was like, why is the shape of the hand like that? Of course, it's an album cover. It's not just a random photo, even though that's what it looks like, because it's not that imaginative of an album cover. But why is it like that? Remember that was in the Obama administration. The OK symbol is now a white supremacist thing. And it was like, yeah, kind of as a joke, but like, how much of a joke is it if it's actually that? You know what I mean? How much of a joke is it if they're actually using it? The swastika was a Buddhist symbol until the Nazis, they took it. And now that's what it means. The same thing with the Pepe the Frog character. Like that artist is like, hey, I did not agree to this. I did not want this. This is not my intention. But unfortunately, it's what it is now. And you as the artist, he's doing like anti-MAGA cartoons with it and trying to go against it, but unfortunately that's it. But it's that one's still like in flux, right? Because it's still kind of is just like a meme as well. The frog, it's not only white supremacists. They're trying to take it, and again, This is the White House trying to appropriate culture because they fucking have none other than Botox faces and leather skin tans. That's their culture. Fucking suburban elitist culture.
You can't be shocked when they do this. I don't think Drake's intention was any of this. Drake even said this on his album. But if that's not something that you want to be associated with, then just say something. That was my only point. Ack thinks that you don't have to denounce anything, but that's because it's something he's aligned with. For some of the biggest artists and celebrities in the world, it was as easy as this. Or
yeah, this video is evil and disgusting. Do not ever involve me or my music to benefit your main agenda. Sabrina Carpenter.
This.
When her album came out, I also have a reaction to her album. Beyonce, Trump campaign deletes Freedom video after Beyonce blocks use of song. You know, like, again, what kind of effort is that? And that makes a story too, academics. It's not just the White House, apolitical White House, neutral ass White House. It's just like a big platform. Again, that's the like slopification of media. I think I was talking about it with fucking Pep last night. You know, the fact that me and him listened to a lot of comedy podcasts, did stand-up comedy, was very embroiled in that world. That was something I thought I could never talk about with anybody I'd ever meet, is the intricacies of like which comedian is friends with that comedian and who has a falling out and like whatever fuck, like comedic big events and stuff like that. I didn't think I'd ever find anybody who was interested in that shit like I was. But I come to find out a couple years after stopping listening to most of these podcasts, just through like finding other stuff to watch, not because I like hated them or anything, that, it actually does pay to know those situations, because one, national politics depends on it. Who's getting the invite of JD Vance to come on their podcast? Why is it Theo Vaughn? Why is Theo Vaughn where he's at? When I remember hearing Theo Vaughn on podcasts, I'm like, oh, he's a cool, like, upcoming, like, kind of hick comedian, whatever. Hope he goes far. Good for him. He sounds like a nice man. And then a couple years later, I'm like, oh, he's as big as Joe Rogan. What? Why? Who are the Nelk boys? Why is Andrew Schultz someone whose little brother I was friends with as a kid? Why is he, again, I saw him on Joe Rogan years ago. Like, hey, good for him. He's doing stand-up. He's getting successful. He's on Rogan. Good for him. Years later, he's having JD Vance, the vice president, on. He's having Donald Trump himself on. Being like, you're cool, dude. Duh. The fuck is this? Why? And what is this tangled web we weave? And where are we in 2026 where like there is a spectrum? Years ago, I pointed out Jon Stewart was interviewed on CNN, MSNBC, Fox. They asked, why are people listening to you and not us? And he said, because you're fucking failing. You're failing as the news. You're not informing people. Also, our education rates are dumb. People aren't reading. People can't fucking critically think as much as we other generations, and just like people who pay attention. Dieter brings up college rates and stuff like that. I dropped out of college. Like I hated school, but I still could critically think. I still looked up sources of information, looked up who owns those sources of information. The fact that people are like just now realizing Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg are pieces of shit because they played well with Democrat. They showed up to the Oscars. They went on Colbert. Like, they went on Jon Stewart. They went on these places, MSNBC, CNN. When Bezos bought the Washington Post, nobody batted a fucking eye. Who cares? It's okay. He's one of us. It'll be fine. No, it won't. You cannot earn $1 billion. It is unethical to have $1 billion because of the unethical ways you need to live to get that much money. But again, I'm on a tangent. Let's keep going.
Or this. And even this.
So SZA said it, yeah. DHS removes clips featuring Theo Vaughn, comedian, after posts about being used in an ICE video. I remember that. Theo was like, I didn't say this was cool. Please stop. You know, he doesn't want to be associated with that. You see Andrew Schultz pulling away now. Even Rogan, to an extent, like, hey, I'm not totally in the bag, maybe. And Theo really is like, I think I made a huge fucking mistake. They just had a bunch of people being like, it's fine, it's cool, come on. It's not that deep, bro. It's not that deep.
Oh, and Act, you might want to do some history on the word woke, because I don't think you're using it right. But that's for another video. Iceman's going to another video. Iceman, I don't think you're...
He's right. How woke went from an expression in black culture to a conservative criticism. Again, racists. Racists be racisting. Hey, what up, Pep? What up? Appreciate you.
Using it right. But that's for another video. Iceman's going to sell incredible numbers. Pour up some Henny. You can go back to arguing with women online like you usually do. Oh, I almost forgot. Congrats on your new OVO chain. I know you're going to take great care of it.
Oh, yeah. So it said in this post, Drake gifted DJ Academics a chain from his record label with like an owl, which is, I guess, the symbol of it on that chain. And that it was their first time meeting in person, which is sad if you know how much Ack will like debase himself defending Drake for years, for most of his career, dude. That's what I mean. These are the fans. It's DJ Academics. It's Aiden Ross. It's Cavicular. It's like, it's Sneeko. It's these people. QXC. Like, it's these losers. It's Asmongold. It's this whole, it's MAGA.
You earned it. I'm happy for you.
You earned it. I'm happy for you. That's very funny. And yes, you know, I'm saying all these names, one, because they are associated, and two, so that you could put it in the clips of this, in this clipped out video, producers of this space, because we want to get in that algorithm. And we want to let people know what's going on here, over here on the internet, on these interwebs. But yes, let me move on. And in between segments here, let me say, what up, Pep? How you doing? Thank you for having me on your show last night to talk about The Boys and Star Wars and all kinds of stuff. Everybody go check out Pep Talks TV, YouTube, Twitch. What's going on? Jarko, how you doing? And take this time out. Speaking of Pep Talks, who always says it, and I got to get better at saying it. Like the stream, share the stream, tell your friends about the stream. Same with the red pill culture. Yes, very much so. Yeah, the whole thing. Yeah, racist promoting your music is not a flex. Exactly. Some endorsements aren't worth having. Yeah, for sure. And you're still going to get the promo of that being a news story that you told the White House to stop using your music. That's going to be, and it's going to be received much more positively. You know what I mean? What do we got here? Okay, so we do have about 30 minutes, or 40 minutes rather, until the inaugural Zohar Mamdani stream that we're going to check out. But yeah, let's, what do I want to talk about here? Oh, well, you know what? Since Pep was here, I'm just going to add on to kind of what I was talking about last night. So I was talking with Pep Talks about the landscape of media and how it's changed, and how it affects storytelling and whatnot. I don't know if you guys heard about the Netflix like watch time or a second screen programming where they assume the person watching Netflix is on their phone. So they're like, let's repeat in the scripts. It affects the scripts themselves, which is the origin of anything. The writers should get all the credit. It affects, like, the studio will say, hey, have characters repeat plot lines more often. Repeat their names, repeat what they're doing, repeat why they're doing it. Because people are going to be looking at Twitter while they're watching Netflix and then turn up, and they don't want to have to rewind to a different scene. They just want to, Well, oh, right, we're doing this. Okay, back to the phone. Oh, what? Stranger Things? We're fighting a big monster. Why are we doing this? What happened? What planet are we on? Oh, we're on the other world. The upside down was actually a tunnel into another planet. Okay, right. I forgot. I forgot since episode 1 when they said that. It's episode 2 right now. I forgot because I'm reading Twitter. I'm looking at TikTok. I'm also consuming a TV show. The slopification, the range of entertainer to political pundit has been smeared. It's been smeared because of social media, which is in some ways is a good thing because you get people trusting people like Hassan, who knows what they're talking about, who will have experts on, Sam Cedar, who will have experts on and actually talk to them and get good information out to people. But then you'll have, Matt Walsh and Ben Shapiro and I wouldn't even put Tucker Carlson in there because Tucker actually knows how to get real information. He just chooses what to use and how to spin it, and he's a Nazi. But like Matt Walsh and Joe Rogan, these kind of people, Andrew Schultz. Like, again, why do I have to know that these comedians exist? I have to know because, oh my God, they might be selecting our next president. And I don't know. You know what's going on? So, we're talking about the changing landscape of media. And I compared in my review of The Boys season 5, which there's 2 videos for. There's the video that I made about a month ago. There's a playlist with both of these. But about a month ago when the season premiered, when the first 2 episodes came out, and then I made one yesterday when the final episode came out. And again, I talked with it to Pep Talks about it a little bit last night. But this video, I think, does a good job of explaining what I mean here.
Boys and the final season of Stranger Things coming out so close together will finally be the wake-up call for just Hollywood in general that the current TV formula is not working. Feeling the need to stick to that 8-episode formula is just something that has fucked over both of these shows, and it is very clear that is one of the main reasons why. If we're being honest, this should have been a wake-up call when Game of Thrones fucked up, because you can see that the final 2 seasons where the show fell off. Don't let this graph deceive you. Season 7 is also not very good, but if those final 2 seasons had like 10 episodes like the rest of the show, maybe things wouldn't have seemed as rushed. It still wouldn't have been the greatest, obviously, but maybe Daenerys committing mass genocide wouldn't have felt like it came completely out of nowhere. Now, Stranger Things as a show, I still think would have been flawed with more episodes. I don't hate the final season, actually. I do think it's very flawed, obviously, but I can't help but think that it would have been significantly better if they had 10 to 13 episodes. How is the final episode 2 hours long and the final battle of the entire series felt rushed?
For real, it did. I will also point out, like, another criticism I had of this last season of The Boys was it felt like they were setting up spinoffs. Same thing with Stranger Things. They were setting up spinoffs. And what was it? I want to say Euphoria. It's not Euphoria. No, there was another show that did that as well. Oh, Mandalorian. We were talking about Mandalorian and Grogu last night. That whole Disney Star Wars thing and Marvel thing. Like, that's the formula now. And they're like, oh, here's a formula. and you didn't realize why it worked in the beginning because an after credits thing wasn't guaranteed, and you didn't know what you were going to get. Maybe you'd get a tease for another movie. Maybe you just get a blooper scene or a joke scene. But it was the surprise. It was the novelty of it. Now expecting it, and fuck it. We're not even going to put it in an after credit scene. We're going to make sure the audience sees it. And again, we expect them to be on their phones or distracted, even in a movie theater. So we're going to, or we're not even thinking about the movie theater experience. Movie theater is an afterthought. We're thinking about after it's in the movie theater and it comes to streaming, people are going to be on their fucking phones at home watching this. We got to remind them, hey, there's another Avengers Doomsday is coming. If you didn't know from Fantastic Four and everything else, it's on its way. Spider-Man is coming. The Punisher is coming. Luke Cage is coming. Everything is a setup for the next thing. Ironheart. I didn't watch the whole show, but all I needed to know about that show, hell, sometimes all you need to know about a show is what it sets up. And that's the problem. I don't need to watch Agatha all along. I just need to know that it sets up Wiccan and whatever the other brother's name is, Wanda Maximoff's kids. I don't know. I don't need to know what happens in the Ironheart show. All I need to know is that Mephisto was introduced. I don't need to know anything about, I don't need to watch Black Panther 2, Wakanda Forever, whatever it was called. Because all I need to know about that is that it set up Ironheart and so on and so forth. You can't even enjoy the thing that was being set up because that's being used to set something else up. It's all a launching pad. Nothing's an actual fucking story anymore with a beginning, middle, and end. But Boys started that way. Stranger Things started that way. But then, oops, it's too popular. Keep making it. Oops, actually not popular enough. Cancel it. Ooh, we're setting up all this other stuff. We have to wrap it all up. Oops.
That is crazy. When it comes to The Boys, it is the exact same thing. No one would have a problem with episodes that feel, less important, I guess. If the show had, I don't know, more episodes, I can certainly...
That was the other thing, too. Yes, the 8-episode series. I brought up I always get on tangents. But I brought up the Netflix Marvel shows because they did that really well. They integrated, they set up Jessica Jones and well, first of all, Daredevil was its own season. And then that was successful. Okay, cool. We're doing Jessica Jones. And that's its own season. And the only thing that carries over between the two shows is like minor side characters. Turk, shout out Turk, the criminal who first appears in Daredevil and then appears in every one of the Netflix shows. Sad he's not back for Born Again. And Night Nurse, Rosario Dawson, who would show up in all those Netflix Marvel shows as the nurse who would help out these, vigilantes in New York. That run did a really good job of like introducing things in an organic way. Now, by the end of that whole era, it was kind of like setting up and falling into that same trap. But I also bring it up because those were 13 episode seasons. And a common complaint of that era was they all kind of sag in the middle. And some of them did for sure. I think the Daredevil season 2, when we're having a really good thing with the Punisher for the first 6 episodes, and then it switches to focusing on Elektra and like a Daredevil backstory. And it's like, okay, this is cool, but like, what's happening with the Punisher? What's going on with Punisher? Same thing with Luke Cage, where you kind of switch villains in the middle of the first season. But it gives you time. Gives you time to live in that world, feel immersed by it. It's also the way things are shot, definitely post-COVID, a lot more like green screening, stitching scenes together. Like actors aren't in the same room when they're supposed to be actually in the show. That's a factor too. But yes, the 8 episodes and the fact that these seasons are coming out years apart. too. With the Netflix on the Marvel Netflix stuff, it was like, yeah, you might have a year in between Daredevil seasons, but you're getting Jessica Jones. And then after that, you're getting Jessica Jones, you're getting Daredevil season 2, then you're getting Jessica Jones season 2 and Luke Cage season 1 and Iron Fist season 1, then Defenders, then Luke Cage season 2, then Daredevil season 3. That like it all fit. They worked it out. You know, COVID really did screw up a lot of stuff, but they were, you know, Game of Thrones really was the thing that was taking years in between initially. And then what happens in between? The actors get other roles, their prices go up, their popularity goes up, so how much their worth goes up, so the cost of the show goes up. Also, these directors, these showrunners, they're getting other projects. They're making deals with studios so they can make the projects they're actually passionate about, that they want to make. And then they start to not care so much about the thing that got them popular, but is actively still going, and they actually have to land the plane on.
Imagine that this entire season would have been much better received by the fans if this was a 13-episode season. Because this being the end of episode 7, imagine that was 7 out of 13. Right? Like, you know what I'm saying? The fans of the show might have forgiven them dicking around, like having She-Line and Dognot sniff each other's assholes, wasting time in the penultimate episode. But yeah, this moment, which would be the turning point, is like, okay, no, now is lock-in mode. Now we're in final season territory. You know what I mean? Having episodes 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, having 6 more episodes. That's what it feels like we would have needed. The reason why I'm choosing to compare these two shows in particular is, for one, the final seasons came out kind of close, but also the fact that these are some of the few shows that have reached a level that is like beyond, you know, some like niche show. Like, no, these are very popular TV shows that like almost everyone is watching. They're the most popular show as they are airing.
And that's another important thing that I was talking about with Pep Talks, is the monoculture. That, like, you know, The Boys is a show that people are very excited about and have been watching season to season. Some people wait till the whole season's out and binge it. Some people watch it week to week. But regardless, it is rare that happens. Stranger Things was another one. Game of Thrones was another one. I'm glad he's look, my wife says I'm a Taurus. I love to be right. But the fact that I'm feeling this and I feel validated watching this dude being like, yes, I'm not wrong. I'm not totally making this up. It's a theme. And it's this theme of, we're trying to launch a franchise. We're not trying to make a movie and hope it's successful. Even trying to stack the deck and go, we're going to make a movie based on a book or based on a TV show or based on a comic book, something with a built-in audience, or starring this big superstar, something with a baked-in audience. That's already stacking the deck to make a successful movie. You know, you're rolling the dice, you're betting when you're making a movie, trying to get your return on investment back. So you want to stack the deck as much as possible. But now they're not even trying, they're not trying to go, okay, let's hope this movie works, because we got all these sequels planned and, you know, spin-offs that we hope we can make if this is successful. They're going, we are selling that whole package. We're selling the movie that launches the TV show, that launches the video game series, that launches the multiple spin-off TV shows and movie franchises. Dune is another one. That's out. That's what they're trying to do. They got Dune 1, 2 out. They had a TV show. Did anybody watch the Dune TV show on HBO? Shout it out in the chat if you watched the Dune TV show. Did you even know it came out? Did you even know it was a thing that they're trying to do? They want it to be another Game of Thrones. It's an HBO property. Warner Brothers property. Now a Ellison Paramount Viacom property. Westworld. They're trying to make a Westworld movie, I think, to relaunch that franchise that went dormant, because season 1, everybody loved it. Oh my God, I can't believe you're not watching it. There was a Saturday Night Live sketch with someone who was in an interrogation room being asked, why aren't you watching Westworld? It's the best TV show out there. Season 2 came and went. Nobody talked about it. 3, 4, ended. I am a big fan of the Fallout TV show. I don't see many other people talking about that show, but I hope it keeps going. The only reason it popped in my head because Aaron Paul was announced he's going to be on season 3 of Fallout. And I was like, oh no, because I saw what happened when you joined Westworld. That was the last season. I hope it doesn't happen to Fallout. A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, speaking of Game of Thrones, I love that. I think it's getting a season 2. Hope it continues on. But I hope they stick to that. Just like Mandalorian. That first season was great. But they can just stick to that formula of just like, here's the adventures of this guy doing like bounty stuff and like being an outlaw in this time period. They had to tie in all these things and use them as launching pads. That's what season 2 was. Here's Ahsoka launching off. Here she is in live action for the first time. Some people's first time seeing Ahsoka was the Mandalorian show. And then here she comes she's got her very own show. And that's going to launch the reboot of Rebels, live action Rebels, which is going to tie into the Mandalorian and Grogu movie, which I'm trying to see this weekend. And, might just be a launching pad for whatever else the fuck they're going to make. Thrawn and Ahsoka versus Thrawn, and the Rebels are coming back, and the Clone Wars stuff. Like, Dave Filoni's in charge. It's going to be a fucking mess of just him putting all his cartoons into live action. That's my fear. Andor, I'm going to hold on to Andor as long as I can, boy. That was a good show. But let's continue with this video here.
That is a luxury that not many shows can get. Like Game of Thrones had that stat, but now every time when someone recommends Game of Thrones, they always say, oh, it's the greatest show ever until the ending. The ending is terrible. You're going to hate the end. Literally the only show that has that status, but also has the luxury of having a great ending. Like you can literally recommend this show and it's like, oh yeah, the ending's fantastic. All the seasons are great, is Breaking Bad. And what is the one thing that Breaking Bad has that those other shows don't, that those other final seasons don't? It has enough fucking episodes in the final season. In fact, the final season is the longest one with 16 episodes. Now, yes, the writing also was at its peak in the final season. That is the main contributing factor. However, I do think that it's not a coincidence that show had more episodes of the final season than any of those other shows. That definitely helps with hits. And I understand some of these seasons probably only needed 8 episodes. But to me, it doesn't make sense why every single season had to be in that exact format. Both of these shows' final seasons would have greatly improved if they were given more time. I think literally everyone could agree with this because, come on now. Like abolish that format. Come on. I honestly think that the final...
So I just wanted to play that video because it reminded me of literally what I was talking about last night with Pep, and I think that's a nice, concise way to put that. I ramble, I get on tangents and stuff. Again, I'm looking at the screen. I look fucking sweaty. The air conditioner is on. It is fucking hot in New York today. It is muggy. But again, this way of putting out movies, TV shows years apart. The way he puts it there, where Game of Thrones is recommended to people, but they go, yeah, but the ending sucks. So why would I bother watching it and caring and getting invested in these characters if I know that the ending's not going to satisfy me? It's hard. It's hard to recommend. I don't know, people who are going to watch Stranger Things in the future. Maybe in 10 years, kids who are 10 years old who are too young to watch it now, they're going to watch it and go back to it and be like, wow, dude, this show is amazing. And maybe they'll love the ending. Some people do love the ending. Pep, I was talking to him. He loves the ending. He liked the ending of The Boys too. And that's fair. Good. I hope it works for people. I don't ever want something to be disappointing to somebody who's a fan. I'm saying it was disappointing to me. And I think it's because, like with Game of Thrones, there's an awareness that the popularity of this thing could only diminish if we end it. And maybe that's why they're taking seasons in between shows. I brought up Euphoria early because Euphoria just came back. I'm not watching it, but I know it's come back because of advertising and whatnot for season 3. And I don't know how long it's been on the air, 5 years, longer. But Sydney Sweeney's already gone through an entire arc of an actress's career. She's got popular from a TV show. She becomes a sex symbol. She gets into movies, starts a production company, makes more movies, tries to show her range. Immaculate, the rom-com with Glenn Powell, the Christie, give me an Oscar boxing movie. And then also does Shameless, selling my body for a commercial, Dr. Squanch ads that I now see Dr. Squatch ads for bathwater soap and deodorant for men or whatever it is. You know who the girl is now? Megan Fox. And that makes sense for Megan Fox. Megan Fox has like a 20-something year long career. It started out same trajectory as Sydney Sweeney, but like extended to now, 20 years later, where real people realize she doesn't really have skills as an actor. She really only has her looks. Now she's agreeing to, look sexy in an ad for men's deodorant or like buzzers or whatever. Hair clippers or whatever. Whereas Sydney Sweeney went from like 0 to 100. And the show is only on season 3. I don't even know how many episodes are in each season. But when this is over, how many years until season 4? Is this the last season? Heard there was a time jump. So this is not even about kids in high school, because it can't be, because the actors are aging too much. Same thing happened with Stranger Things. It was too... Dude, these motherfuckers are not in like senior year of high school or junior year, or whatever they're supposed to be in season 5. They are in their fucking 20s, bro. Like, it is so stark to the point where like the spin-off setups of like, oh, it's Mike's little sister. And like, we're going to have this whole like family affair, and she'll have her own Dungeons and Dragons crew of like little kids that we can then milk that sequel franchise for 10 years. Marvel's trying to do the same thing. We're setting up the Young Avengers. That's why Agatha all along is setting up Wanda Maximoff's kids and whatever, so we can have the Young Avengers, the Hawkeye show, the Yelena Black Widow, Florence Pugh Black Widow, so that we can, here's your new team, everybody. You love them. You love them. You love this team. You love these actors, and you love this team. Settle in for another decade plus of Marvel with these as the main characters. We're going to bring back Chris Evans and Robert Downey Jr. a little bit if we can, so that we can keep you interested and keep the hype up. But these are going to be your core. Your Captain America is Anthony Mackie. That's what's happening. Mark Ruffalo is here for the fucking long haul. Love it. Because Mark Ruffalo's out here saying free Palestine. Good for you, Mark Ruffalo. But, Universal is not letting go of those Hulk rights. So you'll never get a Hulk movie. But he'll keep showing up, and his story will be told off screen in the background of every Marvel project to come. So again, this whole weird landscape of, and really the serious side of it is like, I think it was an FD signifier video, maybe. I don't know. I watched a video that was like, the reason this is all happening is writer strikes and acting strikes. Over the last like 20 years, there was one in the early 2000s or mid 2000s where they realized, that's when reality TV really took off. Because they're like, well, we're not paying writers, we're not paying actors, but we can make, Jerry Springer effectively on TLC and the Kardashians and whatever the fuck. And that's where that took off as a way to screw over workers. I'm telling you, it all comes back to politics, man. It does. It really does. And then with the way they're trying to kill the movie star, because movie stars can demand more money. They can demand better treatment for crews and demand that their projects only be union run and stuff. But if we make the IP the more important thing, you don't care about Chris Evans. You care that it's Captain America. You don't care about Ryan Reynolds. You care that it's Deadpool. You know what I mean? Then we control that because we own it. We own Marvel. We own Star Wars. That's why they're trying to get trying to do AI deepfakes and stuff, because they don't give a fuck that it's Mark Hamill doing his acting. That's his creative process. They're like, we can get anybody else to fucking read lines, but it's your goddamn face that people have, fell in love with 50 years ago. So let us buy your face. Let's buy your face. Why don't you sell us your fucking face? Come on. Let us have your face. Let us own your face and voice in perpetuity forever, beyond when you die. So the company, beyond when we die, our successors as board members of Disney or whatever Disney becomes in the future, Disney, Paramount, HBO, an amalgam company can use your likenesses forever. I just talked about yesterday, Mark Zuckerberg firing 8,000 people and being like, by the way, all your devices, we're still tracking those. So you're still technically doing work for us that is making us and me specifically billions of dollars, but you're fired and good luck finding a job in this economy. That's what I'm talking about here. So now in between segments, let's check out chat. Let us buy your face. Exactly. Good afternoon, French Toast Man. How are you? Appreciate you. For all us normies, please remember, compassion and empathy are superpowers. Yes, they are. Specifically, the indigo spectrum of the light lantern cores. Do people get mad if you call the Punisher Big Pun? It's happened before. I'm sure they've made that joke somewhere in the comics. By the way, Jerry Conway, co-creator of Punisher, was also another one I forgot to mention in that previous segment about like hate symbols and stuff like that. He hated that the cops would use the Punisher, or cops, vigilantes, right-wing militia groups, whatever, would use the Punisher logo for that and would write stories where the Punisher disavows that stuff and whatnot. But like, those people aren't reading. They're not even reading comics. All right. You know what? I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. And while I do that, let me play something for you. It's got to be short. Because I'm a fast bathroom breaker. Ooh, I want to watch that later. We're going to get to that in a minute. You know what? I'm going to put this on for you. I'm going to put this on for y'all. This is, yeah. This is a little tease for what's coming up later in the show, folks. And this is yet another this space adjacent creator, Lance from the Surfs, who is covering the Jillian Michaels, Sam Cedar debate. I believe he's playing a clip from Piers Morgan when they were on together a while ago.
Okay, so
this is a little bit of a primer for a little bit later.
I mean, if that's unfair, if that's an unfair statement right now, and on some level you're like that, well, of course you would call me a racist. Okay, fine. Explain yourself then. What else do I have to go on here?
In their soil far more efficiently and did for thousands of years before ConAgra and Cargill and Monsanto and ADM went in. You just don't know that because you haven't done your homework. So you're like, oh, there's children starving in Africa. When really, it is about billions of dollars going to big ag. That's what that's really about. And I've seen it firsthand when I went to South Sudan and stayed at a refugee camp. So don't play your starving children card. I can't.
So I'm telling you that bloat and corruption is not about the.
Jillian has an adopted black daughter. Well, now I have more questions. Even more questions.
USAID program, but if you're truly concerned about it, it's way worse than not sending Puffy Nutty or whatever the paste is. It is because it is actually because okay.
The budget, the spending by sector from 2024, you said the majority of this stuff.
Bloat and corruption, I said. The majority of the bloat
maternal
and corruption.
Child health, basic
Sam,
education, good governance, disaster readiness.
Sam, that's not what I said. I said the majority of bloat and corruption is not going to that. Can I give you an example?
So the majority of stuff that's not going to them is not going to them. But is your suggestion
give you an
that
example?
The majority, I'm just trying to understand what you're saying
I'm
here.
going to try to tell you.
Are you saying that the majority of the USAID budget was just bloat
The
and corruption?
bloat and corruption that Elon Musk is referencing. He was very clear, by the way, that he didn't want to cut food aid.
Wait, are you going to try and argue to me that Doge was somehow successful? It's universally considered an absolute failure.
Well, let's talk.
We didn't save any money. The budget,
We did save money,
increased
not
dramatically.
nearly as
No,
much.
You're absolutely right. We didn't save a dime.
Can we get
Not
into
a dime.
Yeah, I was like, I think any of the imaginary savings that Doge may have given you, that shit got evaporated as soon as the bomb started falling. Like that stuff, even the fake savings you got is gone now. Yeah, the fake savings, but you keep feeling good about that.
The way they went about
We're back. Does it look good? Are we excited? I'm excited. And yeah, Lance is a tangential creator here at this space because he's on. We have play his clips in syndication on this channel, and he left us Mafia as well. The panel show with him and Matt Binder and Ariana Jasmine and whatnot. Campaign to get Devil's Advocate Productions on the serves, folks. Let's go. Come on. I saw a lot of this space chatters in there as well. Okay. So Hank, I will get you in there. I'm going to bring in Hank for our watch through of this big debate. But give me like 30 minutes or so. I got a couple other things I want to talk about before we jump into that, because that's going to be long. It's going to be very long. Thank you, Nick, for sending that link. Appreciate that. Yeah, but I'll send that in a second. Actually, I'll send it now, but and you can hop in and we can chit chat about some of these other topics. But yes, folks, I'm very excited to talk about this stuff. And I did want to bring up, again, we're going to check out first, before anything, in 10 minutes, we're going to check out Zora Mamdani's inaugural Twitch stream. So I'm very excited about that. And again, share the stream, go to my channel, all the places that you see on screen, CashApp, YouTube, Twitch, Bluesky, Twitter. If you want to follow me there, you can. But yeah, I want to talk about, for 10 minutes, let me talk about this shit. Once again, we talked about polling earlier. Let's talk about this. Let's do a little more vegetables, folks. A little bit more of the actual news. To make it fun. And we'll make it fun. There's a lot of backlash happening now. Like I talked about, there's a lot of backlash against MAGA, against Trump in particular. But against just generally this system as it is. And one of those things that show that is the Democratic Party autopsy report of the 2024 election. And they've been very hesitant to release that report. The head of the DNC, or CCC, whatever the fuck. Ken Paxton, I believe. No, not Ken Paxton, Ken Martin. Ken Paxton's the lieutenant governor in Texas. Ken Martin was on with the Pod Save America guys, and they were very why won't you just release it? State Democratic parties need to know this information so they can change how they've been campaigning if it's not working. And now, apparently, it's been leaked. And the full Democratic DNC autopsy report is out and can be read in full. I don't necessarily trust this account too much. Power of the People, Proud Socialists, they're a little too neither party's worth voting for ever, no matter what. And I'm But key takeaways from this report: no mention of Gaza or the genocide that Biden-Harris administration funded, no mention at all. Harris campaign wrote off rural America, assuming urban suburban margins would compensate, which cost them big in the swing states. Yes, they're dumb. Harris campaign lacked an affirmative message on why voters should vote for Harris, and instead just assumed voters would show up to the polls and vote against Trump. Stupid. This report simply reinforces what we already knew. The Democratic Party is not a real opposition party, has no affirmative policy agenda for the working class because the party exists to serve capital, keep workers trapped in the system that's rigged against us. Now, I say you take over the Democratic Party. And because it's easier to do than trying to either take over the Republican Party or start a new party from scratch. There's infrastructure, there's name recognition. It just makes sense. It makes sense like it doesn't make sense to take over Twitter and then rename it X and get rid of all that branding that is still in the corner, the bottom right corner of my screen. Like, I'm still using the Twitter logo because it's more recognizable than X. People know what Twitter is. People don't know what X is. You have to explain that it's Twitter. God damn it. But yeah, this is one. Speaking of Pod Save America, actually, this is not Pod Save. I'm sorry, they all look alike, these white boys. But this is Tim Miller from the Bulwark, I believe, talking to Jones. Oh, what was his name? Justin Jones. Right. I just brought him up yesterday talking to Hannity. Justin Jones is being politically prosecuted or politically attacked. And he says he should sign up for Trump's slush fund that he set up for people who have been victims of weaponization of the government.
This is just basically reparations, but for white insurrectionists. What is your reaction?
I think it should alarm us, rewarding folks who violently attacked our nation and attacked our democratic process. We had many of them from Tennessee, the zip tie guy, planning to commit violence against Democrat and Republican officials, and yet we're rewarding that on the 250th anniversary of America. It's $1.776 billion. It seems like this is what he wants to continue to instigate. Vigilante forces, that's what ISIS become. These insurrectionists, it seems like he's doing a call and response. Are they going to be at our polling places next, targeting brown people and black people when we try and go vote? This is what we have to worry about, particularly when the president is rewarding them financially for behavior that should have been criminally punished and was, and then he pardoned them. If you study the Confederacy and the end of Reconstruction, this is what happened. Then we got Jim Crow, and we got the terrorism of that Jim Crow across the South, across this nation.
Maybe you should think about it as an opportunity. I don't know. You've been targeted by the government unfairly. Maybe the Democrats can get back in power and the next Democratic president could just go in there and think we should settle for $3.2 billion. Think about all the different groups you could hand out that money to.
See, I don't think that ours are things like this. This is a man who thinks about how to enrich his pockets and his cronies and his friends. And, we're thinking, how do we make this a nation at peace with itself? Post-Trump, we're going to have to go through a truth and reconciliation process like South Africa after apartheid. I think we're going to have to do something to heal this nation because there's a wound that's been opened, and hope we get to that point post-Trump because it seems like he doesn't want to leave. He has a lot of projects going on that are going to require more than 4 years. I think it's very terrifying what we may see in the years to come. We'll see what happens in November. It's clear it's not going to be a fair election. We're starting to see that now. But what extent will he go to maintain a hold of power? There's nothing more dangerous than a wounded animal, and he's wounded and his ego wounded and retaliating. And so I think we have to really have our guard up and be prepared. I hope that whoever is the next Democratic president will not make the same mistake. We cannot allow this behavior to go on unchallenged. We have to hold these folks accountable. He should have never been able to run for president to begin with post-insurrection. All these folks in this administration will be held accountable with some type of tribunal where we hold them accountable for violating human rights and civil liberties in this nation.
I don't know. I think you should apply. You've been targeted by the government.
I mean, he's joking because he's, fucking conservative, neoconservative, never Trumper guy. But he's like, no, we're having fucking tribunals and shit. And this is the energy we need.
I think you qualify. It was the period of 2020 to 2024. It was 2023 where you were targeted. I think, you are the wrong color. Yeah.
Yeah. And look, I think, bringing up that Hassan clip from earlier, and again, if it might be another clip if you're watching this in clips, check out the live stream every Monday through Thursday, folks, on this space right here on YouTube. But the matching their energy, the next Democratic, we get power, we're going to use these same tools. Like, look, as much as I love the Dark Knight Returns and like Batman breaking the gun over his name, being like, these are the weapons of the enemy. We do not use these. No, we need to use the weapons of the enemy. We need more Luthen from Andor energy. We're using the weapons of the enemy to dismantle the system, to bring justice, and then use the power that we have when we gain power again to remake the system so that this can't happen again. Like, we have to use these weapons that they're using, the gerrymandering, whatever it is, like the gerrymander fight. Gerrymander the fuck out of any state controlled by Democrats so that the Republicans have to come to the table on going, okay, we need fair maps for both of us. Otherwise, we're going to screw ourselves. You know, some of these red states aren't even going along with this. South Carolina, I think, is not going along with the gerrymander thing because they go, well, if we make it all red, then one day it can be all blue because we're that unpopular. We know we're that unpopular. And we're going to screw ourselves in the long run. We need to let it swing back and forth. Hell, these billionaires coming out, Bezos doing these interviews, throwing out like their own tax proposals and whatnot, is because they know the backlash is coming. They feel it in their fucking bones. And I love it. And this is what the slush fund, you know, this is what Justin Jones points out. This is the slush fund and what it's actually used for. This is Todd Blanche being interviewed about it. I believe. Is this Todd Blanche? Yes. Here we go.
But wouldn't the average taxpayer respond and say, okay, but why is that now my problem? Why do my tax dollars now need to go to people who are upset about their involvement in investigations?
Well, if you're just upset, you're not getting it done. On the other hand, I think if you said to the American taxpayer that there is a horrible wrong committed by your government, and now you can apply and you can have your lawyer's fees back. You can be compensated for what you lost financially. What American would say, oh my gosh, that's terrible? I mean, I don't know. I very much disagree with the idea that the American taxpayer is indignant about the fact that a victim of weaponization, okay, a victim who suffered, whether it was legal fees, lost a job, had their life turned upside down in a way that was not appropriate. If it was appropriate, there should be no compensation. And that's why we have 5 commissioners who will take a look at it. But I do not think the American people have issues with that. To the contrary, I think they do want their tax dollars spent on things like that.
I mean, again, this is reparations, but for January 6th insurrectionists. Did my screen freeze? Oh, no. Oh, okay. There we go. It's okay. It had a hiccup for a moment. But yeah, this is reparations for insurrectionists. Of course, they're going to get it faster than black people are going to get it for slavery. It's crazy. What Tim Miller was doing in that other clip with Justin Jones, kind of making a joke about it, like, hey, you should apply. Same way Mallory McMorrow talking to Emma Vigeland, I played this on Tuesday, joked about, Emma Vigeland criticizing her for her support for the Iron Dome and saying, should Gaza get an Iron Dome? Mallory McMorrow's like, hey, maybe they should. We could talk about that and have that conversation. It's like, okay, you can play that game rhetorically and be like, oh, maybe I do support it. And Todd Blanche can say, well, this is for anyone who's been wrongly convicted. You know, this could fall under like civil rights activists and whatnot. But we know it's not going to. We know they'll never make an Iron Dome for Gaza. Like, they'll never use this fund to give money to fucking Justin Jones or Mahmoud Khalil or fucking anyone else who's the family of Breonna Taylor, George Floyd, like anybody who actually deserves compensation, recompense, apology from the government in the form of monetary payouts. They'll never give that. They haven't in 400 fucking years, 250 years. I'm sorry. They have never given reparations. And this is the backlash. This is the backlash. Again, that DNC autopsy thing. And it's also just an example of the autopsy being poorly made. Like, they didn't release it because they're idiots. They're idiots that they didn't do their jobs very well. It's not so much as it like, oh, we really analyzed it and oops, all the leftists were right. I mean, yes, that is also proven in that what is released, but also they didn't do their due diligence. They didn't really care. Again, these are a bunch of consultants and motherfuckers with like not real jobs. People who are like consultants and lobbyists, regional manager. Fucking me and my wife watch fucking Love is Blind all the time. And like 90 Day Fiance and stuff. And so many people have these titles. And it's like, what do you actually do for a job? Yeah, I go on my laptop and like send emails back and forth. And I have enough money to go on vacations and take trips back and date somebody in another country and try to bring them over on a spousal visa. Or take months off from work to go on a Love is Blind reality show or Temptation Island or whatever it is. Like, these are the people who are making these decisions. They don't actually do real work. And they just pay themselves all this kind of fucking money. Again, billionaires do not earn that money. We're also seeing backlash to what the billionaires are trying to force down our goddamn throats. Or as a culture, as a species, AI, and how even corporate people have been getting swindled and are starting to realize and go, wait a minute, maybe this AI thing that we integrated into our fucking company and fired all these people, by the way, and fucking really did hurt people's jobs and lives, is actually not worth it. And we need to hire people back. Just like when Elon Musk went into Doge and like started pulling out like, oh, funding from here, funding from there, funding from there. Oops. Actually, we needed that. So let's rehire all those people we just fired. Same thing when he took over Twitter. People forget that when he took over Twitter, he just started laying off people and then realized, oops, I just laid off like the essential team who like keeps the website up and like makes it function correctly. We have to rehire those people or hire new people to replace them and teach them what they did. And then those people are like, I'm going to fucking Facebook. And then Facebook fires them and they go to TikTok. And then it's a big circle jerk. And then here they go making their own website like Bluesky or Mastodon or coming out and being like, oh, we're going to expose that Google has been selling all your data. And here's actually a better alternative. Or I'm going to hack the website or, shit happens. Acts of nature happen. Again, I remind you, acts of nature happen. Extreme in that case, Nintendo is a very popular corporation. But anyways, fucking Pizza Hut is also a big corporation. The Pizza Hut franchise sues #Yum. What is that? Yum Brands Inc. after parent corporation forced AI into the business. Okay, so they're suing their parent corporation, forcing AI into the business. AI increased pizza delivery times from 30 to 45 minutes, made the product worse, and shitification. We just talked about that with like franchises and the media landscape, making TV shows 8 episodes, and they come out every couple of years instead of every year on different schedules. It's not like Sunday night. Tune in for this. It's like, maybe it's Wednesday, maybe it's Thursday. Who knows? Maybe the last episode comes out on a different day. Me and my wife watched this Netflix dating show called Age of Attraction, which is as disgusting as you'd think it is. And the final episode, the reunion, like the big, exciting, oh shit, this is after the show's aired. The people were checking in with them. That didn't even air on Netflix. You had to know that it was on a podcast on YouTube where they had the reunion. We didn't even bother. We watched somebody else's like review of it, reaction to it. And we were thankful for it because apparently the thing was 3 hours. But like, people are all excited all season. They'll be like, what the fuck? Are these people even still together after this? And it's trash TV, yes, but we're excited. We're into it. And then we don't even get that. You have to go to YouTube for that. And it's 3 hours. And it's not like professionally like edited and like, hey, we've got producers moving along, moving the pace of the show along. It's just a 3 hour long, like whatever. We're talking about it. Bullshit. Significantly decreased customer satisfaction, Pizza Hut said, cost the franchise owners millions in sales each. Pizza Hut's AI delivery system cooks up $100 million franchise lawsuit. So even the corporations who were sold on this AI thing, hey, you could fire most of your workers. You bring your cost of doing business down. You just use this AI thing and it does it all for you. It makes the product less appealing to people. And then they don't use it. And then they order from Domino's or they order from their local pizza place. And Pizza Hut loses fucking money. And they go, what the fuck? Now we have to hire all these people back. It's backlash. It's backlash. It's backlash. This is another AI thing. This is kind of funny. I'm going to mute this because it's got copyrighted music. But this is a robot. Yet another thing that billionaires are trying to push down our fucking throats. Hey, these things also can replace workers, fellow corporate elite, fellow Epstein class folks. And this is the thing. Try to do a dance. And there you go. It looks pretty good, pretty sturdy. And then it just kind of up. Yeah, we're still going. It's okay. Made a little mistake. Billie Jean is not my love. Oh, and now it's down. And now it's down. And now it's not moving. And now it's just down. And this is the TED Talk. And the lights are still going. And the music's still playing. And here's the guy coming out to pick it up. Oh, you okay? You okay? Now, the way that thing is moving is fucking terrifying. I hate it. It's like the Boston Dynamics thing. I hate it. Look at just drag it off stage. This is like, dude, can we get a meme of this with like the James Brown cloak around him? You know, with James Brown would be like, oh, I passed out. I'm too tired from dancing. And then he'd get up and be like, no, I can still fucking do it. Again, nobody's whatever company had an order placed for 100,000 of these things to like replace their workforce is maybe double, thinking twice about placing that order from whatever evil fucking corporation this is. And to continue with this idea of actually, you know what? Let's save some of this other stuff. Again, backlash, folks. Backlash. It's happening. It's going. I'm excited about it. And you know what? Actually, to end this segment about backlash, check this out. This is great news. This is good news. This is good news. Not dystopian news. Kind of dystopian because this guy got arrested in the first place. But good news as of today.
We just got some really good news for the First Amendment in this country. Remember Larry Bouchard, the retired police officer from Lexington, Tennessee, who posted a meme after Charlie Kirk died? Simply quoted Donald Trump's comments after a school shooting with a comment, "This seems relevant today." Well, if you recall, he was arrested and spent 37 days in jail because of the crazy police.
Crazy. He spent 37 days in jail because he posted a fucking meme. Quoting Donald Trump saying we have to get over it when talking about a school shooting. And then he says, this seems pretty relevant today about Kirk, right? And then the police in Tennessee were like, that's a threat. That's a threat against the president. We're arresting you for a month. Crazy.
In Tennessee said that this was a death threat. Well, you'll be happy to know that he just sued the Perry County Police Department and received $835,000 in a settlement. We just got some.
So he got $835,000 in a settlement. Now, older white dude, straight cis white dude. So maybe helped him in his case. But again, this is a police department settling with somebody in a lawsuit. They don't like to do that. And this is also, a victory of like, yeah, dude, remember the cancel culture that happened after Charlie Kirk? It's not cancel culture. It's called persecution. It's called freedom of speech crackdown. They were stopping. There were people getting fired for making jokes. People getting, suspended from school, arrested in some cases, put on blast on social media so they get death threats from like libs of TikTok, stuff like this. But again, backlash. People don't like being under a fascist fucking regime. And now we can feel it. And again, very lightly. It's people going to work and coming home, seeing the gas prices change during their workday of just going there and coming back, and going to the grocery store, feeling the prices rise, looking at job boards and seeing nothing new. No one's hiring. The prices of everything, housing is going up. That is the light squeeze of fascism smacking us back for all the shit America's done overseas. And we can't fucking handle it to the point where we might get some fucking, like, hopefully, fingers crossed, knocking wood, some FDR style politics coming sometime soon. But right now, folks, you did not let me remember. You did not remind me. And we are now 14 minutes past the beginning of the inaugural Zohran Mamdani Twitch stream. So let's get in on here and see what's going on.
1,447 of you right now.
Where is it? Where is it? Let me find it. Mamdani Twitch. What's the channel? I gotta find what the fucking channel's called. Looking it up here. A live stream series called Talk with the People on Thursday afternoon. Is it called Talk with the People? Oh, yeah, there it is. There we go. Okay. I found it.
First of all, host nation, there's always a little bit of magic, right? So I'm praying for the U.S. men's national
So let's
team
see.
today.
Let's see what
I'm
he's
standing
got.
Next to two of our incredible players.
First of all, someone, I think in the Majority Report Discord, shout out Majority Report, was like, hey, Alex, now that Zoran's doing Twitch, you think maybe you can collab? And I'm like, hey, shout it out, man. Make it happen, folks. We had Lindsey Boylan come on this space. Maybe we can pull some strings and get Zoran to come on this space. Now, I'm also noticing the chat here.
I'm home with my mom.
And
I'm actually excited that it's in America.
What a beautiful, sweet story.
Maybe I hide the chat.
I was at Aladdin on Steinway.
You're in Aladdin on Steinway? Okay. You always talk about Astoria. What is your love with Astoria? Why do you love Astoria so much?
Have you been to Astoria?
Yeah,
it speaks for itself.
I have a store.
Okay. I don't know.
It is vibes. It's good.
The chat was going a little fucking nuts, by the way. Yeah, Jet. Sorry, folks. Yeah, they could use a mod or two for sure. And again, they could also post the name of the stream, because if you type in Zohran Mamdani, the first thing that pops up is Zohran Mamdani TV, which, like, I don't even know who that is, what that is. The second thing that comes up is, like, I don't know if this is actually his channel. Maybe it is. Maybe they just, like, sat on this just in case. But the actual thing that this is being broadcast on is NYC Mayor. So I'm gonna hit follow.
New York, sorry, I'm not the best at reading, said, can you describe how DOT is responding to clearing out storms, drains prior to storms?
Yes. So this is actually a very pertinent question, because yesterday we had a significant amount of rainfall across New York City. Now, in most parts of New York City, this was
agreed.
2 to
Grand
2.5
Designs
inches,
agreed.
maybe. And our storm system is built for 2 inches of rainwater. As we know now, with the climate crisis, that amount is increasing.
It's like
In
Game
parts of New
Awards
York
chat.
City, where in 5 minutes,
But they have
there's half
mods.
An inch of rain. That equates to 6 inches in an hour. Actually, earlier today, I was meeting with a number of families in Hollis and Queens who it wasn't just that their basements flooded, even first floor apartments were flooded. And there was a woman who came up to me and she had tears in her eyes and she was sharing with me that it wasn't a 2026 problem. It wasn't a 2020 problem. She's been facing this for 34 years.
Wow.
And that to me is an example of a lot of the roots of the climate crisis that we have been ignoring, especially in terms of flood prone areas in our city. So when it comes to what the city's doing on the short-term basis, we are making sure that we are clearing out catch basins. We are actually investing in cloudburst technology. Have you heard of cloudburst technology?
I have not.
I'm gonna
I'd be lying. if I
I'm
said
gonna I'm gonna hit you with what it is.
Okay. talk to
So
me.
there is right now there's a basketball court in Queens that is an example of cloudburst technology, where you have a basketball court with a surface that can absorb excess rainfall, hold it for 24 to 48 hours, so the sewage system is not overwhelmed. Then when the rain has gone, a day later, 2 days later, then it releases the
Wow.
excess rainfall, and then the system can actually absorb that. So we have invested, I think, close to $300 million over a 10-year period in additional climate technology. And then we're also investing multi-billion dollars on a longer-term scale to actually address some of the longer-term sewage issues, both in Southeast Queens as well as in other parts of New York City. Because the videos that a lot of us have seen, especially that I've seen, I don't know if you saw any videos about the flooding
seen a
yesterday,
couple, yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
There's a way in which we've come to accept this as if this is New York City when it rains, and that's unacceptable. And so we're looking at every single thing that we can do to make sure we actually catch up to the climate crisis.
I really appreciate that, honestly, because yesterday my wife was showing me footage of flooding in Williamsburg and whatever, and it's like, you know, again, this has been happening more than just like the last couple years or 30 years or whatever. And it is, we need to, dude, this is a city on the water. The sea levels are rising. We need to fucking build for that and fucking prepare for that. You know what I mean? We need a Mamdani in every state. I agree, John Lithium. Yes, we do. We need in every state, as every mayor, in every, I would have it that someone like-minded would be the center kind of policy positions of any politician everywhere in the country, from local city councils, town councils, sheriff departments, all the way up to, you know, the president and whatever, all of Congress. I would love if AOC or Mamdani was the middle or was the far right. If they were like super far right, the furthest right you get was on Mamdani. Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be fantastic?
Right? One of the major issues that families.
What else you should talk about?
$20,000 a kid is a good deal in New York City for childcare. And we, with a partnership with the governor, we have $1.2 billion over this year and next year to deliver free childcare for 2-year-olds. Our dream is to go beyond just 2-year-olds. It's to go to 1-year-olds, to children as young as 6 weeks. That's also going to require revenue, and that's a critical part of the kinds of investments we could be making. So when your friend tells you that they're settling down, the next sentence doesn't include they're moving to Long Island, or they're going to the suburbs, or they're going to Jersey, or they're going to Connecticut, because they
Huge.
can actually envision living in New York City.
That's beautiful.
Dude, hell, I had a friend in Jersey City who was like, you know, got married and was going to have a kid and was like, we're moving to Philly because it's cheaper than even Jersey City, which is where the people who can't afford New York move. And now it's like we're getting pushed even further out to fucking Philly now.
Legend U.S.
And
Fair
I'll be
Five
damned if I
underscore
move to
said,
Philadelphia.
Who's your favorite underground rapper?
Ooh, good question.
Okay, what counts as underground?
Like that low key,
Also a good question.
like not Drake. You know Drake just dropped his album, by the way. Did you listen to it or no?
I'm listening to that Janice song.
Yeah, there we go. There
It's
we
pretty
go.
fire.
But like not like Drake,
Ooh.
kind of like, you know, up and
You
coming.
got a Drake
Okay,
fan,
up and
Zora
coming.
Mamdani. Uh-oh. The Janice song. I will say that song. Check out my reaction. Janice song, not bad. Too many beat switches on the whole, all 3 albums. He won't commit to a fucking sound.
Age where most of the rap I listen to is the rap that I used to listen to.
Okay.
But I can tell you, when I was in high school in New York City, you know who I would actually listen to a lot? Okay, he's not quite underground, but I feel like he never really broke through into the mainstream in New York City. There was a Canadian rapper named Chaos.
Chaos.
K-O-S.
Shout out to Chaos. I never heard of you, but
4321, Zamboni. Great songs. Also, now you know the song Waving Flag by Kanon.
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
When
yeah,
I
yeah.
get
No
up,
doubt.
you know, right?
Yep.
Kanon actually has a lot of other great songs. And I used to
Oh, wait,
listen
he
to
sang
Canine.
that song "Waving Flag."
That was him.
Oh,
That was him. So he actually
okay.
has a bunch of great songs.
Okay,
And I
some
actually went to a
recommendations
few of
from
his
the
concerts
mayor.
when I was in high school.
Wow.
Which was actually before Waving Flag. So I was on that.
You're a real one, bro.
How about you?
Me, man, I just like Drake, man. I've been listening to a lot of Michael Jackson. He's not a rapper, but the new Michael Jackson movie was really good. So I
Okay.
just started listening to him. So shout out to Michael Jackson.
That's the opposite of an underground rapper.
I know. I'm
Yeah.
You're naming the most famous people in the world.
Okay, so Orion's online said, "What places would you suggest?"
This is like, okay, what do we think, folks? I'm gonna put the chat on screen for a second. What do we think of the inaugural Zoran stream? I think the composition is a little tight. The two chairs close together, not the best setting. Honestly, you know, as cringy as it is, the Daily Wire Ben Shapiro set where they have like the big leather chairs and whatnot. At least they have multiple camera angles. And if you're not gonna, like, you don't have to pretend that like you don't have enough for a studio. Now, he's the mayor, he shouldn't have a dedicated podcast studio, but maybe pull the camera back a little bit. I think where it says it's different. Yeah, for sure. I like the idea, like, hey, this is how I'm gonna interact with the people and get questions. Clearly, they don't have enough mods for the chat, but they also have a staffer picking out real questions so that he's like looking up at a screen where they're actually showing the actual questions that they want to highlight. Between two ferns look for sure. French toast man. What else do we got here?
I like that. Chat, give us some suggestions as well. You know,
Where do you guys think we should go?
where do you guys think? What's your guys' favorite places in New York?
For all of the tourists who are coming to New York City, we want to make sure that they're not just coming to Midtown and just going to the game. We want them to get around the entirety of the 5 boroughs.
Yeah.
So I want to hear from you guys. Where's the
Go to the fucking Upper East Side and the West Side. Go up there because it's too quiet up there. Those are where the rich people live. And there's a lot of cool shit up there. You know, when you go to the Museum of Natural History, go wander around the neighborhood. Go wander around up on the Upper West Side, Upper East Side. Make them annoyed with the amount of fucking tourists walking around. Okay, because yeah, when you get to Midtown, no matter what time of year, it's worse during the holidays, but no matter what time of fucking year, it's goddamn crowded with fucking tourists. Filmed live from a 2x4 room. Yeah, it feels very awkward. It feels very awkward because also we can see their knees, which I'm sure a lot of people in chat are very much enjoying. But I will also say that it just feels cramped. It feels cramped. Pull it out a little bit. Pull it out a little bit. That's what she said, but pull it out a little bit.
Talking about Staten Island compost facility, we got one right there. Some of it also goes to the Newtown Creek wastewater plant. Everybody composting though, because that's what we want you guys to do.
Yeah, I have chat open. This is one of the worst things I've ever seen.
Sure. Oh no.
They need a little table for sure. They need a little.
Okay, I think that's a yes.
Okay.
I'm wondering if they can actually look at the live chat too, and not just the questions that they're putting on for him to read to Mamdani. Because if they really did have the live chat on, I don't know how they're sitting there with straight faces and not just laughing hysterically.
Well, anyway, let's get to the question.
Mayor Mamdani,
Want
what's
to take a
one
peek? Let's
decision
take
that
another
you've
peek.
made recently that you feel most people
Yeah,
misunderstand?
exactly.
And what would you want them to make about it?
I actually really appreciate that question. You know,
One mall Nell. Nell is fired.
one decision that I made that I feel like people. Here's one. You know, when we faced this $12 billion fiscal deficit, we were able.
I wonder how long they're gonna
through
go
the use
for.
of
He's a busy guy,
reserves and
dude.
Savings. We were able to start chipping away at it. And then in the middle of February, I had to come forward and present the first version of our budget. They call it a preliminary budget.
Once again,
And
like the
in that
stream, share the
version,
stream,
I said
our
that we
stream,
had 2 paths
this
of how we
space.
could get the remaining deficit down to 0. I said there was a path of last resort, and I said that's
Devil's Advocate
the reason it's
Productions.
last resort. It would mean raising property taxes. And then there was the path that we wanted to pursue, that we would spend every day
Mod tools on other sites
raising
makes
taxes
YouTube
on the
modding
wealthiest
seem primitive by
and
comparison.
having a fair
Interesting.
relationship with Albany. And I laid out these were the two options, and that in our budget, the only thing we could control was the last resort. But the option we were going to
Does Alex have legs? Who
was the
knows?
higher taxes on
Have
the
they ever been
wealthiest, the
seen?
fair relationship with Albany. And for some people, when they heard that, they thought that that meant we actually wanted to pursue property taxes. And we spent every single day since then pursuing the other option. And we're proud that at the end of this process, we put forward a budget that didn't have to go to the last resort, that was actually able to raise taxes on the wealthiest, to have a fair relationship with Albany, to find those savings, find those efficiencies, and eliminate a $12 billion fiscal deficit.
Tax
That's
these
one thing that I
nuts.
think sometimes gets lost
Emoji.
in translation. But I appreciate that question because oftentimes in politics,
Finest
things move
stuff.
so quickly that you're not given much time to reflect.
Pictures.
And I think this is an
Oh,
opportunity.
is
for
Hitler?
that.
Is that
So I
Hitler?
want to also say thank you.
Xi
for being here.
Jinping.
Thank you for being a part of this
Thank
for
you
our
for having me.
inaugural stream.
Thank you for having me.
You know-
No, this is it. This is the end.
The mayor's first ever stream.
First ever stream.
Glad to be a part of it. And I have a question now.
Hit me.
How did you like your first Twitch stream?
Honestly, this is actually quite fun.
It's fun.
It's fun. It's nice to not also do this alone.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because it feels
They
like
have a
I-
camera guy.
sometimes if it's just
'Cause
me,
you
it
can
feels
see
a
it
little
moving.
stilted.
Mhm.
You know, I feel like actually I'm chatting with somebody.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm
yeah.
chatting with the chat
Chatting with
as
the chat,
well.
talking with the people.
Talking with the we don't say that.
I mean, talking with the chat.
Talking with the
There
chat.
we go.
We
There
don't
we
say
go.
people.
You're
We
a
don't say ladies and
professional now.
gentlemen. We say chat.
Before we end it off, you gotta hit this.
He's younger than
Gotta
me,
say
and he sounds like a
W's in
fucking
the
boomer.
chat. So if they spend W's, that means you got aura.
W's in the chat.
W's in the chat.
Why are we not saying chat?
Chat comes from Drake. You're not allowed Drake.
I should have seen
Are
this.
people putting W's in the
But,
chat?
hey, it was a pleasure.
There you go.
Thank
I'll
you
do
so
it.
much for having me.
Thank you for being a part of this. To
course.
all of you, to the chat, thank you for being a part of this. We're going to come back and do this sometime soon, and we're really looking forward to it because we want to make sure that you don't have to go searching anywhere to find out what is city government doing, why are they doing it. We want to make it easy for you, and this is the best way to actually be right there in touch with you. We want to thank Mayor LaGuardia for the inspiration. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, word. Shout out Mayor LaGuardia for the inspiration of doing a Twitch chat, dude. That was. Oh, look, they're doing the like. Oh, you missed it. They were doing like, oh, we're just gonna banter while they take us off screen. Fake banter. I like that. That was cute. Look, I think. Again, I was watching a Third Verse podcast before jumping on here today. And homeboy was like, dude, there's a reason Netflix is putting podcasts on their streaming service now. It's not because, we just want to have podcasts. It's we're not going to fucking let YouTube make all this money. We're not going to let Apple make all this money. We're going to fucking put podcasts on our thing. If people want podcasts, we got podcasts for you too. And more politicians should be doing like chats where they interact with the public and answer questions and stuff like that. So I think it's a cool concept. They only went for about 30 something minutes. I'm sure that's going to get clipped out. I'm sure Majority Report and Vanguard or whatever is going to have the best clips for you, but you saw it here first on this space where live news fucking breaks, motherfucker. And speaking of other channels, definitely going to have these clips. But you're going to get it here first is the big main event. And we have a special guest to join us for this big main event. And that is the man himself, Hank Thompson of Winners and
Hello.
Losers.
Hello. It's
the
me, the man.
Tell the Truth Chank documentary.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, man, have you watched this whole thing? I saw you clipping it yesterday.
Yes.
On Twitter, and I was like, I
Yes.
got to talk to you when we're watching this thing. So did you watch the entire thing already?
I did watch the entire thing. I saw that
I apologize for subjecting you to it again.
Oh, that's okay. I don't believe in self-preservation, so I will.
Hey,
I will
me neither.
just.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Nor do I believe in like financial, reward or emotional protection or prolonging my life, and so none of the ways you're supposed to look out for yourself. I even posted the screenshot I screenshotted the premiere thumbnail last night beforehand. Not that it's like Christmas for me, it's not like I'm forming a religion, but I was kind of interested in this thing, and then the entire interview was just totally wacky. It's just Jillian clearly had an agenda, and there was also some backstory to it too that added a bit to the drama as well. I think mostly it was very unproductive, but on the meta kind of lesson that I took eventually out of it is just how scary AI is in terms of the way people trust it, and the sort of leaning on external technologies. Let's call
the few clips I've seen is mostly her looking stuff up in like a ChatGPT thing.
Yes,
which I think Rogan does a lot now too. He's sponsored by one, so he constantly brings it up. I mean, PBD is the champ of selling out, so he's trying to make minect into like a verb that people or now people say, like Google. Oh, let me minect this. Let me let me whatever it is, ChatGPT this or Grok this, or whatever it is.
As if it's supposed to add to your credibility when you like say, I'm just going to let some computer hallucinate a bias towards me that I'm looking for. I'm very we're all sort of staggering around in this AI soup right now, and we've seen, I'm sure you've been seeing them, the college commencement addresses that have been on the air, or been going around of being booed. I kind of wish I was at those to participate in the booing.
I love it.
Those look so satisfying.
First of all, these colleges are bringing in like board members, CEOs, people are already hated, to college kids. You think they're going to be supportive of these speakers?
Right.
And then also, hey, by the way, we're integrating this into all your lives. Whatever you thought you were going to this school for, get ready, because you're not going to be able to find a fucking job. It's all going to be replaced by AI. And they're fucking booing them. And I love it. So that is an interesting factor. Folks at home, take a shot of wheatgrass every time she ChatGPT something or uses this AI thing. So for folks who don't know, this is Jillian Michaels. Jillian Michaels, where I know her from, she's like a fitness lady who was on The Biggest Loser, which was a reality show. Again, I talked about the era of reality. It was due to the writer's strike and actor strike in the mid 2000s, where studios were like, hey, we can make a lot more money faster and easier without scripts by just filming regular people and kind of doing the Jerry Springer thing and using people's natural inclination to want to be on TV, despite how embarrassing they might look, to just be on TV, and then we can make content and roll it out. She was part of that wave, was on The Biggest Loser, where basically what her job was to yell at fat people to lose weight faster.
Yes, to exploit desperation for corporate profits.
Right.
Yeah.
And then has since become, following this whole trend of like the new wave, new age kind of like health nut craze from the 90s. Who's the Jenna Jameson porn star who was like anti-vaccine, also like
I would assume most porn stars are pretty up on vaccines, right? Would be my hope.
RFK, RFK, that whole wave, and is now like the Maha MAGA flavor, right? And she just left her take, which was a PBD production. But she left, and then Anna Kasparian left, and it's kind of falling apart, and nobody's watching it anyways. So she's got her own podcast now, and she put out a call about a week or two ago saying, I would debate lefties, but they don't want to debate me. They're too afraid. So here's my email address. Send me an email, and maybe I'll have you on the show, and we can debate. So of course I immediately emailed, because I'm a fucking shameless fucker who will try to go on anybody's show too. But Sam Cedar, big inspiration, will also do that. So he sent an email, then he sent the follow-up email, and they didn't get back to him. He called her out on the show a couple times on Majority Report. And apparently, finally, this actually happened yesterday, or at least came out yesterday.
Right.
And Hank, give us a little
well,
preamble. How bad is it?
So she had a major bone to pick, and they had a contention. I get that it was going to be some antagonism in this thing, but they really bypassed the politeness very quickly and immediately get to her playing like random clips that were supposed to prove some sort of point. Like she had like a montage of Majority Report, You gotta watch it yourself. I mean, you really, even just the first 5 minutes, and then they drop like referring to the email that you sent in. In other words, the post that Jillian called for email submit, or Vanguard covered that and posted it and said, everybody go wild on this email. And so she played Vanguard. So Vanguard got a nice little drop.
Nice.
Do you want me to drop the link on my Twitter that has the clips I posted
You
here?
know what? Yeah, let's do that. Let's get a little
because we can play that
amuse-bouche.
as we talk about it. It's all up here in my
yeah, that's perfect.
In my notifications. I've been getting so many when I clip stuff on Twitter, I always hope that I go viral and I make enough money to buy a rocket ship and fly to the moon and escape this fucking hellhole. But like mostly I get like 1 or 2 likes at most, but this has been just going crazy. So I've just been overflowing with dopamine today. Truly, just and now I know what it's like to be Hassan. So
hell yeah, brother.
Except I'm not checking to see if Hassan retweeted me, unlike Hassan, who doesn't have to do that for himself. But yeah, so let me pull it up here.
Here in the chat.
Yeah, does that mean appetizer?
I think so.
Yeah. Okay.
I heard it somewhere in a movie or something, and I'm like, ooh, I like that, as opposed to hors d'oeuvres.
Oh yeah, for sure. And a mousse d'oeuvre. So try the link I just posted in the chat there. This opens with a screenshot that just sort of summarizes. Honestly, this is like a meme for the last 5 years and probably the next 80 years. God knows how humanity is going to survive the next 100 years of this stuff. So this is just a screenshot of where she was referring to, they had actually edited in a full screen of what was on her computer or some screenshot they took later. And then it came back with this. And I just thought this just completely shows that it was Sam Cedar arguing with Jillian GPT.
Right. He was basically arguing with her, looking up answers.
So after they got through the initial 15 minutes where she was, so scroll down a little, you can see like a list of the, show my thread there. The next tweet is the, you clicked on you clicked on the wrong one. You got to go back to the,
this one right here.
There you go. That's sort of summarized. And then you can scroll all the way down for the Vanguard one. That's number 4. So we could start with that. But so after this whole first 15-minute chunk, then they get into like a lot of talk about the USAID disagreement that they had about the whole thing. And she's just sourcing all this stuff that she's not showing short sources for. And she's got more random videos. She cites Doge and like as if that's credible. She cites Elon Musk as if his word means anything at all in any sense. Like, like even if he was moderately trustworthy, you should be doing some confirmation if you're going to be a political commentator and ostensibly do interviews, contentious interviews based on the idea that you know more than your guest, which clearly that's not the case. She types fast. That's about her only knowledge access. And,
I mean, that's just embarrassing when you bring somebody on for a debate and then whatever they say, you go, to rebut that, I'm gonna fucking type it into a thing.
Well, hold on, Alex. Let me see what Mecca Hitler wants me to tell you.
Yeah.
Let me see what Elon Musk's Nazi bot wants me to say.
Then I just read that at you, and I go, "Well, how's that?" As a rebuttal.
Yeah, and then as like, but with authority, with like, and that's what, and then like act like you're stupid for not knowing the thing I just read off Mecca Hitler.
I just had to look up on camera.
It's so nuts. So you'll see more of what we just described.
Oh my god! All right, so let's here's a little appetizer, folks. Pep, have you watched this whole thing? Oh my god, dude, this was brutal. Oof, worse than Anna versus Just Pearly Things, because that was pretty brutal.
I've honestly seen people in comments comparing it to that.
Ooh, oh my god!
Again, I'm sorry I didn't get back to you within 3 hours. A man of your stature, I apologize.
Sarcasm.
But your followers spammed the email I put out. Sought number 2.
Not sure how to reach you, but if you're so inclined, have someone from your office email our podcast line. And then she puts her email there. If you guys, want to send her an email, now you know what her address is. So go wild with that shit.
And they did. Graphic number 1.
Hold on for 1 second.
Yeah.
This is important.
Those guys are on a completely different podcast.
I totally get it, but it seems like they're your followers, so they like you quite a bit. Along with I didn't even know Hassan Piker calls you Uncle Sam.
Hassan calls him Uncle Sam
about beefs, but I
guess so.
That's so funny.
Yeah,
So
I added that
funny.
little animation there.
That they
If you
were
let it
blowing
let it roll another few seconds. Oh, I was always a little
hold on.
treat at the end of my videos. Maybe I got to put them at the beginning. It switches. Watch it. Look, it turns into the boys. That's
That
all
is
it was.
cool. Did
I
you
had
make
in
that?
I didn't draw the silly Billy. That was actually Matt the letter hack drew that.
Yeah, no, I knew
his
that.
amazing talent.
But
But I made
you
the swoop in and then them zooming into the.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you made the like music for them.
Not the music. No.
Okay.
I think yeah. I might be DJ Danarchy, maybe. I don't know. I don't want to improperly credit.
So I like that he was like, that's a different show. And he's like, oh, well, that's, or Jillian was like, those are your fans. It's like, okay. I didn't know Hassan called you Uncle Sam. Good. Yes. Make that more known. Get Sam Cedar as popular as Hassan is right now. You want to really fuck up the Democratic establishment and the Republican Party? Get him fucking as big as Hassan, please.
Yeah. I like to imagine Hassan has 3 uncles. There's one terrible one. And then there's Sam, and then there's Uncle Mark's.
All right. So, is there any other clips that we should watch before diving into
play
the
that
full
thread? I mean, well, if you're going to play more from inside the
I was
the
going to
YouTube,
play the whole thing.
Oh, it's an hour and a half. Well,
all right.
But
all
like,
right.
if you want to maybe,
let's watch some of the beginning. Let's watch.
Yeah. Because the stuff I have is that we're going to return to, because these are some pretty juicy ones. They are from like the final 25%.
Okay.
Of the thing.
Good.
When
good.
she was off
I
her
really
game.
don't want to sit here for fucking 3 hours.
No, I'm not. Yeah, I can't really do that.
If I had ball pit at the same time, I could do it. But
yeah,
because I'm on StreamYard, I can't pull that off.
The only ball pit you need is me.
And by the way, I'm tweeting this out and skeeting this out. So
I'm doing the same thing right now.
All right.
You want a more balanced perspective? I want to give you a more balanced perspective. They don't show up. They don't show up. So for the love of God, anybody who is brave enough, throw your hat in the ring.
To that woman from The Biggest Loser, go F yourself. Go take your maha and shove it up your
That
ass.
is funny that she starts the whole thing with like a montage. This is great.
Yeah.
There's so many differences that it's staggering. We had boots on the ground in Iraq, and there were no weapons of mass destruction.
I was critical of
Here,
Biden.
we don't have boots on the ground, and there's 60% enriched uranium, and they're funding terror proxies. Night meet day. All right, guys, you've been asking me to provide more diverse perspectives on the show, and I've also wanted to provide you with that. So I put out a public call for guests with different viewpoints. Well, the guy who answered that call is Sam Cedar, host of The Majority Report. Now, I can't exactly say that we found a ton of common ground in this conversation, but we definitely brought the heat. Get ready, because there are a ton of fireworks in this one. Here we go.
Oh,
ads. I'm sorry.
Jeez.
But I will say, the way she's even talking about it, like there's a tons of fireworks in this one, folks. It goes into this theme of like, Ben Shapiro's firing a lot of people at the Daily Wire because they can't afford to keep them because they're losing money. Same thing with TYT. And this whole, and someone has pointed out, I think it was Majority Report, pointed out that Ben Shapiro's doing this like Erica Kirk, Candace Owens drama slop because that's what's getting clicks and that's what people are watching. So even she also has to kind of do this, like, hey, this is like, it's entertainment. This is World War, WWE, World War III, worldwide wrestling, kind of advertising for a debate.
Yeah, as if she's on equal grounds, which she probably believes she is.
Yeah, as if she's on equal grounds.
Yeah.
Peter, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for coming, first of all.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so this all came about because I asked for people with oppositional views or opposing views to come on and talk with me and talk with the audience. My audience actually has requested consistently to get a more diverse perspective, and I have said that it's not so easy because not a lot of people will show
Can you
up.
pause it real quick?
Even
I
when
just
I'm
want to
totally
point
neutral.
one thing out. Anna Kasparian replied to that call a few weeks back. She even
yeah.
So we
Yes,
would,
she did.
I'd like to see that too.
Yeah,
Setting
which
aside
I'm
her
like, yeah.
role and trying to
You
bust the
literally
union.
walked off the show
right
when me and you were debating something.
Yeah,
that was the whole thing.
It would be kind of annoying if she doesn't have Anna on. You know, they should be able to.
Yeah, I mean that's WrestleMania. That's the main
right.
event.
Yeah, that's Pearl
This
versus
is
Pearl, evenly matched.
Exactly.
On the position. So in the video, I talked about wanting somebody to come on from pro-life, pro-choice. I see both sides of it, wanting a doctor who's anti-vax and pro-vax. A host of different individuals have asked them to come on and been unsuccessful largely. I also did ask for when people, when they sling pejoratives and ad hominem attacks, to say it to my face. And you were kind enough to step up for that. You are the first. So SOT number 3, guys. I wanted to litigate some of this stuff first.
Oh, well, I should just say that was not what I was responding to was your video where you said that nobody would show up. I was actually interested in revisiting our
And we will.
exchange on Piers Morgan from a year ago.
Promise you we will. That's why I'd like some of your time. Okay, SOT 3.
To that woman from The Biggest Loser, go F yourself. Go take your maha and shove it up your ass. Go F yourself. She now has a YouTube influencer channel. Even bigger loser. Everybody knows I like to keep it real. That's a perfect show for me to go on.
Is this a meeting of the Gay Straight Alliance? Just kidding. They're both gay. They're both gay.
Snake oil. The snake oil salesman talking about politics.
Totally.
I'm sure she read that book
2 weeks
Do you
ago.
have pictures?
Here's someone who quit her show because of criticism of Israel was happening.
But this is like if Drake had a podcast and was like is having Kendrick Lamar on, and not even really a good analogy, but opened it with like, and here's Euphoria and 616 and Meet the Grams and Not Like Us, and now let's have a discussion where now your audience hears all these criticisms and is maybe like, damn, that was a good burn. Damn, that was actually really funny. Who are these guys? Who's that chick? Who are these people laughing in the background? Maybe I should check it out.
Yeah.
She's hurting herself, and I
Yeah,
love
who's Jewel? Who's Sarah McLachlan? I'm trying to do Lilith Fair references. So I don't have the our music tastes are very
Please
different.
come on my show and justify why Muslims aren't bad.
Wrote it 3 hours ago.
Nothing. Have we heard back anything?
Nothing yet.
Oh my God.
She's a fool.
Her role in media is to defend Israel. I think she's a TERF, right? So she doesn't like trans people and thinks it takes away from feminism. And then is also a Maha person.
They want to get rid of free lunches in schools.
Both here and in Africa, which I know I care about both. She cares about neither, but is pretending to care about the kids in America.
Okay. Wow. So first, let me address the fact that I'm sorry I did not get back to you within 3 hours.
Great producers.
Well, you gave us a lot to work with, Sam.
Unionized
Gillian
show.
I'll get back to you within 3 hours.
Word.
A man of your stature.
Unionize the producers of Jillian
Unionize
Michaels'
keeping it real.
podcast.
Yeah.
I apologize, but your followers spammed the email I put out. SOT number 2.
Wait.
Not sure how to reach
I
you.
think you jumped back.
If you're so inclined.
No.
Oh,
It took.
Oh yeah,
a
we
minute
were
for the
rewatching it.
producers.
I'm sorry. We
Yeah.
played this on from my. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, we played this. Yeah, we played this from your.
Sorry.
This was the amuse bouche.
I'm gonna fire my producers for messing.
I'll
that
watch
up.
it again in the context. I always say in my album reactions, folks, which you should check out on my channel.
Mhm.
Even if I listen to a single that's released before an album comes out, I will re-listen to the song in the album when I'm listening to it in the context of the album. Instead of some of the other reactors will skip that and be like, "Oh, I already listened to it. Go watch that video."
Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm going to listen to it again. It's okay.
My album reactions are at 2x. I just hold it for 2x.
Have someone from your office email our podcast line, and then she puts her email there. If you guys want to send her an email, now you know what her address is. So go wild with that shit.
And they did.
exactly what I
Graphic
did.
number 1.
You know, well, hold on for 1 second.
Yeah.
You know, those guys are on a completely different podcast. Than
I totally get it, but it seems like they're your followers, though. They like you quite a bit, along with I didn't even know Hassan Piker calls you Uncle Sam.
They do a show about beefs, but I think
I guess so.
Yeah.
So then we got so graphic number 1. So we did in fact get those emails, and it made it very difficult to find yours. LOLOLOL. I think they left off the last O. You're such a fake dipshit excuse of a human being.
Oh my God! Again, Why are you reading all these insults about you? That's hilarious.
Yeah, I wish people wouldn't be shitty in emails like this, but it's obviously going to happen when you put something on the internet like
Yeah,
that.
for
and you're
sure.
gonna,
I mean,
you
yeah,
know,
some of
at
this
a higher
language actually
profile
that I'm reading, I'm like,
Yeah.
"Ew, that's a
yeah.
little."
No, it's
but-
that's part of this whole online world that is frustrating, and it happens on
unfortunately-
all the entire spectrum as we all well
Unfortunately,
know.
the entire online landscape, the streets that us Gen Y, Gen X to an extent built is largely 10, 12-year-olds, saying slurs and curse words that they can't say in front of their parents, so they're going to say it anonymously on the fucking internet.
Yeah.
That's always been the thing. That's the foundation of the internet.
It's what
is
talks about, like, if our careers, or
childish
if you get big and you succeed and things turn, become the more you succeed, the more likely you are to face these downsides,
Sure.
like being doxxed and being called names. And
I'm nervous
So,
about it, even as
yeah.
small as I am.
I get, yeah, it's weird, but go ahead.
I mean, you're doing a service. You're clipping these things, and you're like you say, you get your dopamine goes up, but then it's like, who is this Hank Thompson who keeps coming after TYT?
Right.
Let me find him.
Yeah.
Or
it occurs to me.
Jillian Michaels, more about the conservative world, and might get scared.
She's gonna see me in
girl-
LA, and she's gonna start yelling at me to lose weight.
Get
Get on the treadmill, fat boy. Lose weight, motherfucker. You
Me
suck.
too. If she's ever in New York, she'll say the same thing to me. There's this girl, I just started following her on Twitter. She clips like Hassan clips.
Yeah.
And she's talking about like, hey, thanks for all the new subscribers. And, I'm kind of getting nervous because I know there's probably a lot of like media people in here now following me because I'm clipping Hassan and they want to find clips of him and blah, blah, blah. And so she's like prefacing clips and putting it in context and being a lot more professional. Keeps you on your toes. Keeps you on your toes a little bit.
Yeah.
When you start getting like a lot of comments and stuff.
Ass. And how are you too poor to host this email address on your own website when you've been nothing but a grifter your entire professional career? I'll listen off air. Thanks. I don't really know what that part means.
Was that my dad?
It's one of your fans. Then I heard the progressive host of the Majority Report, Sam Cedar.
This part's funny.
Sam, keeping it real, Cedar, would be
Coming
happy
up.
to debunk all of your nonsense. Die slow, bitch. So
Not
it
that,
does
not that.
seem that the apple does not fall from the trees.
Well, I'm not sure. You're.
I'm just saying.
You're joking. That's my
Thank
fault.
you for being here. I think I would honestly say to you off the top, given all
Are
that.
you gay?
This part. Watch this.
Well, I mean, I don't know. How do you feel about it? I've watched you make fun of gay people now, including Benny Johnson and Steven Crowder, which is weird because
Well, Benny Johnson is not gay.
Benny Johnson was slamming trans people.
Oh,
Is he not gay?
He's not gay.
He's not?
He's not. Yeah.
Seriously?
Yeah, it's a little confusing.
No, but you've insulted him utilizing that context, which is so weird. Like, why
What do you
would
mean?
Okay.
Oh, you mean like I said he's
You're
closeted?
like, oh, he's gay. But like
I don't think I
you
have
did.
ever
I'll
said
clip
that
it.
he's
You
gay.
did. You
since,
did.
Like
You did. I'll
like,
clip
oh,
it, and you did it to Crowder as well. But that's
I do think. Well, I mean, I think it's pretty well documented that Benny Johnson is. I mean, certainly not. I'm not the only person to bring that up at all. A lot of right wingers have been more explicit about it than I have. Crowder, yes, I do think that Crowder is suppressing
Crowder also is gay. All
some
right.
things,
Well.
and his ex-wife sort of like hinted around it. But I'm just asking because somebody wrote that to you in the thing, and I wasn't aware that you were gay. If you are,
I am. You are gay. You talked about it in the thing. You've talked about it numerous times, actually. In
what? That
fact,
you're gay.
You've talked about it numerous times on your show, Sam.
I mean, honestly,
I mean, there are many things that you get wrong.
I was surprised there was that many clips that we talked about you over the past year. But I think
many
let me
different
just say the
outfits.
first one, the first one, where I was telling you to f off.
We're gonna get there.
Was a response. Well, I mean, you put you've
We're
done the
gonna get there.
montage.
I
should
promise you,
explain
we are
it.
going to get there.
I should just say, within some proximity of that video, that specifically was when the first report of the tens of thousands, now hundreds of thousands of children, but also adults who have died as a result
That's
of
not
the cuts
true,
in
Sam.
USAID.
You want to talk about that study? We can start there. You're wrong.
Oh, I'm happy to start there.
All
but
right.
we
So
should play the clip of when you were on. Piers
I
Morgan.
promise you, we are.
Bro, this is like, I'm sorry, I'm being so quiet and just letting this play out, but like, the way she's hosting and her attitude, her vibe of what the situation is kind of super gross. Because yeah, it is very like WWE wrestling. We're gonna get there, Sam. And he's like, I'm trying to put in context what you just played. And also, I'm asking you're gay because, like, you know, effectively Sam's trying to like apologize, but not even really, because it's not him who's sending these emails. But he's like, I don't know. Legitimately, he doesn't remember. But she's like, oh, come on. You've made fun of gay people and people for being gay, which is not what Sam was doing. So Sam is, one, using the rhetorical language of the right wing against them because they make fun of people for being gay. They're bigots. So they do that. And he's going, well, you're making fun of gay people, but you're Steven Crowder and you're dressing like women all the time. You're Benny Johnson, and there's all these rumors about you're the reason why Grindr crashes every time CPAC moves cities. Like,
yeah,
that's why they're making fun of them for being closeted bigots who are bigots against the group that they're part of because they feel shame and they should just be open and embrace it. And even then, if you're open and a fucking Republican, you're voting against your own interests, like Jillian Michaels is. That's why you're getting that criticism. It's not we're making fun of you because you're gay. We hate gay people. Gay people are bad.
Right. It's like being a bald guy against hats.
Right.
I don't know. I don't know if that makes sense.
Again, this, like, she's constantly smirking. She thinks she has, like, I'm gonna dunk on you, and like that's all this is to her.
Yeah, she thinks she's scoring huge points. It's like she just had a bunch of like Nerf balls lined up and like dunking on like a doorway little ball thing on
when
Sam.
She's like,
oh,
I'm gonna put the clip in right here. Like that's the clip we just saw play of like,
yeah,
oh, is she, you know, Benny Johnson is closeted and blah blah blah.
Yeah, it's very
so
bad.
She's like, well, have in the past, and he's like, okay, probably. But
I think as we learn, as we watch this whole thing, and I'm honestly skeptical you and I are going to make it through a whole hour and a half. But
you and I talk too much.
Yeah, no doubt. We're here till tomorrow. But she will see that her relationship to information is kind of emblematic of, I think, the right, or at least of very low information voters. It just happens to be filtering through overconfident millionaire TV, reality show person who doesn't seem to have the ability to be self-reflective or show some humility, or because what she does is she transmogrifies her confusion into wisdom.
Right.
She's ignorant and she goes, but it's just and she uses a lot of breathy things that kind of help, like she's sort of just emoting her kind of conformity to the conservative project, because she acts like she's this big independent thinker, and again, this is sort of emblematic of others,
right?
And yet all she does is just kind of odd how all that independent thinking seems to land her exactly in conservative orthodoxy and in supporting the project of the right-wing movement and Project 2025 and all that other stuff,
and just you bring up, like, using your ignorance as kind of a superpower or as a debate tool, where I remember Dave Smith, comedian who was on a podcast called Legion of Skanks, just left the podcast to basically be a professional full-time Joe Rogan flunky. He went on Majority Report years ago and debated him, and Dave Smith, a lot of his retorts, when he would get caught up in Sam Cedar's like facts and logic and statistics, and this is, real John Lithium brings up, that's Sam's weakness. He always approaches these debates in good faith.
I don't think it's a weakness. Go ahead.
I don't think I think I see what you're saying, and like sometimes it can be, because he will go down like rabbit holes and tangents that the host wants to take him on, because he's like, whatever, I'll beat you anywhere you want me to bring you. You want to bring me. I'll beat you whenever hypothetical scenario you can create. I will. My policies, my beliefs are so fucking rock solid that I can beat you in your made up scenario. And I respect that, but it can get muddled. So it can get confusing and boring for people. But I think that's also a power where he won't, when Tim Pool brings up, well, Thanos is an egalitarian. He snapped half the universe.
Oh yeah.
of resources and trying to make everything fair for everybody. Isn't it weird that he's a bad guy? And Sam's like, I don't fucking care.
Yeah.
Now, I would be like, well, in the comic books, the origin of that, he's not snapping everything to make resources for people. He's snapping everything to impress death because he's a fucking simp for the embodiment of death, who is a lady in comic books. He's a simp. That's why he did it.
There's a gender to death in the comic book. Sorry,
yes,
not to,
Lady Death. She
Lady
is
Death.
very reluctant to respond to Thanos's advances over the years.
I see.
However, Deadpool, she loves Deadpool.
Oh, okay.
She loves Deadpool. She's infatuated with Deadpool because Deadpool can't die.
Is she on Hinge? Is she on Hinge? Does she?
I mean, I don't know. There might be a Marvel version of Hinge that she's on.
Does she like unions and podcasts? No, that's crazy. Yeah, it'd be fun if more Thanos it's stuff. Anyway, I don't need to.
But I think that's where Sam like kind of deflates whatever spectacle she's trying to make of this, and just be like,
well,
no, I'm telling you the facts. Whatever topic we're talking about that.
There's
Here's
a
the
line.
statistics.
Yeah, in terms of whether it's Sam being good faith or bad faith is a weakness, and I don't mean to pick apart the pedantry of the comic, because obviously real John Lithium's smart and thoughtful.
Yeah, of course.
But like I think it's a weakness if you let it make you a fool. But I think you should start with good faith, because that burnishes your credibility and shows the audience that you're willing to listen and take things somewhat seriously.
And how bad faith they are.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. It sort of contrasts to the bad faith of the other person, or at least maybe even provokes good faith from the other person. I mean, these are sort of intangible concepts. Much of my documentary project involves around media and misinformation. So I mull over good faith, bad faith constantly. But yes, I do actually think that is one of Sam's strengths, at least in terms of the first phase of the thing. So yeah.
So let's keep going here.
Going to. I promise
let's
you.
do that.
I want to litigate some of the other stuff you said first, though, if it's okay.
Wait, is this really going to be just about like your feelings are hurt?
No, it's proving a pattern that you either
this laughing that she's doing. I'm sorry, all the ads, folks. This laughing that she's doing of like, oh, well, you don't even know. This is like fucking Ethan Klein with Hassan. Like, you don't even know what this content nuke is going to do to your career, man. Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's just like
spankings first.
You're
bitch.
You're a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Moving on. And then what? Why did nobody care? Why does nobody hear my side? It's like, no, we heard you. We heard you. You're just a fucking lunatic. Okay, hang on. Let me bring it back.
That you either don't fact check your information, you mischaracterize things, you lie by omission, and I can give you so many different examples. It's staggering.
Projection.
Stop 9, everybody.
Not. You've seen Iranian people in the streets here telling everybody, listen to what we are saying to you. Mamdani sounds like the Ayatollah.
Wait a second. There are Iranian people in the U.S. in the streets of the U.S. saying that Mamdani sounds like the Ayatollah?
I'm assuming in 1979, like they're saying, like leading up to the revolution?
I guess.
What? No, the Ayatollah was in exile in Paris, I believe, when the revolution hit.
I mean, the people that have a lot of credibility right now is the conservative Iranian diaspora. Yeah, let's see what they have to say.
And I would like for some specifics about what Mamdani has said that makes him sound like the Ayatollah.
A lot of people picked their Mamdani 47 years ago in Iran, which was Khomeini at that time. If you watch if you just listen to what Mamdani said in New York, it's verbatim what Khomeini said 47 years ago in the Islamist lefty committee at that time. And people got fooled because it was at the end of 70s and they just wanted to be hippies and free. And that's how it looked like at that time for Iran. So they picked their Khomeini that was supposed to just come and help people have free everything and give the oil money.
How could you say no to free everything?
Free and all of that. And you watch watch what he says. You listen to Mamdani.
Find Iranian people on social media.
Well, this is Jillian being like, well, here's the clip that you said. Oh, it's so ridiculous that I said that Mamdani sounded like the Ayatollah, and my evidence now is pro-Iran war Iranians in America saying, trust me, bro, Mamdani sounds like the Ayatollah 47 years ago. And yet another clip of Glenn Beck and somebody else.
Yeah, it's like, just so people know, we're still watching the same video. This is Jillian just playing random stuff.
In case you're confused,
because it's somehow supposed to prove the point. I don't know a ton about whatever they're saying. Mamdani said that the Khomeini said, and I'm not even trying to validate that in any stretch, but I do think there's one of them was free buses or something like that.
Yeah,
like, apparently the notion that a politician suggests that
the end of the 70s, Iran wanted to be like the hippies, and apparently Islamists are all lefties. I guess.
Yeah, they love free public transportation. Big Islam.
Right. They want free. They want to use the oil money and give it to, instead of the oil money only being for the royal families or the elite, or going spending around. Redistribution of wealth, I guess, is what she's saying.
But it's not even that the revolution in Iran was about redistribution of wealth per se, as much as the 1953 thing was about.
This is all in the context of Jillian trying to prove a point to Sam of like, well, no, Mamdani does sound like the Ayatollah.
Yeah.
Where's a clip of the Ayatollah? You should have a clip of the Ayatollah and a clip of Mamdani saying something similar if you're going to prove this point.
Or Bernie endorsing the Ayatollah. I endorse the Ayatollah. I think he's going to have free buses and do a good job. It's like
telling us over and over
Go ahead.
over again that the way Mamdani speaks in New York City is exactly the way the Ayatollah was speaking in Iran, word for word, verbatim.
So this is the promises Khomeini made back in 1979, pre-1979. Look at this.
Again, just the state of media, the state of 2026, where you and I are on camera on the internet watching Glenn Beck and this lady. Also, I think this is Allie Beth Stuckey.
I don't know. There's a name behind her on a
pull. Oh no, it's not. Them reacting to multiple clips, and this is all in the context of Jillian Michaels and Sam's. Look, entertainment and journalism, and it's all smear. It's a big smear, like I've been talking about.
You mean
but
a blend?
Know what?
Like a blend?
It's entertaining, and I'm having fun.
Okay.
He has promised free water, free electricity, and free buses. Now,
oh my God.
Sound familiar?
That's why you see the Persians, especially the Persian Jews, being so.
How can humanity survive free buses?
How can we survive free buses?
Free electricity, free water.
That's the proof positive. Free
you know who
buses,
gets free water and free
God.
electricity and free everything? Rich people, because their workers provide them with all the wealth that they spend. They don't spend their own fucking wealth. They rent human beings, and then they give you back a small piece of your own wealth. You get everybody's paycheck is your own money. Sorry, I got to
listen to Hank, folks. No,
listen
that's
to Hank,
good.
Everybody,
good to remind people.
It's free to them because they don't do shit for it.
Right. So maybe we
Elon
should
Musk
get
bought Twitter with a meeting. You know what I'm saying? Like, what does it mean to just tell some lackey to go do something for you, and then it happens? That's free.
Because we lived this.
Exactly.
It wasn't necessarily our parents or our grandparents or our great-grandparents with the Holocaust. This was us. Like, I lived that. My parents lived that. We escaped that.
So what is the red? Who's red and who's green?
So basically, it's the Islamists joining hands with the communists.
There are numerous.
Sam's just like, what the fuck have I gotten myself into? This is just.
I like.
He could have his strange hair also sort of sells it.
Over his shoulder, like, I don't need this. I could just fucking like this is gonna be a cakewalk.
It's like it's so nuts.
No, Hank. What
it just I talked over you there, but like it's just also like the whole diaspora. Like Cuban has a diaspora that wants to reimpose capitalism on Cuba. Iran, the same thing with the Iranian diaspora and this sort of stuff that happens from conflicts throughout history too, where groups of people get sort of dispersed throughout, and it's more of a neutral term overall, but the capitalist diaspora is this like bereaved group of people who still have influence and still have even some degree. I've Cenk interviewed his dad about fleeing communism from Turkey in the 70s, and I don't know enough about Turkish history to add credibility to that or whatever, but like his dad owned a factory in Turkey. They use the word communist as far as what incentivized them to head towards America and stuff. So there's various types of diasporas, but they kind of go ahead.
My wife's parents are Polish, and they came from Poland. They remember like the USSR and the Iron Curtain and shit. And so when they hear the word communism or socialism, they're like, no, that's what we just fucking escaped from. But they're learning. They're learning.
Right.
Like we convinced them to vote for Mamdani. We're like, don't worry, it's okay. He's safe.
Yeah, you'll survive the 3 buses.
Yeah.
And it's okay if you don't agree. It's okay if you want to
What was the
attack
name of that first woman on the street?
I don't know. An Iranian protester in the street. One of many. I can give you many different sites if you like. I can pull up different posts that have names on it.
What is the argument that
Here's
that
the argument.
in offering free buses
That's not the
Mamdani
argument.
is like the Ayatollah?
You're more than welcome, by the way, to have that argument with me. But the fact is,
let's not talk about let's have that argument.
Well,
explain to me.
Instead of talking about the argument, let's fucking argue it.
Right.
God damn it. Stop teasing my fucking taint. Let's fucking get to it.
Here's the argument.
What communist things that Mamdani has
graphic number
communist
3, guys.
policies?
These are the parallels.
No, wait. It's just
but you're
explain
asking the
to me.
parallels.
Let
I'm
me
telling
finish.
you what
Notice how there's no source.
What?
You don't know what publication that is.
Yeah.
So she does this throughout the whole thing. Like this is, I don't know, this is either intentionally misleading or sloppy journalism. Like a lot of streams, people will show a video, show something, and maybe they don't show the source. We can forgive the occasional kind of like, oh, I don't know what that was, but whatever.
Sure.
They don't show any sources. I think it's more laziness than anything else. But you also kind of have to go out of your way to cry. Oh, actually, no, there is one CNN clip that, because it's just in the screenshot, where you could tell it's CNN. But the point being, I did actually look up a couple of the sources that they had. Just just type in the first 5 words of the sentence and search for it in Google. One of them was a political or a GOP congressman, Paul Blest or something, BLEST, I think, or whatever, some shit like that. And he's just a MAGA chud idiot. He posted pictures of Trump hugging the flag. And another one was like a big Israel writer guy that does because there's an entire sophisticated global media apparatuses here generating manufacturing, you might say, consent and willingness and obscuring the genocide. Like the amount of newspaper editors, and I say newspaper media generally, editors overall, online, offline, in video format, written long form, short form, that are in on this genocide is one of the things that I would love people to take away in terms of the world historic problem that we face, that we have a global enterprise and it is murdering hundreds of thousands of people in order to satisfy
that is the scary part of all this, 'cause,
including
things like the Epoch Times, where what that sounds like an outlet. And I might even say, hey, this outlet, the Times, the Epoch Times is writing this headline. Oh shit, what about this poll? Or there was something called Africa News or something like that.
Yeah, it's easy.
Legit, but when you look into it, it's just a guy. It's just a guy.
Right.
Even on the positive side, the Surf Times, for the longest time, I thought the Surf Times was like a website and like a blog and like Huffington Post or something. But then it's just Lance. And it's like, oh, okay, well, Lance is cool, and I like Lance, but that's just his screen name that he made. And you can kind of do that with anything. Breitbart, Drudge Report, Daily Caller, Daily Wire.
Right.
These are just people who just made blog. Even when you do make a whole ass blog like Huffington Post or something like that, it's still that one person, Ariana Huffington, made this, and everything else is stemming from her perspective.
Yeah.
Where
the hell has she been? Is she dead? Is Ariana? Sorry,
I don't.
Feels like she was like a pundit and then just disappear. I haven't. I'm sorry to sidetrack, but where did I go? I have so much to say. The HuffingtonPost.com, my website.
No, she's not dead, but she's 75, so she's getting there.
Okay. Maybe she has tact and just like bounced off and stay out of the fucking, once you reach a certain age, these these older folks. No offense to our older
But
comrades.
this is
obviously,
hilarious
we love you,
because,
but-
like, I like that Sam was like, "Let's have the argument."
Yeah.
And she's like, "Okay, let me put up another graphic." And he's like, "No, wait, let's actually have a conversation." God damn it!
Well, he can tell she's on a sled. She's on rails here. She's doing some sort of. Yeah.
She's like, "No, I have an
Yeah.
order of what I'm gonna play, and then I'm gonna have you respond. I guess respond a little bit."
Yeah.
But she's not even letting him talk.
But I think the way, like, it's like she's overconfident, so she doesn't know how stupid she looks. That's kind of part of the problem.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's bring it back. I want to see them more.
Yeah. There's a bit.
Graphic number
communist
3, guys.
policies-
These are the parallels.
No, wait. Let's just
But you're
explain
asking the
to me.
parallels.
Let
I'm
me
telling
finish.
you what they're citing.
What communist policies has Mamdani proposed?
This is
And
what they are
Islamist
citing, Sam.
In
What they are saying is that the parallels.
Oh my God.
Ugh.
Sorry, folks. The ads.
Stupid ads. One of these days we'll get that. I can't afford the YouTube.
I can't afford it either, I know.
either. That's one of my career goals.
What Islamist policies? Answer
Sam, he's a Muslim,
your-
correct? Is he a
your
Muslim?
screen.
He is a Muslim, correct? And
He
this
is a
is you're
Muslim,
saying
that's
I'd like
correct.
to know what they're comparing. I'm telling you, guys.
No, I'm asking you right now. What communists? Because let's argue the validity of these points.
I'm
Those
fine
people are
having you come
obviously
on to talk about that, but what's not okay is
all
you
of the
calling me an
people-
idiot saying
you're-
it didn't happen.
No, I do.
It
I
did
actually-
happen.
I
And
think
all you have to do is
the
Google
judgment
it.
is still reserved. Yes, you can find a random.
Just ask Mecca Hitler. That's all you got to do, Sam.
I think judgment
Just
is
ask
still
the bias
reserved. But you might be
confirmation
a fucking
machine.
idiot.
Yeah.
I love that. He's such a good way at insulting people to their face. I love it.
Random person on the street.
Sam, I
saying
showed you
anything. We can
numerous clips.
find dead
Guys,
angles. You
graphic
showed me
2,
5.
graphic 4, graphic
So
3.
Here,
Give me
here
any
is-
one of these.
Here is but you're avoiding the actual.
I'm not
point here.
avoiding the question, Sam.
Yes.
If we were going,
There is no doubt the Iranian diaspora. They also told us that the Iranian government would fall. They also encouraged a war attacking Iran. Not all of the diaspora, but certainly large elements of it. So their credibility. Let's talk about the actual
credibility.
issue that you're out there saying that. That
okay, I'll give you an
Mamdani is like
example
the
of something
Ayatollah,
that
that
concerns
Mamdani
me.
is a communist.
Here's
and an
something that
Islamist.
concerns me.
Give me one
I'll
example.
give you
of
an
that.
example. Here's a perfect example. Okay. There's a video,
Graphic
and I
two.
can drop it in. I can send it to you of Mamdani at a mosque, seeming perfectly lovely, ringing in the new year at a mosque for the first time. He gets off stage, and they swiftly call for death to the infidels. That freaks me out, Sam.
We pray daily for your success in this journey, inshallah. Thank you.
والناصرين لك على أعدائك والمستشهدين بين يديك في جملة أوليائك والفرج فيه للمؤمنين على يديك.
By the way, as an editor, and you know this, but for the people, as soon as it cuts, you don't know when this is from. Or, like, it's not like literally, he walked off stage out of the building and here they are. Now, maybe, but I'm saying it could be from hours later, days later, weeks, who knows?
Right. I'm surprised they didn't Photoshop Mamdani, like poking.
Yeah,
out of the
right. Like,
frame,
hey,
his little head.
wait
Just, hey.
I approve of all of it, or his
Yeah.
wife that they seem to love to attack.
Yeah. She's a fashion icon, but she's also dangerous.
She's gonna blow up your runway.
Yeah.
كافرين بسيفك.
Like, I'm sorry.
Who does?
The exact imam, he gets off stage, and the guy immediately says a prayer that calls for death to the infidels by the sword. That freaks me out, Sam. It freaks me out,
And so
dude.
that's your evidence
That's
that Mamdani is an Islamist.
No, Sam.
This is like harkens
hold
back
on.
to when Barack Obama was a member of the Weather Underground because
Sam.
of Bill Ayers, or because of
He's
his,
a Muslim
his
who-
reverend.
Okay. He's sworn on the Quran. He's a self-proclaimed Muslim, which is totally fine.
Just like Thomas
But
Jefferson.
he has some
Are
radical
you aware
positions.
I mean,
of what's in the Old Testament?
I would say, like, are you sure it's fine? Or do you seem to have a problem with it that he's Muslim? And then I like this line of question: are you aware of what's in the Old Testament?
I mean, that's sort of just in her argument. That's just that's part of her foundation. Is that
her
like,
foundation is, of course, it's bad.
Yeah, that's one of the sicknesses right now in this country and in this global world. Fascist thing is the anti-Arab, anti-Muslim hatred is just disgusting, and it's so normalized. And
since 2001, and it's only been allowed to fester.
And it's common on the Democrats. It's it's among the reasons why the Harris Biden war crime administration carried out a genocide.
They didn't even mention it in the DNC autopsy, as we mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
In the Torah?
Sam, I've actually had scholars on to compare both texts. And if we talk about a religious war and a jihad, it's confined in the Old Testament to the Canaanites. And that's because they were sacrificing babies. So it's not an ongoing holy war or jihad. And I'm not saying that that's what Mom Donnie is recommending.
Oh, you're not?
Sam, you blatantly got caught in a lie just now. And there are so many others
that I got caught.
Well, you claimed I was an idiot and it wasn't happening, but it is happening.
I think we haven't resolved that.
All right. Well, how about this one? How about this one?
He still doesn't understand that he's calling her an idiot to her face.
Well,
like,
I mean, proves
because he's slick with it, and he's like, "Well, we still haven't resolved that."
And she's an idiot,
right? And she's actually an idiot. But she's like, "Well, she hears that the thing we haven't resolved is the dispute of whether he's an Islamist."
Right.
And wants to commit jihad.
Yeah.
But he's
and presenting propaganda that you sourced from your right-wing spin, ecosystem doesn't automatically mean the other person is lying. You know what I mean? Like the logic leap from I showed you a lady we don't know talking, and that leads probably some political operative. A lot of times that's who gets interviewed for those things. Not always, but but like just showing you some random clip then automatically means you are lying. It's like she thinks that these are like in her head. She never dropped one of the balls she's juggling at the talent show.
In her head, pulling up these clips or these like graphics or whatever.
Yeah,
that's her argument. And Sam should be like, "Oh shit, I got owned," or her audience would be like, "Oh shit, she's winning, she's doing it."
Right,
and
right.
I don't think that's. I mean,
because they experience bias confirmation as a persuasive act. It's just a dopamine hit or whatever that is that's happening in their brains when they're pulling on it. Oh, you look at the comment. Yeah,
I'm looking at the comments.
So what's interesting here is I checked this out right when it first started. Like I watched it yesterday morning. And the comments were supportive of Jillian, like they were her audience. This guy sucks, he's an idiot. Plenty of that. You see that in every single channel that has an audience. And a couple of straggler. But then I looked at it earlier today, and all the comments are like, "Oh my god, this is horrible."
ChatGPT fact checking has me rolling. No wonder she doesn't want to upload the crystal ball debate. This was embarrassing. I didn't know that happened. Ooh, Sam Cedar versus ChatGPT. Holy shit, what an absolute disaster for Jillian. This is a brutal watch. Why did she use AI in a debate? You called me an idiot. Well, we haven't. Well, the veracity of that is still up for debate. People are catching it. I thought this was supposed to be a debate. She did a slideshow instead of actual substance. What the heck? This is embarrassing for you, Jillian. Jillian, politics not for you. Look out the door. There's an ambulance. The Vanguard will be there, sir. Hey, shout out Vanguard.
Shout out.
A campaign to get Alex Devil's Advocate on Vanguard.
keep posting. You'll make it. Or yeah.
What the fuck is this, Jillian? This is a Temu style debate. I was looking forward to debate. She just played clips. That's for 2 hours. She did this.
Not quite. They eventually sort of shift over into the I'd say the main course was them arguing about her appearance on Piers Morgan and the USAID stuff, which I don't necessarily think we need to go deep on that, or if at all. I think it makes sense to play a bit more through the beginning and then jump over to like the stuff I posted at the end.
I agree.
Yeah. But it's just very much like this kind of like Sam's just sort of barely tolerating it, but also he's smart enough to know not to. Like he got a little heated there, but that's tactical. I don't think he's like losing control in any sense.
Matter of fact, I think I can bring up the live chat replay.
Yeah.
So we can see how.
Well, it was a premiere, so they didn't stream it live.
Really?
Yeah. So when they schedule it as a premiere, you still get a live chat that bakes into
Which
it.
I don't understand. Well, I guess I get why people like them do it, or like bigger channels. But if it's like, here's a video of like a trailer reaction or like a movie review, like I don't know, why the fuck are you doing a premiere for that? Is it engagement, the fucking YouTube algorithm stuff?
Probably some of that. Yeah, I think it
also
start
doing that too.
Yeah. There's probably other ways of communicating to your audience, to other socials, and I don't know. I'm the last person to tell someone how to post their way to success. That's
well, hey, you're doing it right now.
Oh, that's right. Look where it got me.
Buckle up. So thought number 5 is Anna Kasparian. We're gonna pull that up in a second. And Amy Dangerfield.
Play when you stormed off.
Yeah. You're gonna play when you stormed off. That's hilarious. The majority report is just a pathetic show. Both of them are smug and stupid. So the worst they can do is like both sides are bad. Pizza Rats is disingenuous. Sam even can't even get a point out because she keeps playing clips. Sam doesn't make points. He has none. Okay. She's not even taking a position, just saying. People are saying, yeah. That's another phrase that I hope gets thrown in the garbage because it's been used to death by Trump.
Some might agree.
Over her, some would agree. Jillian is way over her head here, embarrassing. Sam is a waste of time and space. I know you want to debate in good faith, but he doesn't want to. These insane liberals don't care about facts, only about clicks. That's fucking projection. How is the Sam guy? Never heard of him. Oh my God, so scary. Sam is a dishonest debater. This guy isn't as smart as he thinks. Okay.
He's
all right.
If you never heard of Sam, you might just think he's from the Marjorie Taylor Greene Report.
Yeah, right.
Based on his background.
Her pinned comment up here says, so ... First debate out of the gate with a leftist ... Didn't go so great. Sigh. On to the next one? ? Like, do you want more of this, audience?
Didn't go so great.
Didn't go so great. Why?
Yeah.
Your show with her?
Actually, I
Israel?
am.
Oh, good.
Because here's your claim, right? Your claim is that I get paid to defend Israel. I'm more than happy to give you the exact same offer that PBD gave Tucker. We can hire independent accountants. They can go through our finances. It's never happened. I have no problem doing that if you want to take me up on it at any point.
I don't know if we literally meant that you actually get paid from the Israeli government, but I think clearly, like, you have an audience where you need to suggest
How many people have I had on from the other
a radical Islamist, and you're
really? Do you want to see
promoting the Israeli line dramatically, and that's your business.
I've had Dave Smith on twice. James Lee and I have spoken twice.
I don't know who that is, but that's great.
He's very pro-Palestine.
I don't know who that is.
We had a full episode with Crystal Ball coming out on Her Take. I'm the one who got Anna Kasparian that job on Her Take. And the issue was not about Israel versus Palestine. And in fact, I've had Cenk Uygur on to talk to me about it as well. And I can even drop a clip in here where we're on Peers and I'm saying, I've learned a lot from you on this subject matter. Having said that, the debate on Her Take was not me being uncomfortable debating because there was no debate because they both agreed with me.
Laterally across the board now, we've got multiple accusations that all pile up to the same exact. I think it's the furries. It's the furries. I think it's the furries.
I don't know, and I don't look.
There's
For those who are saying
evidence to suggest none.
Oh, you're saying yes. Can we just stop for a second? This is ridiculous.
This is absurd.
Like, this whole thing is ridiculous. There are two things being conflated right now. There are conspiracy theorists who think Israel killed Charlie Kirk. They have yet to provide a shred of evidence proving that. Done. End of story.
We're not talking about that.
I am talking about something entirely different.
Talking about that.
We're not. Hold on. Let me finish my fucking thought. Okay? The real issue here is that before most people even knew that Charlie Kirk was dead,
honestly,
you have
do I have to sit
Here's the thing.
This is waste my time. I'm willing to talk.
Sorry, can you pause it? Really?
This is going to be about.
I thought that was inserted. I didn't realize I hadn't watched this again. But yeah, so that's so funny that she played that to insert it, but it's in the broadcast with Sam.
She played it to him. Like, hey, watch this.
What the hell am I watching? Conservative high school.
Yeah.
This is so stupid.
To what? Prove the point that I didn't walk off because they were insulting or Anna was insulting Israel. I walked off because they actually both agreed with me. They were just talking about something different and I got frustrated. Is that her point?
I don't know.
What is she trying to argue here?
All she knows is she's right. That's all that matters.
All
is
that she
as long
knows
as
is she's right. You're right.
she says it and then emotes with a sigh. That's all that she really needs. And honestly, that's kind of true for a lot of the consumers. You know, our audience, people watching you and me, are not going to think that way. So it seems like bizarre to us. But of course, we're all, you know, if you're watching this, you're probably somewhat media literate. You're probably, you know, pay closer attention than most people do. But you know, this is a huge thing that is a big problem. Is just that it's more the emotional, like, you're one of us because we're feeling emotions at you, a lady, you know, that,
I mean, again, the Tim Pool kind of like, whatever, Ben Shapiro, Charlie Kirk, Steven Crowder, whenever they would do debates, the whole thing is like, so long as I can get like a good line out on you, that's why I liken it to fucking like rap diss tracks. Even MSNBC and Fox News going back and forth and criticizing each other's anchors and shit.
Yeah.
It's just like, I made fun of you. Oh shit. Like that was a good line that I dropped on you. That was a good line I dropped. Like, it's never about substance. Hey, this is actually factually correct.
Right.
And again, we're trying to smear what facts are, the alternative facts from Kellyanne Conway or whatever the fuck, whoever coined that one. Like, it is just, hey, well, my facts are that he's an Islamist, and that's baseline, that's foundational. You can't even argue with that. I'm going to show you the proof, and the proof is people agreeing with me. No comparison, no like, oh, here's his actual policy goals. Here's a secret recording of him saying he wants to turn New York into Sharia law or whatever the fuck.
Crying because we have been mean to you. I'm very sorry.
Sam,
and I apologize and I'll go. But
Sam,
if we're going to talk about issues, let's talk about it. I don't care. I'm willing to stipulate.
All right, let's do another lie that's right
person.
here. Let's do this
I'm
one.
mean to you.
Let's do
and
this
all
one.
of that.
All right,
I've
let's do one in the
stipulated it.
wheelhouse.
Now let's talk about issues.
Shall we? Can we do the trans kids? Because you have a crazy lie about that one.
Let's start with what you suggested to my producer.
Okay,
what does Sam want to talk about?
The turf
Let's
comment.
talk about the only thing that I actually care about.
I went over all this with your producer.
All of your whining and crying about
You
how
want me to drop it
we've
in?
been to you and how we called you a name,
Sam,
and this and that.
you're
I'm
a
very sorry
liar.
about that. I accept
I'm
all
gonna bust you in so many lies. Okay,
there you go.
Here we go.
Let's talk about
do
issues
SOT
like
number
grown-ups.
7. Let's do SOT number 7.
Oh my god! Again, dude, I cannot take
SOT number 7. Let's do SOT number 7.
the pinch nose. Again, I'm gonna bust you in so many lies. Let's play another clip. Play another clip because I can't make a fucking argument. I have to let this clip make an argument for me, dude. Sometimes I'm self-conscious. Today, yesterday, Tuesday, I get self-conscious that I do that, where I'm like, hey, I want to make a point. Let me just play this clip of AOC saying something. And then I say, hey, that was great, wasn't it? Moving on to the next thing. I get worried. I get self-conscious that I do that, right? Now watching this, I'm a little less self-conscious. I'm like, I'm not that fucking bad.
yeah. You've been infected with the Jillian Michaels side of the Force. She is now. Yeah. Darth Vader is a subscriber to her show in his off hours. You made some good points.
I'd also say
they
that
are cocks.
Anarchy type of thing that she represents, it'd be catastrophic. There's an article in Foreign Policy Magazine 2022. In Sri Lanka, organic farming went catastrophically wrong. Nationwide experiment is abandoned after producing only misery. Basically, they tried to go pesticide free, and it caused food shortages. So these people have no real solutions other than they have a perverse incentive in that when people are sicker and aren't covered by public health, they turn to quacks like them. Yep.
My name is Byron Young.
Byron Young, get out of here. We don't want
Get
to
outta
see
here.
your pillow, whatever you're selling.
Are you the new Mike Pillow?
I want to take care of my family. Yeah, here. So let's see what
I love whenever they come back from a club and just seeing whatever Sam's doing. Just like rolling his eyes.
Covered by public health, they turn to quacks like them.
Yep. Okay, so that's exactly what we're talking about. That was in relation to USA. Did you read the article?
Did I read the article?
Mm-hmm. You said yup. So did you read it? Because it doesn't support
I don't even know what you're talking about.
The clip
honestly,
just
Matt
aired.
was
Did you
talking there.
read?
I don't know what you're talking
You
about.
said yup. Are you not? Okay.
I said yup just
Well,
now.
Sam, you're in a court of law.
This
I do
this ties
3
back
hours
to
a day I don't know when that clip was from.
Well, don't you think
want
you
me to
should be
respond to what
responsible for the
Matt
things
did?
on
I
your?
said, yup.
Okay.
What is the, I don't even know
So
what
this
the,
ties
This
back.
is her thing. Where again, I could see. I'm looking at the chat here. Man, child. I give Jillian her kudos. At least she's trying. Damn, dude. Even her fans are like,
Yeah.
The way Jillian thinks is very juvenile and flawed. Someone says, "Stop whining, dude." To Sam, typical right-wing grifter, only focused on her feelings. Yeah. She looks like she's about to cry. Yeah. Dude, that's really funny. Again, he's like, because she says, "Did you even read the article?" And in her mind, I'm a devil's advocate. I can follow her logic. She's thinking, okay, the article that Matt is referencing in the clip I just played. Sam is just waiting for the clip to be fucking over. And she's just like, okay, did you read that article that Matt read? Now, if she was any kind of trying to win this or trying to be smart, not proving to her audience that she's not an idiot, she'd have found that article that Matt cited, pulled it up, and disproved it somehow. And it's like, well, you just said yup to him, to your producer. You maybe should have fact-checked that article before you signed off on it. Like, I'm doing her job for her better than she is.
Yeah. That's what you might expect in like a college level, exercise on a Saturday morning with your
Right.
journalism 101 pals. But like, when people talk, you just go, "Yep," as they're talking. That's all he did during Matt's. Yeah,
Right. Because he's looking up what the next segment is.
Yeah.
And he also trusts Matt to have a good source to chime in.
Right.
Building the show.
Yeah.
I'm not
USA.
listening to this.
This
You
ties
can play
back.
it. It's for show. I'm here to have an adult conversation.
I
You're
don't
not.
think you are.
You're just.
I think you're in
talking
a free
about
fall
how,
because I'm going to bust you in lie
aggrieved you are.
after lie
Listen.
after lie.
That's great.
So
you can.
in the article, what
Here is no. Let's start at the beginning.
that is
shall
the
we?
beginning. That's
We
USA.
were on Piers Morgan.
Mhm.
You said to me
Yeah.
that
Oh,
when
yeah.
I brought up,
I forgot about this.
Oh.
So this is this then you want to go a little bit further with this and then we'll go back to your clips?
Yeah. No, this is what they talk about for like 20, 30 minutes or so. at
Okay,
least or
so let's-
something. Yeah,
let's
but yeah,
at
you should
least
go
do the
into it a little
beginning
bit.
of
I
it. Yeah,
tweeted, I clipped out this when it happened on Piers Morgan because it was so egregious of her, like being like, "Oh, quit playing the red herring is starving children," and like
Right,
she's
who
mocking the
cares?
concept.
Yeah.
So I think they eventually do play that. I'll see if I can find it on my media here on Twitter real fast while you play it.
there were going to be tens of thousands,
I mean,
if not
she's
hundreds of
gonna
thousands.
of course she's gonna have the clip, Hank. Don't worry about it.
I know,
She'll
I
have
know.
the clip for us. We can guarantee Jillian Michaels will have the clips.
Thousands
But we got to watch a
of
half
millions
hour of
people
her.
over the course of the
Content
next
to get to
decade
it.
Yeah.
who are going to die
yeah,
because of
we're-
cuts in USAID. Your words to me were, quote, and I'm sure you have it sought, whatever number it is.
I do.
Your words, that's
I
a
do.
red herring.
Mm-hmm.
And then you said to me, read a book.
And
And
if
you
you had,
specifically
I
named
think
the
you'd
book.
know what I was talking about.
You remember what book it was?
Save 3 Lives by Rodale.
Yes, I did read that book.
Did you? Then you should.
I
get
bought
it.
that book.
Okay.
I have it right here. It was an okay book.
But it should
there was a lot of
explain
stuff
to
in
you
there which I
how
agree with.
ongoing
Do you know
food
when
is-
that
I
book
would
was
think
written?
you would, Sam.
You know
this
when that book
actually-
was written?
Not only do I know when it's written, it actually started in the 50s.
1991.
Sam, can I explain it
And
to you?
that was 35 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And so I read the book. It mentions USAID once on page 65,
But
where Rodale actually speaks sort of positively of the USAID representative at a conference who was discussing the
what does
the
food aid
troubles
run
with
through?
getting
What does
with
the food
getting
aid run through, Sam?
the supplies needed to grow food in Africa was actually more expensive
Mhm.
than the actual food in of itself.
Yes,
and so
you got
now,
it.
Everything that
Exactly.
was in this book and everything that you complained about, saying that USAID was just a front for corporations to go in and destroy the food supply
Gonna give
in
you-
these countries by forcing and much of what has been written here, I've interviewed countless peoples on this topic later than 1991, where this dynamic continued.
It got worse.
All of those operations that you supposedly had a problem with USAID have been moved over to the USDA.
I'm well
All
aware.
of that stuff is still happening. But what is
Yes,
not
I
happening
know.
is
That's my
people
point.
Are not getting. People are not getting. They're not getting like TB fighting drugs.
Yes, they
They're
are,
not
Sam.
getting-
That waiver was on the 28th of January.
That's PEPFAR.
There was a
that
blanket.
Was the PEPFAR waiver.
PEPFAR
and
was
that waiver.
and
I
then
will tell you right
2.3
now, I've
and
got
then
an article
2.4
right here in my hand that talks about the fact is that even after the waiver was issued.
So it's a lot of that for like
All
the
right,
next
so
while. Yeah.
they got into the meat of potatoes of really what Sam wants to talk about, which is of course the most fucking nerdy, in-depth aspect of this shit because it's USAID and it is very important. But we just went through 21 minutes of this, and I don't know how long it took us to get through this. Probably an hour.
What? Want to play the starving children thing just real fast? I put it in chat.
Is that the last one that you put in, or the second?
Yeah, they're the same thread. Okay. The first one is like a little compilation with Sam's reactions, and the second one is the 2-minute full part. So maybe play the first one because it does have her. I think I posted.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah, I think this was 2025 originally on Piers Morgan.
All right, so this was the origin of their that they're talking about, this Piers Morgan interaction that they had. And thank you again for clipping all this and coming on and talking about this with me.
Absolutely. Happy to be here.
So here we go. TellTheTruthCheck.com. Go check it out, folks.
To that woman from The Biggest Loser who I was on Piers Morgan with the other day, who said this feeding the starving kids is, and I quote, a red herring.
The feeding starving children thing is such a freaking red herring.
Go F yourself. Go take your maha and shove it up your ass.
So you're like, oh, there's children starving in Africa.
You worried about people's health with the processed food?
So don't play your starving children card. I can't.
Well, listen, it's not my card. It's just simply the reality.
And you say that starving kids are a red herring? Go F yourself. I doubt she'll hear this or see this, but I felt like I had to say that.
We should clip it.
We should clip it. Let's clip it.
Yeah, that's all there is.
At the end of the
right. And I mean, like, first of all, playing the starving children card, just like playing the race card, is right-wingers' way of that's how they see things. They see it as this is just a rhetorical debate thing you're using. It doesn't really matter because neither of us really care about these issues. We're doing this for money. This is our jobs to come on here and argue the enshittification of news in the last 40 fucking years because of CNN and 24-hour news networks and advertising on news networks, trying to get money, caring more about advertising dollars than informing the public. That's what Jon Stewart cited when he said this is what's wrong with the news. This is why people are coming to me, a comedian, for more honest fucking coverage because you guys are fucking up because you have corporate goddamn sponsors. She sees this as playing a card, and Sam's like, "This is the reality. We're debating a topic. Do you not care about the topic?" And here's Benny Johnson, the closeted Benny Johnson, the reason Grindr keeps crashing, just laughing along because again, he doesn't care either. And this is the full clip, right?
Clearly
the
not.
2 minutes?
This is like the 2-minute sequence from Piers Morgan directly. Okay. If you
You've
want
said a lot of words, but you've said nothing. You haven't addressed the Constitution, the Supreme Court cases, the Impoundment Control Act. None of that. You can say that you don't think it's right to feed starving children in Africa. That's your prerogative.
How federal money is feed starving children?
Donald Trump. I can't believe you're going with the starving children. You're going with the starving children. No, it does. I mean, it does other things that you don't like.
All right, let me.
But it also does this.
Allow the lady in the room to speak, please.
USAID money spent.
Chat, let Jillian have her say.
On feeding starving children or
guys, let Jillian.
Jesus fucking Christ. The amount of people talking. I don't have misophonia. My wife has misophonia.
I do too.
And like, so dude, can you stand the shit? The people talking over each other. We can barely watch a podcast together. And she's like, dude, there's too many people talking. I'm like, it's just two people. It's okay.
Mm-hmm. Mine's more like a high treble crinkly noises. Actually, Zach from the Vanguard's RFK Jr. impression causes my misophonia to go off, and I have to turn it off. I literally can't. I literally turn off the volume. I can't
That's
take it.
interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
It's a weird one.
But this is hitting
Yeah.
me and like, one of you shut up.
Yeah, and hopefully not. The start. Two of them are going off on starving children, Benny and Jillian.
Yeah.
But it's it's very at least it's within line of conservative morality.
Yeah.
Jillian.
The feeding starving children thing is such a freaking red herring. So first of all, the vast majority of this USAID bloat and corruption does not go to that. Second of all, we have children starving here in America. But third of all, and what you don't know and what you have not looked into, okay, is that read a book. It's called Save 3 Lives. And it's by the Rodale family. And it has to do with the fact that our big ag companies went into the developed world to addict their soil to our GMO crops. It's a money laundering game. They can grow their crops in their soil far more efficiently and did for thousands of years before ConAgra and Cargill and Monsanto and ADM went in. You just don't know that because you haven't done your homework. So you're like, oh, there's children starving in Africa. When really, it is about billions of dollars going to big ag. That's what that's really about.
The other part of this is this conservative impulse to act like they think corporations go too far and that they need to be restrained or they need to be pulled back when they only support the project of empowering corporations to put cancer in our water and in our food. Like what part of the political conservative establishment has anything to do anything other than liberating corporations from the constraints imposed on them by people in our society that don't want to get cancer from drinking water.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Lady,
she doesn't give a fuck about big ag's overpowered investments in Africa.
Maybe she does, and maybe she thinks because she's a true believer and a fucking idiot that Donald Trump and Maha, Make America Healthy Again, actually does want to stop big ag and big pharma from pumping drugs into our food and into our bodies and blah blah blah. But no, they just want to empower them in health. Speaking of health and environment, this just came across my feed here. This is AOC showing what water looks like in Georgia after they put in a data center.
I thought this was bring your diarrhea to work day.
I mean,
I couldn't help myself. Sorry.
This is the current drinking water in Morgan County, Georgia.
I mean, that's what it looks like.
But you got to understand, a billionaire who's never been there has their little computer tell them the line goes up.
Yeah.
What are you complaining about? That water means that some billionaire is making money. And that's all. Why would anybody think that's bad?
I mean,
more cancer means more profit for the billionaires and for
it's just so fucking
the shareholders.
Hilarious.
Go ahead.
No, it's all right. It's just so fucking hilarious that they think, again, like they're fighting against the corporate. Again, I think this is, Marjorie Taylor Greene really is just like looking out for self-interest. But I think someone like Thomas Massey is like, oh shit, like I really was, for getting rid of like these Epstein fucks and blah blah blah. And oops, I'm on the team of that. At least the leader took over my party, and maybe we can get back to the real Republican Party if we just get rid of Trump and the Epstein fucks. But
he still votes like Trump, like 90+% something, or I think I don't have the exact number in terms of what Thomas Massey, I mean. As far as Epstein for sure, and like he also has this is Israel accountability type stuff involved with it, which is true. So he's aligning in with the MTG Tucker Uyghur coalition. But I think what it is though, when they say stuff like big ag and corporates, it's like they actually know that their audience those are sort of phrases that resonate. Those are just sort of part of the spells that they're casting. But when it comes to the policies and the politics of it and what the donors are actually bribing the politicians to do, it's just so that they can continue to harm people and to increase the free goodies they get from the government in terms of like federal lands being sold off. They're only okay with some government subsidies if it means it's being directed into the coffers of the billionaires, like the way Walmart gains food stamp money in two ways. It gets spent at the stores, and they don't have to pay their workers enough money.
So fucking evil, dude, isn't it?
Yeah, the billionaires.
Or where Amazon will give you like a discount on Amazon Prime. So you work for them and they give you a discount on Prime so that everything you buy is through them. So they make money off you both ways. It's fucking evil shit.
Yeah.
So let's take a look at some of these clips that you have.
Yeah,
So we're not
let's get
going
to
through the rest of the fucking debate, folks. I'm sorry. Go watch the hour and a half by yourself that we didn't watch.
Right. So, okay, let me just kind of set this up a little bit, though.
Yeah.
This is a good little sequence, 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
As they were going through all that, they do the whole USAID stuff for a while. There's a couple of topics they got into. And then they talk about war in Ukraine. So this is right after they shift from the Ukraine stuff. And of course, she's spouting all this sort of, right-wing kind of like, it seems like Putin went to, or it's sort of pro-Putin stuff. It's like making excuses, but it's also calling out Biden and all this stuff about Biden. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is starting wars. So this is like right when this clip starts, she says something about Trump not being for war. Like she's kind of like disagreeing with Sam's contention that Trump is for war. It's like, you are an absolute fool if you buy any of Trump's bullshit. I've stopped 8 wars.
She really strikes me as someone who just like won't accept that she's wrong ever on anything. I can't imagine being her wife or whatever, like her partner or anyone in her life. Like she is someone who will be like, the sky's red. And then if you go, no, it's blue. She goes, well, let me show you a clip. And the clip is someone who's, fucking color corrected the sky to be red.
Here's an interview from the Red Sky Society.
Here's Crisis on Infinite Earths, where the sky's always red. Deep cut for me and you and Matt.
If you're going to say Trump is a president of war, I don't actually agree with you. I don't think so.
I'm talking about Iran.
What?
Okay, let's talk about Iran.
We attacked Iran. We did. We did not attack Russia.
True.
You understand? You're comparing providing defensive weaponry to Ukraine
is this a,
to
okay, so
literally
is this,
bombing another country.
My feeling on Iran right now is that we don't really know how it's going to turn out so far.
What do you mean we don't know how it's going to turn out?
Okay,
we already know right now.
I don't agree with you.
That we have killed.
Can you pause it?
Thousands of
and play back 10 seconds after or 5 seconds. Do you notice how she said, I don't agree with you before he said what he was trying to say?
Yeah.
Like when you preemptively don't agree with what your debate opponent is about to say, maybe you're giving away the game that you're not actually engaging with what's being discussed. I keep doing air quotes with my
but also the fact that like that's the criteria of if you're advancing in this debate is if I agree or concede a point.
Yeah.
Because that's the only way they see it, and that's why they never say they're wrong. They never admit fault. They think that makes them winners, and unfortunately, a lot of people are idiots, and it does make people think, oh, they're winning. They're never apologizing. They're never conceding, and so they're strong and powerful, and blah blah blah.
And she's confusing bias for like persuasive argumentation, or facts, or buttressed by facts.
I don't agree with you. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. These are facts.
Yeah.
Oh, right now,
I don't agree with you.
That we have killed thousands of civilians. We have expended
thousands of civilians. We've killed thousands of Iranian civilians on the street.
This part's amazing.
We've killed thousands of Iranians. Yes,
civilians or the IRGC.
Civilians. I don't think that's controversial at all.
Really? All right, team. Have we killed thousands of Iranian civilians? I know there was skepticism over a school.
Team.
This is
Team.
them.
I think she's got multiple AI interfaces. They're called employees. So she's doing her own AI interface to her Google or to her Mecha Hitler or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, whatever.
And she's also got some staff that's probably also frantically like looking stuff up through their own AI. It's like this is a preview of the world we're entering, though, where you got analog people like Sam, engaging. He read the book that she said he should read, and he cited it on a page 65. And meanwhile, he's sitting here battling an AI bot that is interfacing to humanity.
Right. And all she does, she's not even like reading this out and being like, so it says that. But this is what it says: the official rejection. Yeah, this is just citing that the U.S. Military says no, we didn't. they're lying, is Pete Hegseth. Active investigations. While the Pentagon has publicly rejected broad civilian casualty allegations because it's run by Trump, it's just Trump. Who cares about the name, the Pentagon? It's just Trump. They've acknowledged that specific incidents such as the initial elementary school bombing remain under investigation. However, U.S. officials have not officially accepted responsibility. Of course not, because they're Trump. They don't do that. They don't admit fault. Hell, they're all corporate people. If you admit fault, then you have to actually pay for it, right? But if you just never admit fault, then you can just say it's disputed forever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's skepticism over that school?
Yes,
I
because
don't even think the U.S. government has denied it. They just said that it
they actually they've said that they think that it was probably an IRGC missile potentially hitting the school.
See, it's the same
And
impulse
there's
we've
no
seen in
finance.
Gaza. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
With just like, well, we can't trust anything coming out of there. We can't
Exactly.
say like, oh, it's actually probably Hamas killed all their own people. Oh,
Yeah,
it's
it's a
actually Iran
lie.
killed those girls. Oh, actually Iran did. This is all
It's
lies.
just like it reminds me of
it's disgusting. Yeah.
Mallory McMorrow talking to Emma Vigeland, and when she talks about the Iron Dome, and then Mallory was like, "Well, maybe we give Gaza an Iron Dome." It's like you're like just joking about this, and it's like, "Fuck you, dude! This is not a fucking joke.
Right?
This is not a joke. This is not something for you to like win rhetorically or like get a dunk on me or something. This is like, that we're never gonna fund, or at least with this Congress, a Iron Dome defense missile system for Gaza, for Palestine.
Yeah.
Fuck out of here, dude.
It's BS. Yeah,
What are
Mallory
you talking
McMorrow has a very calculating thing that's unnerving about her, and I figured out what it is.
Yes.
Is that she reminds me of Pete Buttigieg. She's competent.
That's a good call.
She's got kind of like a competence performance. Like she's capable. She seems intelligent, but she's also BSing her way through
For
all
sure.
this, but does it well. Yeah.
Reminds me of like the liberal version of Katie Britt. Do you remember Katie Britt?
Yeah. Yeah.
She did the like response
State
to
of the
one of the
Union
State of
response.
Unions.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she was in her kitchen
Mhm.
and she made everything sound breathy and like concerning. And we're cool. We're trad-wise. We love it, but it's also terrifying and you should be scared. And this is my tone of voice now. That's how Mallory McMorrow kind of reads to me a little bit.
Because I tried to find it. How
Oh my
many?
God. I mean, the level of delusion. I would argue that somehow we're not engaged in a war and that
I
it
do
could work
think-
out okay.
I do think it could work out okay,
Like
Sam.
you're to the right of
Has the U.S. killed?
significant portion of the Republican Party. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
It's so funny just to listen to her say it. Like she's just googling.
Yeah, she's
shit
just
right
like
now. She's
typing
not
into
even
the-
googling. She's
Not even
querying.
listening to or responding what Sam's saying.
Right.
How is this a debate,
You're
Jillian?
you might as well be in some Facebook.
He doesn't need to
rumors.
be here. She could just be
totally.
talking about Sam Cedar for 2
Yeah.
hours and playing clips and Googling and showing her proof and other clips that rival those clips.
Yeah.
Again,
No, it's crazy.
I worry that I do that too much, but
You don't.
now at this point, I'm like, maybe not. Get me
You're not-
on the Jillian show. I also want that campaign. I emailed her. I'll do it again. I want to go on the Jillian show.
Let's make it happen, everybody. Come on.
Make it happen, folks.
Okay.
Like this part reminds me of Russell Brand
How
and
many do
Pierce
you
Morgan
think
with
it
his
is?
Bible.
Oh yeah.
Look at her. She's
Yeah,
just
very much. I mean,
just
look
like back
through
up like 5 seconds and then just play it a little. And it's like watch the silence here. I won't even talk.
How many civilians have we killed? Okay. So how many do you think it is?
How many do I think it is?
Yeah.
I think we've killed probably thousands.
Okay, the Manab school strike is the first thing that comes up. The primary incident under U.S. military investigation is the strike on an all-girls school near Manab, which killed at least 156 to 175. Okay, urban strikes.
My God, that's so funny. Torchlighter.
Yeah,
That's your.
that's my other YouTube. I'm trying to start another
Hell
YouTube
yeah,
channel
brother.
for clips and stuff. I
All
haven't
right.
got
So
it.
this is what is this next clip here?
Team, how many people did we kill? I just love the fact that she's like debating a guy where she proposes that she's the one with more knowledge. Remember, she lectured him. We saw her say it earlier. I don't like,
Dude, it would be
like you lie, you make things up, you obfuscate, and then
it
like,
would be
she's sitting here-
embarrassing in like a real debate if you had like flashcards of like you already Googled these answers and you have flashcards to
I'd at least give you credit for preparing if that's the case.
right.
But yeah,
but this is just like on the fly. Let me look it up.
Yeah,
you're
hang
debating
on.
Google now.
Let me see what Mecca Hitler wants me to say. It's crazy.
So what is clip 2 here?
So let's see. That is oh yeah, this one's amazing. So this is, I think, an excellent clip that everybody who streams should use to do a educational, about what happened in Iran. And I'm not going to sit here and act like I know all the ins and outs of the, United States and British Petroleum had a oil company, thanks to their good old friend colonialism, called the Anglo-Britain Anglo-Iranian Oil Company or something like that. They changed the name of that company to the British Petroleum Oil Company. So Mossadegh was the see, again, I'm already screwing it up, but the Shah was actually in power. Mossadegh was like the prime minister type, and he was looking to nationalize the oil contracts, basically withdrawing from the coercive colonialist project or program that they were forced into, thanks to American and British, energy interests. That's what set up the 1953 coup, where the United States and Britain got rid of Mossadegh and installed the Shah, who then ruled like a lot of American vassal states as a right-wing figure with right-wing ideology. He was a brutal dictator. He was friendly to American corporations, so of course he was our buddy. That's what then eventually that created the conditions that caused the Iranian Revolution in 1979. Societies that go through revolution, they can go different directions. They can kind of head left, or they can head towards further extremism into their fundamentalism, which is what we're going through right now in America, right. with our white crazies, our evangelical base, and then that happened in Iran, and unfortunately they didn't go left. Like
all I can hope from what comes from this is that CNN, MSNBC producers, even other internet collective kind of producers look at this and go, well, we thought about booking her, but let's not. And because she has to look everything up. She can't be on a panel on CNN. You can't have her on a panel on CNN and then everyone in the comment section on the YouTube video, everyone on social media is going to be playing clips of this and going, what does she forget her fucking AI? What is she bringing her fucking, she's got Google in her pocket, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's going to be a laughing stock.
Yeah.
I mean, look, the Ellisons might try to barrel through that and like, we don't care. We love her. We want her on there. We want to make her a big figure. But again, she's just going to get fucking clowned out forever. It's going to be.
Well, there's clowned. Yes, to some degree, I agree with you. However, this sort of thing is among the loyalty overwhelms any sort of critical thinking that from her side and from that side.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying you should install a new Shah. I'm talking about the old Shah, his father.
I don't think his father was as bad as the Ayatollah. No. I do know that he had like secret police and all of that, but I don't think he was as bad as the Ayatollah. No.
And you do know that it was the United States that put him into power.
Let's actually relitigate that for
just
a moment. So
litigate.
When did that happen? We went in
1950.
20 years, right? And when did it happen? 1950, right?
I think it was 53. Maybe it was 51.
Okay. So there's I actually watched the whole thing on this, and I would have prepared better for you. But 20-something years later, we weren't involved in that. 20-something years later, after we got involved,
in
79. That's 20-something years later.
She's like she accepts the notion that we did have some involvement in 1953. But then she's like, well, 20-something years, like 1979, we had nothing to do with that. Yes, we did. What do you think triggered the Iranian Revolution? Yeah. They were pissed about the Americans and the British stealing their fucking natural resources.
Yeah, America loves doing regime change in other countries illegally.
Yeah.
And, crimes against fucking humanity and the UN and international law, and then just leaving and just hoping it goes well. Yeah, we don't have assets that report back to our intelligence agencies. We don't have intelligence assets there who stay there for years and decades, or military bases or fucking ambassadors and shit. What the fuck?
We were deeply involved. That's what set it off, is that they were. The idea though that she was like,
Ben Affleck made a movie about this shit. All right, I don't know. It was about Iran. I didn't pay attention.
I'm not sure which one that was.
He wanted Argo.
Oh yeah, that was good.
That was
getting
about something about
yeah.
Iran, right?
He's in a movie's called The Accountant or something where he's like an autistic superhero.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like
he's an autistic like hitman.
Like autistic Born Identity, but he's an accountant.
Look again.
Yeah.
I don't prepare. Stylist. Thank you very much. I don't purport to be any kind of fucking expert on any of this shit, but I trust that Sam Cedar knows more than Jillian Myers.
Right.
And I can pretty safely. I'll put a Calci bet that Sam Cedar is correct. On
and
this.
also the Iranian Revolution was formative for a lot of our boomer cohort because it was a huge deal in the 80 election. You know, it was a big deal with the hostage situation with Jimmy Carter and with Reagan coming into power. There's a Simpsons. You know, you can take me seriously because I'm going to reference my evidence as a Simpsons joke from the 90s. But one of Homer has a T-shirt that he finds in a closet or an attic. It says Ayatollah Asahola. It's an old shirt. I think it is a yard sale. It's a funny joke, but he's referring to this was also they make merch out of all these things. Like, this whole thing is a giant grift. Like the KKK in the 20s when it reemerged after Reconstruction because it faded off. It went through two different eras, or in the teens and 20s. It was an MLM. It was like a product sales type MLM. You had to buy a bunch of stuff. That's what sort of
get
drove
your hoods,
the initial.
get your mugs, get
exactly.
Your KKK
it was like products.
merch.
Yeah, and then you fit in, but it also becomes a cultural thing.
And now with MAGA.
So there, My point being though that like this thing of products being produced to cash in on news that it's all this sort of inverted
and to reinforce the propaganda. We hate the Ayatollah.
Yeah,
I mean, hell, sometimes it's good, or something produces something good, like a lot of the comic books from the 40s and the late 30s.
Sure.
Talking about, hey, this is punching Hitler. Buy your war bonds in the back of the Batman book.
Mm-hmm.
On the cover, it's Batman and Robin with machine guns gunning down Nazis.
There you go.
It's like, okay, this is the culture reinforcing the government line of like, hey, we need to convince you guys to go to war again. I know after World War I, we said we weren't going to do this, but this is super evil. And really, it was because we got fucking attacked by Japan. We weren't even going to fucking step in anyway, but FDR had to make that call.
And we have to be the head of the capitalist snake, not
Hitler. We need our fucking
not
piece
the German
of the pie here.
colonialists.
We can't let anyone else. We're not going to let the USSR be the fucking savior of Europe, and then we don't have that kind of sway anymore. But anyways.
By the way, the guy that the Shah replaced was a horrible person. I remember I had.
This is how far into the interview, by the way. like this is how tired he is.
She's positioning herself, positing herself as the authority here over Sam Cedar. And she's literally Googling her ignorance. Or I don't even mean to say Googling. That sounds too formal. Like it's actually legit. And that's not. It's just like she's just getting bias confirmation from her AI queries while she's condescending to Sam Cedar about the thing she's literally ingesting real time. It's incredible. It's crazy. It's so weird.
Hold on. I didn't know we were going to talk about this. So,
I'm not ready. Hang on.
Okay, but hold on. Who did? He was like a horrible person that the Iranians hated.
So
I thought that he was like this really good guy, but he actually
let it play. There's a point here. I'll pause it on the screen where she comes up on a
and getting rid of their direct democratic elected leader.
Sam, that happened in the 50s, though. The Ayatollah took
30 years later, nothing matters.
It's funny how things in the past don't mean anything if it's too far away when it's inconvenient. But also, if it's in the past and it's convenient, then it's actually completely relevant. We should base entire fucking Sam Alito cited some 13th century law to justify banning abortion in America in like 20, during the Biden admin. Go ahead, keep playing.
There's no point in us talking about this.
I'll tell you. It's actually really interesting.
Right here. So this, I looked up who this publication. Oh, no, let it go one more.
It is kind of an interesting story. So if you want to know the history behind.
Oh, so this is her, by the way, like, because like you said, this is not a live debate. This was edited and put on her channel in a premiere fashion. So there was a live chat. But this was a pre-recorded interview. So because I can hear the mic switch because then she just put this information here and it's like, this is actually an interesting story. It just starts rattling that off to whatever audience is watching this. Like, so hey, editing Jillian here. This is actually kind of an interesting story. Okay, back to the interview.
Right,
but she doesn't even do that.
But what she's citing, and I'm sorry if I'm a little confused. If you don't mind backing up one screen,
Oh, no worries.
I did look up. I feel like it was just a different name, but anyway. So yes, but there is a lot of. I did find some other writer that she cited it during this whole thing, and I looked at the writer's other stuff, and it was all just pro-Israel crap. It was all just like, you know how some people's job is to make TikToks where they talk about smoothies, but then but they're still pro. Like there's versions of that throughout the entire media ecosystem, and so all she's doing. That's what's so like kind of gross and striking about this whole thing is that she's just citing anything she sees that affirms her bias is the truth, is the fact, and then and any pushback to that is further proof that she's right. It's wild. So there's a lot of misinformation about Mossadegh, and I'm not going to sit here and act like I have all the answers, but I know anything that comes from the right wing is more than likely going to contain severe bias that upholds their worldview.
And look, that's part of what I'm doing with my channel, my Devil's Advocate Productions. I will I make stuff about movies, music, TV, and video games. In all of those videos, or all of them that are it's relevant, I will go off on like ICE and Trump and whatever, because that's my line that I'm towing. Now, I wish I was getting paid or sponsored to do that from George Soros or Chorus or whatever shady progressive big money people there are out there. But I'm just doing it for the love of the fucking game at this point. And it's effective, because it is effective. If your thing is you want to talk about you go to restaurants and try their food. You're a food reviewer. You're a smoothie reviewer, whatever it is. But in every one of those things, you're like, man, and you know where this would be best enjoyed? On the beautiful beaches of Israel and Tel Aviv. It's just like constantly mentioning it. There was a travel vlogger that, man, I don't really like travel vlogs. I don't really care, but I somehow got into it. I'm like, hey, trying the most expensive hotel in this city, or the underwater hotel. Oh my God, that's cool. And I found this dude, and I started watching his stuff, and me and my wife were like, oh, this is cool. And then I made a couple days of watching it, like, you know, videos here and there at night before bed, whatever. A couple days later, I start noticing, he's like really praying actually before his food every time he eats something in one of these videos. That's okay. People do that. People are Christian. That's fine. And then I just keep noticing more and more, and then I just clocked it, because I'm not a religious guy. Any kind of religious talk, I clock, and I go, how much? And then I started noticing more and more. He would bring up like, what? This is such a beautiful day. Like, praise God. It's such a beautiful, blessed day. And I'm like, you're saying this a lot. And then I'm starting to Google him. Right. And I'm like, who are you? Why do you have like 4 video or 10 videos on your channel, and your channel already has like 400,000 subscribers to it? Where did you come from? Who are you? Come to find out, he's like a youth pastor or something. And I'm like, okay, that's the Christians have been doing that forever. They make, rap music in the 90s because that's popular. Now they're on YouTube making stuff because that's popular, but they keep this thread of like, I'm positive, I'm happy, my content is joyful and fun and silly, and every now and then I'm going to mention God. I'm going to mention how thankful I am for God to allow me to do this for a living, and allow me and my wife to have these good times, and me and my friends are going to try different burgers from different stations, and we're going to all thank God before we do this. And if you want more information, maybe check out my Patreon or go to this website or go to a second location. And that's really where you're going to get into it. Like, for example, speaking of Israel, Cars for Kids just exposed.
I've seen that this week.
Like, oh, it's actually just sending money to Israel. Like all of that, like, hey, turn in your used car and we'll give money to help. I don't even know what it was for. Build housing for underprivileged kids.
I think birthright trips as well. Yeah.
But like, no, actually, they're sending all the money to like settlers in Israel who are taking Palestinians' houses.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well,
and he's like, it's finished.
Clunkers for colonialism didn't.
Yeah, clunkers for colonialism. That's what it should be called.
Yeah.
Write that down, folks.
But it is kind of an interesting story. So if you want to know the history behind what really happened.
But see, she says it. Sorry, we could move on, but real fast. But like, if you want to know the history, look in the description is what she says. And
oh my god,
but she's just spreading misinformation. Like it's clearly very biased. She's not going to post something that doesn't uphold her worldview. And I mean, you could make that case about almost anybody the way what you might be posting. But that sort of speaks to the overall nature of literacy and understanding.
Yeah.
But
interesting story. So if you want to know the history behind what really happened to Mossadegh, I have a link to it in the show notes.
I mean, I
can't remember his name. Okay, Mossadegh. That's right. Okay.
She doesn't know his name.
Yeah.
Look at Sam.
I've run out of time. It's 4:30.
All right. Well,
do you have any more
I was actually going to tell you
thoughts to where I or anybody on my show has offended you? I'm happy to.
Mossadegh's signature achievement. Okay, he created severe economic collapse, retreat from democratic principles and power grabs. Like Mossadegh actually wasn't this tremendous guy. I actually forgot this because it was about 6 months ago. So forgive me if I don't remember the details. But he turned out not to be a
So it's okay for her to not remember something from 6 months ago. But it's not okay for him to not remember responding to something Matt said on a show a year ago.
Yeah. And she's probably thinking of some PragerU thing about the, it's horrible.
Tremendous guy.
So, what other tremendous guys do you think the United States should be overthrowing?
What I'm saying.
That's a good one. Now,
so there's one more real quick though. We should definitely play this one because like this is just fun. But stick with it. I'll refrain from interrupting.
All right. So this is. You want to set it up a little bit?
Yeah. So they're kind of similar to what we've been watching. It sort of just wraps it all up. But Sam is.
Oh, this is him leaving. Okay, good. I was hoping we'd play this.
He's in overage time. Is that the soccer term? He's past stoppage time or whatever that is.
Yeah. He's past where he was agreed to be on this show.
Yeah.
All she's done is show.
He's smelling the milk, looking at the expiration date right now, trying to see if he's way. That didn't. Go
Okay.
ahead.
How long is the time frame to get from?
Okay. Honestly, I got to go. This has been great. Very edifying. And I appreciate it. Thank you for having me on.
The weapons grade. I'm just curious. The short answer is a matter of days to roughly 1 to 2 weeks, Sam. That's the
They're
answer.
days and weeks away from a nuclear weapon.
I'm
It's
gonna drop
amazing
this in.
how many years
Sam, that is the
for
answer.
decades
You are
I've been hearing
wrong.
that.
Sam, they had 60% enriched uranium. It takes literally the short answer is a matter of days to roughly 1 to 2 weeks. And I did speak to somebody from the CIA. No, okay. All right. How long is the time frame to get from 60% enriched uranium to weapons grade? The short answer is a matter of days to roughly 1 to 2 weeks. Because the law of physics and nuclear engineering, or because of the laws of physics and nuclear engineering, uranium enrichment is not a linear process. Moving from natural uranium to 0.07 purity to 20% enrichment takes about 90% of the total effort. Once uranium has already been enriched to 60%, nearly all of the heavy lifting is done. The final dash to weapons grade, 90% purity, requires only removing one microscopic fraction of unwanted isotopes. I guess that's the end of the show.
Thank you
That's
so
how it
much.
ends.
So
that's with her with Sam
Fucking
ghosting her like that after saying goodbye, and then she's just like
Watching. If you enjoyed the podcast,
I mean, so again, I think this is much like when Ethan Klein debated Hassan Piker for the last time, which was like 4 hours. I think really all she cared about was that he left while she was talking. And I was like, well, he ran away from the debate. He couldn't handle the heat. And I mean, Hassan stayed on for the whole podcast. And I think that was it too. Like, if he leaves, even though Ethan and Jillian are being insanely fucking bad faith, they don't actually care about any of these topics. They just care about making the other person like look dumb or have a dunk on them that their audience can grab onto, much like Drake's fans are hyping Iceman
I was
and,
gonna say that.
any of these lines to be like, oh, that was a good rebuttal. That was a great fucking diss and blah, blah, blah. They need to feed their fans some kind of chum to be like, I justify still being a fan of this person. Now, with Jillian Michaels, doesn't seem to be working, as we've pointed out with the comments. Not too great. Not too great. Let's end this segment here looking at these comments one more time, because I just think it's fucking hilarious.
After the waiver was issued,
folks. So yeah, let me pop this on the screen one more time. Just the comments down here. I was looking for a debate. She just played clips. I asked AI to summarize this debate, and my computer caught fire. Sam having to argue with ChatGPT instead of host was annoying. Unironically using AI during a debate. How is this not parody? Sam arguing with clips is hilarious. She couldn't make an argument herself. What an embarrassment. What an humiliation ritual is this? Not the Vanguard cameo. I'm crying. All right, there's a lot of Vanguard fans here. Shout out the Vanguard.
Love to see it.
I'm drained just by watching this, dude. We watched, 20 minutes of it, and there's a couple clips. I am also drained. This is super embarrassing for Jillian. Jillian complained that Sam cited a Lancet study whose author had a conflict of interest, and then she cited Elon Musk, Mike Baker, and ChatGPT. We didn't even get to that part. That's
it's wild. She just plays Elon saying stuff and is like, that's exactly.
Oh, that's facts.
True.
It's Elon said it.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's what I just took away from watching it.
The evidence, just amazing.
The pattern of her just accepting anything she sees as this is the case, this is the truth, and then being so condescending with it. Like, we all have bias confirmation. Human beings are very like, we look for safety. We want to feel reassurance. I don't just watch. I mean, I watch shows to hear the choir tell me what I want to, tell me shit I already kind of feel and know. Like, we all kind of do that to some degree, but the way she showcases her like complete obtuse stubbornness about how utterly fucking stupid she clearly is, yet she converts it into wisdom and just transmits it into the camera to her audience. It's just really striking. It's not just about Jillian. This whole thing is about misinformation and the way people are manipulated by
really it. I think the live audience, the live chat was also like, really just gonna look up clips. The beginning of this where he's like, let's me and you talk about this. Don't just throw clips at me and pieces. Like, you can cite an article, you can show the article that you're citing, but you and I are having a discussion. You and I are having a debate. And she's just like, no. The clips are debating for me. Respond to the clips. And he's like, well, Elon Musk is a liar. What do you the clips, this article is from a biased, right-wing source. Like, here are stats and statistics and facts. Here are material facts that you can look at in real life and just see, the numbers of people dying from USAID funding getting cut, or the Iran war. Do you think it's going well? She's like, it could end well. Well, it's not going well right now. Maybe we should end it now before it gets worse. She said, well, it could get better. Well, how? And also, where's your evidence for any of that? Well, let me look at ChatGPT. Ridiculous. Sam Cedar, what a nightmare comment. She's clearly out of her depth. What the fuck is this editing style? Thank you, Chatter Devontae Leggett.
Love an edit critique. I love an edit fan out there.
What the fuck is this editing style? Can we all admit that this is the first debate we've ever seen where the host is interrupting the debate to say something they didn't say in the moment? This is so biased, it's hard to listen to. Reminds me of those times when you didn't think of a good comeback until hours later. Dude, that ties back into fucking Drake, because that Iceman album, that is what a lot of the critiques of that album are being like. This is like him 2 years later being like, oh, I should have said this in response to the Kendrick's disses. It's so
I was thinking the same thing.
That's really funny, man.
Yeah.
That's really funny. Hank, thank you so much. You can stay on, and I'm gonna, talk about some other topics here.
What do you do? How late are you going then? Are you
I'm
doing
going
the midnight shift?
I'm going till 8.
Okay.
Or 7:45-ish.
Sure.
But
I'll hang out with you.
I wanted to talk a little bit about
If anybody needs a take warmed up, I'm your guy. Okay, warm takes only. I don't do hot takes. I got sued for that. It roasted a woman's lap, and long litigation process. So we keep our takes safe for human consumption here at Warm Take University.
Actually, you know what? Before we get into this next segment,
all right,
can I ask you to do me a favor?
Always.
And
bury a body? Yes, let's go. I always want a friend that'll do that.
Vamp
with me.
while I hit the bathroom real quick.
Oh yeah, dude. You need me to vamp out? I got. Let me tell you
for a second.
Let
Hank
get the fuck off my show, Al. Oh God, look how big I am on the Twitch on the vertical. Well, that's so funny. So roommate's dog sitting, and I'm helping out. I love a dog. Grew up with dogs. Dogs like me. They relate to me. I'm one of them. Here, I'll even prove it to you. Look at this little guy. Look at that. Look at that dog having a wee. Awesome, huh? Look at that. Here's another one. It's very, very sweet. This dog is so cute and adorable. We love this dog so much. About 2 or 3 more days, and you got to talk about what's coming out of the dog. This is an important part of dog life and human dog relations. Are we noting the proper functioning at the expected times? So you prepare and you do the right thing. You don't just leave it on the grass. I'm in Los Angeles. Lots of dogs around here. I do actually go for regular walks, but now that I'm helping out with a dog, I'm walking a dog, and roommate's like, I'm getting ready to take him out, and he's like, oh, let me get you the bag, the doggy bag. And I'm like, that's okay. It's like in the other room, So I was like, no, don't worry. I'll grab this bag here. That was like a produce bag. It was, it's in the kitchen. I keep those like really thin, kind of clear. Actually, yeah, I brought one up to show you. This kind of bag, right? God, it's so huge on Instagram. Or sorry, on the vertical. That's freaking me out. So I have this bag, right? Or something like this. And avocados, onions, stuff like that. It's still killing the planet, but you can sue me when it's over. Then, so I'm walking the dog, and I'm not even sure if it's his time, and then he sets up, he does it. I got the bag. I'm so glad I do. I grab it, and then as I'm walking off, I do the whole thing with the inverted bag here. Grab it, safe, hands clean. System is working as designed. And then I'm walking, and I'm kind of looking at it. I'm like, oh God, it wasn't dry. It was sort of on the wetter side, and I'm just like, got this huge, and I realize, this is why doggy bags are opaque, because I'm walking around with a clear bag of dog shit that it's just like, holy crap. Like, now I'm a weird guy. Now I have a dog with me, so it's obvious. But man, is that a beginner dog move than the other dog owners who might have seen me, which have been like, oh, look at that. I made that mistake once. It's honestly, it looked like I had a melted Hershey bar in this bag, except it was clearly not that, because it was like little grass bits in there and stuff. So I found out the hard way why doggy poop bags are opaque. It's so that you don't walk around with a clear bag of poop, which is generally a sign that someone should come intervene in your hijinks. And then I get anxiety about garbage cans, because some people are territorial about their garbage cans. Now we're in a city. We have mostly big plastic totes, or there's also dumpsters and stuff. So obviously, I see a dumpster, I see some totes up ahead, and I'm just like, oh man, I really hope I don't get confronted if I throw this clear bag of dog poo into someone's garbage, and then they come after me and they want me to take it out of there, because that would be the only way to create justice for my victim. Because you've heard of stories where people are weird about their garbage or something like that, which is not something I ever really would understand. I don't own land. I haven't had to deal with people putting their dog poo in my garbage yet in life. So maybe my opinion will change someday when I become the president of my local HOA. But that's not my plan. Don't worry. I'll never pull it together enough to own anything. So besides a Prius. But yeah, I'm having a nice time. There's also weird social things that happen when you're walking a dog that I'm observing in the last couple of days. You got to look for other dogs. People with dogs are kind of like, and they have an extra animal. They're clearly, I mean, that's obvious, but like you want to see if your dogs are safe around each other. Obviously, people protect their dog. You know, there was a man with a large Doberman, and I said, "That's a big dog. I don't know. Do I need to?" Geez, it was way far away. I didn't really actually get that close. Then there was a guy whose dog was off a leash, very small, very cute, older. Didn't seem like it was. You know, it seemed like its prime days were behind it. And I'm thinking to myself, if this dog attacks my dog, and I've only known my dog for a day, you know, I'm just helping out with the roommate dog sitting. I'm gonna have to go full gorilla on this little dog, and I don't want to have to do that. I'm not gonna do that. Like this will stress me out. But the dog's owner was around, and he goes, "Is she safe?" And I was like, "Yeah, they're safe." He goes, "Oh, my dog doesn't like dogs," and I was like, "That's fine. My dog seems to not be that interested either." So, but you have to play this little game where you let your dogs kind of like approach each other and and you know, I think it's fine. I think it's actually probably pretty healthy. Great way to do some, you know, connecting with neighbors. There was another person who had a dog, and obviously, you know, when it's just so different than when I'm by myself, because I you know, I have earbuds in and I just sort of just have a vibe. Like I don't feel like talking to anybody. But now that I have a dog, it's like forcing me to do the social thing that I'm not a huge fan of. So this lady had a bigger, you know, and this dog was super nice. And the dog we've got, really good vibe, amazing energy, doesn't care about stuff as much. He's not like he's excitable, he's active, but not super into being a freaky, messy dog. So, oh, look, Alex.
Doggy's here?
Yes. I hope that was a good enough of a vamp for everybody.
Of course. I got my doggy right over there. He's dog.
Oh, dude. Let me ask you this: have you do you do the dog poop pickup?
Yeah. Why?
Well, I learned. We're going to repeat what the audience already knows. I learned the hard way why they use opaque bags for poo, because I picked up dog poo in a clear bag, and then I was carrying around a bag of shit that everybody could see.
Yeah.
It was horrible. It was all gooey and all over. I was just so I realized I tried to. I was going to put it in my pocket, and I was like, I don't want to put this breakable bag in my pocket. And so I scrunched it up around like the part with the end of the rope. Leash.
If I pick up dog poo, with a bag, I will pick it up. I will immediately put it in the nearest trash can I can find, and then pretty much not use that hand until I get back home and wash it in the bathroom.
Sure.
I'm not putting it in my pocket. I'm not like, oh, I'll get to a trash can eventually. I need to get rid of it as fucking fast as possible. I can't take it.
Good. We do trust our soaps in this world, and I think we should. You know.
So this next segment that I wanted to talk about.
All right.
Some of it is breaking. There's a little bit of breaking news that I can break here.
Oh shit!
And that is, it's good news. It's good news. We're happy about it. Kat Abou-Gazala, who was running for Congress in Illinois, she and 6 other people were indicted by ICE because they were standing in front of a car, and the car rolled into them, and they said, "Oh, you guys were assaulting an ICE vehicle and being violent protesters," and they won. So the case was dismissed.
Just today, is that what's being announced?
Yes.
Yeah.
Again, I guess they're doing a streamathon, so good for them. Yet another person, public official. Well, she was more of a social media person first, and then became
media and public,
a candidate for public office. But yeah, that's awesome. So May 23rd, I guess, is when she's doing her stream. Love it. That's great. 12-hour streamathon. Raising money in legal fees, because they're now facing up to, win or lose, we're facing up to $250,000.
It's so crazy.
That's crazy.
Like, I hate it. I hate how expensive lawyers are.
And again,
like,
I hope this is
man,
shared with the other people who were indicted, because I thought, great strategy. If like running for office is one, I want to run for office and help people. But also, if I run for office, then I'm a candidate for office. And anything that happens to me is newsworthy. And so it highlights some people. Hey, this is her walking out of the courtroom just hours ago, it seems.
Hey, how you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty fucking good, but why do you feel better?
Yeah, I'd say it's an okay day.
Love you guys. Yeah, maybe I should just scream.
It's a nice relief, and I'm really glad that this is the outcome. It was hopefully predictable. In other words, like at least the insanity of the phony prosecution of her has finally reached its proper conclusion, but it never should have happened anyway. And she shouldn't have to pay $250,000 in lawyer fees. It's still a massive injustice. Just the fact that accusing you or forcing you to have to spend money and time, that's another tool the wealthy have in their quiver to take to mess with people. Like I think about my project at the Young Turks. I worry that I'm in some sort of potential legal territories for that. I feel like obviously I'm proceeding forward, and I've kind of don't care. I think I'm protected, in other words, by the stuff I'm talking about, and the fact that we had to unionize in order to stop Cenk's behavior. But nevertheless, like Cenk has the advantages as far as the justice system goes. Like he's got that behind him.
I mean, hell, part of the reason I think, and she hasn't said this, I'm just speculating, that part of the reason she lost her job at Media Matters is because Media Matters was getting sued by Elon Musk because he doesn't like media, a watchdog who's like, this is unfair business practices. You're a right-wing shill and a lunatic and a fascist and whatever. So he's trying to sue them out of existence, like Peter Thiel did with Gawker.
Yeah.
And because of the legal fees, they had to cut a lot of staff, including her. And so this is the Chicago Sunday Times reporting on this. The judge presiding over the case against the remaining members of the Broadview Six demanded Wednesday that prosecutors involved in the redaction of controversial grand jury transcripts appear in her courtroom for a closed-door hearing on Thursday. I saw something else about this, that it was dismissed with prejudice. Let me see.
That usually means the judge is mad, or does it mean that it might help with other steps, with next steps or somehow?
I'm gonna find it.
I don't know. It's so opaque and esoteric, and like you just have to have money or maybe get lucky with a lawyer who can do work for free. The professions that have education that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars is one of those structural backgrounds of our society, or background structures of our society that
because again, she said
access to doctors or lawyers almost prohibitive to impoverish people.
Right. And going back to, the other day when I was talking about Bezos, and he's like, well, maybe people making under a certain amount of money just shouldn't pay taxes at all. And then you go, okay, well, then there's no tax revenue. So what is it? So who's going to pave roads? Who's going to make roads? Oh, well, Amazon can make roads. Amazon can make hospitals and doctors and all this shit. And we can control everything. And I can be a dictator.
Yeah.
While not even having to legally, or try to take over the country. I just be a dictator by how much money I have.
Jeff Bezos is the government. Let's not kid ourselves. The billionaires are the government. The government's not the government.
Part of the government.
The people who donate to the politicians that make decisions on their behalf, they're the government. They're actually above the.
And we can try and fight against it, like Hassan is doing, trying to highlight candidates around the country so that we can actually take the government back, because that is a power, as much as they're trying to take it away right now, that we still have, and we need to fucking hold on to that goddamn power. This is the tweet. Fuck ICE now and forever. That's what she said on Bluesky. I just highlighted that. Celebrates outside the court after all charges against her related to the incident in ICE Broadview were dismissed with prejudice. On Bluesky, her message, fuck ICE now and forever. Speaking of Anna, this is her saying, I'm willing to work with anyone, even Marjorie Taylor Greene, to stop Israel's genocide. Blah, blah, blah. Yes, that's good news. And that is this segment. I labeled it in the private chat as data centers and injustice. There's a lot of injustice happening in our country. Like I kind of highlighted there before, this is AOC. So grilling, I think, the EPA head about the water in Georgia. So let's actually watch this full clip of her holding up a jar of what looks like fucking diarrhea. This is drinking water.
Yeah, this is horrible.
I have a jar right here. This is the current drinking water in Morgan County, Georgia. Right after a data center was constructed, the Meta data center was constructed. The only difference between the clean water and this was that data center. I have another one as well. So this wasn't just one well. These wasn't just one family's
She's trusting those lids, by the way.
situation.
She really has faith in those lids for sure.
They could work. They have a rubber gasket, but still.
Next to that data center. And I think both of us can agree that neither one of these things are drinkable.
Ask them to drink it.
Ship in a rural area.
Yeah, really. Ask them, hey, drink this.
That's
Drink
a thing
this.
in like public square, like, you know, where a farmer.
Yeah, I remember.
There's various videos of over the years where, but I don't even know who she's talking to.
Water
but-
to their house in order to cook and bathe themselves. Now,
And don't worry, Amazon will mail you that water that you pay for. No
Yeah.
problem.
And but should the lady behind her have her screen visible to the camera? That seems like there's probably.
I don't know.
I don't know
who
if you've
those
ever
people
had
are.
a workspace where the
Man, I would
cameras-
not want to fucking go to work every day and I might have to sit behind on camera somebody. I'm watching fucking YouTube in the corner there.
I'm curious if the EPA
playing
plans
ball
any
pit.
investigations on how data centers are affecting water quality and availability. I understand what you said about the rule, but are there going to be any open investigations on this issue?
So as soon as I get back to the office, I will be looking into exactly what you've just talked about, because anywhere, whatever type of construction it is a priority to ensure that water quality standards established by EPA are being met. And so we'll be looking into
EPA
that.
assistant
certainly.
admin.
Thank you. I sincerely appreciate that because I think this is of utmost importance and we're seeing this happening across the country. I'd also like to ask about the administration's push to build more data centers.
You know, War, I was just going to say, if you're still here, they're coming for you. They're coming for the rural areas, man.
What
Seems
does he say?
delicious. But you're joking, but like, I know you're in Alabama, brother.
What's
Be
he saying
careful.
is delicious?
He's joking. But I'm
Oh.
saying, like, dude, if you know that there's like data center town halls near you, fucking go there and fucking protest. Make a fucking statement and wear a t-shirt that says Warhide Omega on Twitch when you make that fucking statement so that that video goes viral.
Mm-hmm.
And someone who looks like you and sounds like you fucking being against this shit loudly, please. You'll fucking
do it.
go viral and people will go, oh, I gotta find this guy on Twitch. And then they go to your Twitch and you're playing Final Fantasy 14.
Yeah. And wear a t-shirt that says put Alex from Devil's Advocate production on Jillian Michaels podcast. please."
Yes.
And then when it goes viral, you'll get to
Not anywhere close. Good. But count your days. They're coming for you. They're coming for you.
By fast tracking construction. Because the administration's been issuing executive orders to fast track data center construction when we know that water quality is encountering major issues. Are there any mandates for data centers to do water quality testing prior to construction?
Of like coming from a public water supply, drinking water supply sampling?
Wells, yeah.
I'm not aware of anything like that. However, it doesn't mean I'm just not aware of it. Might exist,
Yes,
but I'm not.
of course. I think it's important that, you as an agency official, we have to make sure we're doing these investigations. And then us on a congressional level, I'd like to note that I think it's of utmost importance that we also launch congressional investigations into this matter as well, so that we can partner with the EPA and ensure that the drinking water for this country continues to be safe and accessible for the American people. So,
Love that. There was another
Ensure
clip of her.
continues. Let's start with make it safe and accessible. I drink tap water. I don't have a filter or bottled water, and I wonder if that's why my beard.
Yeah, I
fell
drink
out.
it out of. I have a filter on the fridge, but I'll drink
Yeah.
tap water too. New York City water is notoriously clean.
I think I like the way LA water tastes. I grew up with suburban Chicago water, but I wish I'd like to live in a society where no matter what, you're getting amazing water.
Yes.
What the hell? What are we
Hell,
doing?
like
Why are
Jillian
we
Michaels,
bothering
yeah,
to live near each other?
Bolivars. If the Ayatollah wants free water, free electricity, free buses, free housing, free groceries, fucking call me Mr. Ayatollah, bro.
Oh, there you go, being an Islamist again, wanting to drink clean water. Look at you. But you don't want to soak up a bunch of microplastics and pollutions and forever chemicals into your sensitive tissues?
This is another clip of her talking to another. Let me see. I think this is the same. I think this is the same thing. It's the same lady behind her on the computer. It's got to be from the same hearing, I think. We'll just play a little bit of this.
So a few weeks ago, while Congress was in recess, I visited Morgan County, Georgia, where Meta is building a massive data center campus.
Okay, so I think this is actually the beginning of like that grilling before she takes out the bottles props. I wanted to play this clip. This is framed as average American liberal, but it's still fucking disgusting, even if it's not surprising. She has 500,000 subscribers. I guess this is on TikTok.
Okay.
Why are we putting data centers in good communities when we can put them in Flint, Michigan instead?
Let's
watch this. And again, this is not a Republican or Democrat problem. This is people who suck up to the elite or think they're not far away from being homeless or being broke, thinking, oh, fucking, I live in a good neighborhood. Fuck you. I got mine. Fuck you.
This is not solving homelessness. It's moving homeless people out of sight.
Right.
So that they don't offend the sensibilities of the comfortable.
If the whole thing about these data centers is that it's going to use up all of our water and the community is going to die because it has no more access to drinkable water, then why are they putting it in good communities to ruin those communities? Why not places like Flint, Michigan? Those people can't use their water. It's toxic water. So why wouldn't you go there, buy out the people who are stuck there, let them leave, and then use up all of that water that no one can use anyways? Wasn't there an area in the United States where the train like exploded with toxic chemicals and it literally caused like acid rain?
Yeah, that was East Palestine.
I
think in Ohio, and that was under Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg,
Mm-hmm.
who was trying to sweep that under the fucking rug and run for president.
I can kind of see her. I'm not agreeing with her point. I'm saying that I kind of get the logic of like, don't like if go to the destroyed places. They're all the sacrifice zones already.
Right.
If we're going to destroy the land and the water, go to where it's already ruined. But she's
not making the connection of like, well, it was companies that destroyed that environment in the first place.
Yeah, and
hence why it's also important that we stop these companies from doing it again more and more.
And corrupt politicians and
right.
Like why the railroads are privatized.
Why is the water in Flint, Michigan fucking dirty? Why can't they leave?
Obama.
Is it because they're poor and because of systemic fucking problems of why they can't increase their amount of money? Is it because they're billionaires hoarding all the fucking money? And Bezos is telling you, fuck you, don't tax me, please don't tax me.
Well, poor people are not worthy of rescue. Poor people deserve what they get in this in the construct of our society.
Those people can't even use their water. Buy them out, make them move, forcefully displace them, if you will.
Why are you inconveniencing the already privileged when we could further take advantage of the downtrodden?
You think she'd be sympathetic to wanting clean water, considering she's half fish?
That's right.
Why not put a data center there and use up all of that disgusting
Her eyes are very far apart. I can't help but not point that out.
water? All of these places where there is a water source, but it's so bad that the humans there can't consume it, so they're having to buy bottled water and live off of that. Why not put these data centers there? I don't understand why we have to go to.
That's why they're doing that.
I do this when I walk into a restaurant. I'm one of those guys that knows how to fix every restaurant I walk into, and just by scanning the room, you're like, why don't I put those tables by that day? You know how people have that. Like, I solved it. Like she's thinking she came up with something so brilliant. That's what's sort of funny.
Yeah. It's like, girl, why do you think their water is bad in the first place?
Yeah.
What is your fucking answer? Oh my God.
The communities with drinkable water where people are already living and ruin their lives. And the fact that you can't use salt water, but doesn't the US government have an entire system where they desalinate, take the salt out of salt water for their nuclear reactors? The technology already exists, but they're just not using it for these data centers. If this is all for AI and AI is supposed to help us solve all these problems us as humans haven't been able to solve yet. Why the hell is AI not solving its own water issue?
Oh my God, dude.
Wow.
That was more. I didn't watch
Yeah.
that whole clip. That was actually more stupid than I gave it credit for.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, so enough clips of Jillian Michaels producers. Okay, that lady was very dumb. Yeah, that is funny. She just accepts the premise. Since AI is supposed to, no, it's not. You moron. They're not doing anything positive for humanity with AI. I think there's a slight bit of nuance to that overall. I don't want to just, but like on the same, it's just I'm completely against it. We can solve our problems. Every single problem we have is rich people, and it's a solvable problem. They're the most expensive thing in all of our lives. Every single thing that you think you can't afford, it's actually you can't afford the rich person who you have to fund, whose future you have to invest in, they get to buy toys for their kids and themselves with your money. You break your leg and a rich person's stock price goes up because now you're impoverished and you're going to need help, and they can sell you the help or not provide you with help with your leg.
Yeah.
It just these fucking rich people.
I mean,
we need to cut
the
costs.
clip I was looking for was Stavros Halkalkis, great stand-up comedian, and he was actually on Theo Vaughn. I think it was a couple of years ago. This clip is from, where he's like, the AI is supposed to it should be doing the boring jobs that we don't want to do, and should let us make art. And why are we using AI to replace us in our hobbies, in making art and painting and music and all this shit?
Yeah.
It should be replacing us in the Amazon warehouses, and then we just get a stipend and are able to do that and live.
Well, I've seen it described that AI is a way for the wealthy to access talent without having to engage it in any fair way or pay it for it.
Interesting.
It's by stealing creative output and then processing it through their AIs. Yeah, I have a huge problem with a lot of the generative AI. In editing, I'm switching from Premiere to DaVinci. I'm fully switched over except for the TYT documentary, which is driving me nuts because I still have it's fucking like $70. I mean, I do use After Effects somewhat, so I have to restart my account. I shouldn't turn it off.
Dude,
I should have turned it off.
So crazy, man.
Fuck,
for sure.
I'm so sad.
I'm
so mad about it. But my point being,
for editing.
there's AI stuff inside editing, like the way you do captions in AI. It says AI tools create subtitles, but that's localized. It's not generative.
Yeah, it could
There's
help.
AI noise reduction. Like there's stuff that's happening. I'm not necessarily against using technologies to advance things that empower humans to work less or to do better, but we know for a fact that the impulses and the desires and the appetites of the people pushing all this AI stuff is just the same old story. To them, they're looking at a continent full of people that they can steal and sell to each other. They're looking at a continent full of people whose children they can work in their minds. And they just see AI as solving up the problem they have, which is humanity. They don't want humanity. They're trying to incubate a future where there's like 40, maybe like let's just say 1 million or 500,000 super wealthy humans living across continents, spanning data centers and production systems, value chain, or a luxury supply chain.
They all have their kingdoms, and everyone's yard is the size of a state.
Kind of like that, right? Like resorts, basically for the ultra wealthy. They will maintain a population of humans for them to do terrible things to, of course.
Yeah,
that's
Elysium.
That's probably going to happen.
It's the movie Elysium with Matt Damon.
The solution to climate change is literally like extinction for them, to the viewpoint for them. Because
this is the last thing I wanted to bring up. This is not necessarily data centers, but this goes into the theme of justice and injustice, and good for Kat, for and those the other defendants in that case. But again, she has to still raise this money for lawyers' fees and whatnot. Because of the lawfare that's been going on. She should, someone made a joke, she should apply for that slush fund that Trump's got. But this is an injustice that needs to be addressed. And they're going after the Southern Poverty Law Center, one of the places that would address it. Same thing with lawfare, trying to put that out of business. And this is a teacher in Florida did this. This is graphic imagery, folks. Teacher in Florida fired after hanging a black doll with a cord wrapped around the doll's neck in class. The incident happened at Barrington Middle School in Hillsborough County. One of the students says after class, the teacher, Karen Savage, started following him when he went to report what happened. After I saw what was happening, I just like decided that I wanted to get proof that it actually happened. Middle school student said. She followed me after class was over, and that's when she started talking over me and not letting me speak when I was trying to report what she did. I'm sure, just like Chud the Builder is going to try and go for this fund that Donald Trump has now that he's in prison, I would call it the Chud the Builder Fund. This is the Say the N-Word Fund, Be Racist Fund. This is what she did in class. This is crazy.
Oh my God.
Wait, she throws it over the TV to hang?
Yeah, she's like literally hanging it. Like, this is what you do. You throw the rope over. She's giving instructions on the class. Middle school.
What's the overall point? Like,
I don't even know, dude.
Other than, I mean, I know I'm not. Yeah.
I don't know. Like,
and you're using the television as your hook. That's messed up. That is. This country is just so crazy.
Teaching,
dude.
I'm going to create a viral moment and then started GoFundMe. Yeah, that's actually a good comment here. This is, I was saying the other day, this isn't a cottage industry in this country. Be racist in public, make it go viral, make a GoFund, or rather give, send, go, because that's the alternative to GoFundMe, which will fund all kinds of bullshit, but has, I guess, a couple guardrails for explicitly, I'm raising money because I said the N-word and people are mad at me. Give, Send, Go has no scruples like that. You go to them if you said the N-word and you want to raise money off of it. Or Kalshi or Kick or, all these other kind of places.
Yeah, it's disgusting. The amount of energy that swoops in to support flagrant racists in this country, it's just really unfortunate, to put it lightly. It's very hard to raise money when you're doing something the right way, which is, making a documentary about a former employer.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's the real justice. That's the point of this whole segment is go to tellthetruthchank.com. Support Hank. Watch the clips. There's tons. How much footage is already cut?
Well, 84 minutes of the film can be watched right now. The intention is to finish the full 2-hour cut hopefully by the end of this year. This year is going way slower than I had intended it to. But I am looking forward to very shortly starting up like almost full time on it, like with doing the podcast more regularly, having you on as a guest and other people from this space, and others as well. But working more on the film. But thanks for support. But yeah, eventually the overall notion eventually is that I'd like the online left to take an interest in bringing some justice to a story. To a bunch of workers. Every single person in this world has benefited from the work of the people at TYT, the nameless, faceless people behind the scenes, of whom I was one of them. And they had their story erased. The small group of people, myself included, that started the union to combat exploitative working conditions. Even if you don't care much about that, you'll get to watch Vanguard react to Cenk having huge meltdowns. There's that.
Justice for workers. Justice for people whose towns and communities are getting fucking poisoned.
Yeah.
Continue to be poisoned by robber barons fucking coming in, selling a dream and a pipe dream. And
think about what Cenk feels entitled to. I interrupted you.
Yeah.
My bad.
No, please.
But Cenk is entitled. Not only did Cenk feel entitled to, in my case, he called me a part-time worker while I worked 40-hour weeks. So he could keep my benefits, and but he's also entitled to my story. He's entitled to the story of my friends. He's entitled to telling a lie about his own workers in order to hide the kind of boss he really is, in order to hide the actual truth, which is that people needed to stand up together. And the only thing that was strong enough to bring Cenk to heel was solidarity. And I'm kind of basically hoping to do another demonstration of solidarity.
There'll be a clip of you as excited as Kat Abagazala when finally justice is served.
Maybe
and we can all do a victory lap.
I do hope I'm not the only one celebrating. I know I won't be completely alone, but it would be like, I want it to escape containment, where it becomes
massive community stream when that happens with everybody who wants to be.
And isn't it interesting that the only thing that I'm asking for, I mean, as far as justice goes, is that Cenk does journalism?
Yeah.
Anna does journalism. They lied about their own coworker. Like Anna lied about her own coworkers and put out shit. And she makes a big stink about how she's feels bad for the way she used to report. She's apologized for her Kyle Rittenhouse reporting. So I'm just hoping Anna shows the same amount of respect to her own coworkers as she shows Kyle Rittenhouse. That seems like a pretty low standard to me. But it would make her and her boss look bad. So it's not actually ever going to happen unless other forces come into play. And let me just, sorry, I know I'm rambling, but I don't want to leave it on other forces mysteriously. I just mean like a journalist, somebody takes an interest in the story beyond the kind of like social levers I have available to me.
I think again, like justice needs to be served. We need to fight for it, and it's not just going to happen. Like, you're making this documentary, you took upon yourself to make this because you're like, nobody else is going to do it. I'm going to fucking do it. I'm going to push for it. I'm going to not let this go away and get swept under the fucking rug of a million other stories, a million other scandals. Let it just be internet drama or whatever. No, this is a real legal problem. This is a real moral, ethical problem. And you need to fucking answer and tell the fucking truth, Jay.
Yeah.
And we need justice for this. So the last thing, we have about 50 minutes left here. On my takeover of Thursday, this space.
Yeah.
Thank you, folks, once again for watching. This segment will be a little bit more fun and loose. I don't know if it'll get clipped. It might, but we're going to play a game. We're going to play a little game that I saw Pep Talks talking about the other day, playing the other day. And this is called Operation Epic Furious. Straight to hell. This is a game.
It's a web game. It's a internet. It's a website.
It's epicfurious.com is the website. And let's take a look here. From what I saw, it looked pretty cool.
I like that it looks like an iPad. Hey, maybe drop the volumes just a bit on that one. Is it? Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like, because we're going to talk over that, right?
Yeah, let me drop the volume a little bit.
If you can.
Can I actually? How do I do that?
I don't know.
Can I?
There are extensions for Chrome, but I don't know if we could. That's okay. I think it's fine.
Okay. Is it fine, folks? Is the sound okay? What do I do? Order a Diet Coke, invade Iran.
I would pay off a porn star if you can. Maybe there's a secret.
Be an option though.
You have to press the code.
Let's order a Diet Coke. Okay.
Oh my God! It showed right up. You didn't even have to like go get it yourself. He didn't go to Smart and Final and get his own. Keep ordering Diet Cokes. Let's do it. All Diet Coke society.
Okay, so apparently if I lower it on my end, I lower Chrome volume, but won't that? Otherwise, I'll use the master volume. Yeah, you do that, Nick. Thank you. Shout out producer Nick. Shout out all the mods. Shout out the editors on this space.
Unionize Nick.
Thank you, Nick. So I think we've ordered enough Diet Cokes. Let's invade Iran. Let's see what that does.
That's great.
I'm renovating my Middle East ballroom. My Delta combat ready. Let's liberate some oil. Go outside and borrow Kid Rock's helicopter to get to the war zone. Oh, here we go. I can change the volume. There we go.
Yeah,
there we go. Okay.
We can't cloud our perfect opinions.
There we go.
I mean, warm takes.
I like the menu looks like Final Fantasy.
Yeah, dude. It's that's the thing is it's got all the childhood stuff I loved.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy Star 2 and 3.
I love Couch. JD Vance, look at his face. I really love Couch.
That's great.
Can I be president yet? I love Couch.
Is every photo on the wall of Trump?
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Who's this? Oh my God, a Cash. Mr. President, thank you for delivering the safest country on God's green earth. Do you like my cool new jacket? It stands for Female Body Inspector.
Yeah, he could take government planes and his girlfriend to go to Cost Plus World Market.
Go hang out with the Olympics team.
Yeah.
Well, I was never on the Epstein jet.
Sure you weren't.
Did you burn the files yet? Can we hold hands? Game over.
That's good. Now, did someone? What happens when they touch hands? Is it like crossing the streams? Like, or one of them gets poisoned?
That's really funny.
Some
I gotta start over.
Necromancer spell. That's brutal. Unfortunately, like video games, Donald Trump does seem to be immortal. He does have. He does have unholy magics. There was a Olympic runner named Jackie Joyner Kersey, I want to say, an incredibly fit young woman in her 30s, and she died. It's like that. Crazy, some heart thing.
Yeah.
And then these old evil people live until they're 400.
Yeah, I know, dude. It's fucking.
Anyway,
fucking crazy. Would you like to burn the Epstein file? Oh, yes. There are that many remaining.
Oh, wait, do it again and see if it goes down by 1.
Yes,
Yeah.
it does.
Yeah.
There's detail. I said that's why I asked Pep to send me this game.
Yeah,
because like there's depth. It goes on for a while. I don't think we can finish it in the time we have left.
Probably not. Game Awards coming up this year.
Yeah,
you know?
Game Award, dude. Next week, Summer Games Fest. Me and Warhide are going to be covering that.
Oh hell yeah!
Maybe this will get an official Switch release. It should. That would be so funny if this actually came out and like sold really well.
Have you ever thought about? Oh yeah, let's see what.
No. I'm working on it.
Yeah.
What are you waiting for? I put them in your office, not through the fireplace. Okay, so if you didn't know that was there, you can go back and do. Cool.
Go back and get that achievement on Steam.
Yeah, Steam achievements for this would be hilarious. Bobby, how are we doing over at CDC? I am Worm operating.
Kennedy vessel.
I am Worm. Oh, he's the worm. It's just the worm. Oh,
I see.
Okay.
I see.
It's like Men in Black.
Yeah,
the little alien in the guy. Yeah. Are we cutting through the red tape? I cut off a raccoon penis. For Michael, this is recent.
I think people are a little hard on him for the whale skull.
The whale skull? The whale skull is pretty cool.
Like if you told me you had a whale skull in your garage, I'd be like, let's go look at your fucking whale skull.
Well, yeah, if you found it, but not if you went and killed the whale.
I think it was on the beach. I don't think he
Ghost Dog says Nintendo wouldn't publish, Valve would. Yeah, Valve would definitely publish this.
I bet it's kind of fun to design video games. I sort of want to do sort of animation projects that are sort of grounded in video game maps. Not like just maps, but like we'd have a world of this space universe.
Oh, that would be so cool.
Like I'm about to launch a show called Pixel Mover where we I want to have guests on and we like do creative stuff together. And it might include drawing a puppet for you or something.
Dude,
like
that would be awesome. I would love that.
I did draw one for Matt Strackbine and I have a one for a few other people myself. But
so we got Theo Vaughn here.
Yeah.
He said, "Let's roll, bro. I'm the press now. All of it."
Wow, your Theo Vaughn is perfect.
My son says you're very good, very insightful. Cocaine will turn. Well, let me see if I can do Theo Vaughn.
Cocaine
hey, man.
will turn.
Hey, man. Cocaine will turn you into the damn owl, homie. That was all right, right?
I think it's pretty good. You got too much natural timber to.
I know.
Yeah.
I got to get my voice up there.
Did you have that voice when you were 14? You could save that answer. For that.
Oh, is this the statue with Epstein and Trump that was put in the National Mall? The attention to detail.
You need to find the microscope before you can rub his wiener.
Who's this? Oh,
Little
Marco. Little Marco.
His head is down.
That's so funny. Wait, before you go, stealing oil may be a war crime.
It's American
Let's
tradition.
call it something else then. How about lube?
I'd call it American profits.
Genius, sir. People love stealing lube from Diddy. Oh my God. All right, so Kid Rock's helicopter. Here we go. Ready to rock Iran back to the Stone Ages? Hell yes. Watch your ass, Iran. President Trump is coming. His hair. I'll fight this war and win it by hamburger o'clock. Fake News Atlantic. Oh, that's hilarious. Greenland, Trumplandia.
He's going to rename the months after himself, I bet.
Oh, yeah. Trumpuary, Trumptember.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's
like
Pokemon theme, I think.
I don't know.
Yes. Because I played enough Pokemon to recognize that shit.
Okay.
Mr. President, your masculinity is overwhelming. Capture all of the lube in Iran and ship it home through the always open Strait of Hormuz. Thanks, JD. And I filled out a few more of those cognitive tests for you. Tee-hee. All right. Ooh. Oh, we went into a town.
Nice.
Oh, am I in a battle now? Terrorist emerged. Civilian terrorist emerged.
Civilian terrorist emerged.
Oh, so there's a real terrorist and then there's a civilian next to it. Fight or taco? Let's fight.
Yeah.
Attack. Terrorist. It only is civilian.
What did it say?
I clicked on terrorist and it went and hit the civilian terrorist.
Oh, okay.
Fight. Attack. Terrorist. Okay, well, we got him.
Took about half.
Do it again.
Wow.
Okay.
The difference here is he would never do anything. That's the other thing that's so
Yeah, I know. I thought I was going to click on him and he was going to run away.
Yeah. Or that there would be like other people. He doesn't do anything. Like, oh, wow, he stood up after getting shot. You mean 8 people picked him up?
Yeah.
8 professional, like highly trained security guards gave him the strength to stand up. You know how many people get shot and just get up and go back to work? Almost everybody.
Yeah.
I'm just
Donald J. Trump is now level 6. Mara Laser added to abilities. Okay.
Wow, you're unlocking
Leveled
new
up.
powers. I'm
Was that
honestly
you?
having fun, but I'm also feeling very depressed. This
Yeah.
is sad. I wish this was not so
I
accurate.
like the little drool coming out of the mouth. I love
Yeah.
that. Oh, hi, Donald. I'm just here watching over the bones of my sworn enemies, international aid workers.
Don't show that to Jillian.
Yeah. Yeah, let's let Jillian play this game.
But I have a Commodore 64 right here that tells me that
This game won't work on it. This isn't a real game. Angry terrorist emerged. Terrorist emerged. Okay.
You gotta try magic.
Yeah, I gotta try. Well, what do we got? Heal bone spur. Okay. That's attack up. Let's do it. All right, they missed me.
Okay.
Special. Jesus powered tomahawk. We gotta try that.
Yeah. That's what Jesus was all about.
Nice. All right, all right. And now let's try the Mara laser.
All right.
Ooh, pretty good. Let's just finish her off. There we go. 50 XP. Now
Excellent.
we're level 7. Alternative facts added to abilities. Hell
Wow.
yeah.
Not bad. Maybe we can,
Oh, let's get the lube. Yeah, we got the lube, folks.
a barrel of lube.
We got
Always.
one of 3.
So when you leave, it's a drone strike?
Yeah, I guess. Well, that town doesn't exist anymore.
Good Lord.
I know it's dark.
So dark.
Here we go. Mr. President, I fired all the Iranian intelligence officials, like you said, and replaced them with Grok.
I think
Turns out this facility is a secretive criminal headquarters of Operation Lasers.
It's a school.
That's right. A school. My son Eric was defeated by one of those. That's fucking funny. Oh, it's Gates. Oh, hey, fancy meeting you here.
He's at a school.
Oh, he's at a school. I get it. Iranian schoolgirl.
Oh my god.
My god, dude.
It's just...
Can we taco? Let's taco.
Yeah.
Trump has started a victorious escape.
The coward,
We're gonna drone strike the whole thing though. Later.
Yep.
Taco. Can we get the oil? Okay, we got the oil. Oh, another schoolgirl. Let's run away. Can we get out of here? Well, what's around this too? Is there like secret shit? Is that a burger? Big Mac found. Political and magic power restored. Well, that's cool. A little health thing. What's this? Congratulations, you just won the Taco Bell Ceasefire Award.
Right.
Dude, this is fucking great. Whoever, I don't know who made this. This is fucking fantastic. I love this. I don't wonder how long it goes.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
it's
right.
it's well executed idea. I have such a visceral feeling of like pure rage about Trump. Where it probably connects to all my morals and principles and stuff, but also being bullied as a kid. And he's a bully, you know, and that kind of brings it all back. So yeah, but I know it's just
Says Iran's gonna need one hell of an infrastructure week because all the bridges are blown up. Yeah, I have the same thing with you. Because like, remember in the first term there was like a Comedy Central show where there was a comedian playing Trump. Even in the early 2000s, the South Park dudes, shout out Matt and Trey, created That's My Bush, like a sitcom around Bush. I can't fucking do that. Like, it's not funny to me. I don't care. Even back then, like, I didn't care. Now, I get too much of Trump. I don't need a fucking fake sitcom of him making fun of him. Even the Alec Baldwin SNL shit was too much.
It's bad
sometimes.
enough. Yeah, the American presidency on its own, setting aside Trump, is too much in our lives. Like as far as like any sort of cultural thing, but especially with this freak,
for us to be like, oh, let's poke fun at this because, you know, back in the day, SNL would poke fun at the president and the government and stuff because you only watch the news in the evening before bed. That was it. Not inundated with it. It's just the moment you wake up all the way every day.
Or having him deliberately trolling and.
Oh my God, it's Putin. Hello, Donald. Little Donald, you have so much to learn. I started a war of attrition, but you let Jimmy Kimmel survive. In Russia, he would be banished to Siberia or even worse.
Like this, the jokes and the writing in this feel a lot like fan service for liberals. Kind of just referencing stuff that liberals would recognize, like Infrastructure Week and
for sure.
Has a nice horse body and
so the lube is over there. We got to get over there somehow.
It's like a bridge you got to cross to.
The bridge is blowing up. That's why.
Oh yeah,
Infrastructure Week.
Oh, I see. That's where he's.
Yeah. What's this? Planet Falafel, like Planet Fitness. Oh well, here's RFK, of course. Bad news, sir. We can't defeat these guys in battle. There's only one way to defeat these swole barbarians. Take off your shirt and let's do some push-ups. Hell yes. My testosterone is peaking. Am I gonna die and get game over if I do a push-up?
Yeah.
Is that
one would imagine? I could see his both shoulders just immediately dislocating.
Puny. Look at his tie also all the way down. I didn't notice that. These are great sprites and artwork and stuff. Puny President, I'll never give up my lube. Challenge to push-up contest.
Do it.
Oh, you think you can out-push up me? How could this be? He's weakened. Finish him off, boss. Look, Max, their terrorist emerged. Alternative facts. Let's use alternative facts. Do I get like more defense?
Oh wow. Great.
Yeah.
Good. Things finally working out for old Trumpy boy.
I know it's tough.
What a horror. The whole planet, an entire
the power
planet
grab is added to our abilities.
That one narcissist can have the maximum POV of narcissism his entire life.
That is really funny that every time you leave a place, you just call it a drone strike.
Yeah.
All right, so we got the oil. You got the lube. Great work. Another consequence-free political masterstroke. Let's go home. This place is worse than a sand trap in Augusta. Follow me onto one of our big, beautiful boats. Well, I want to go here first. What's here?
It's an inn. My favorite part about these old video games was always the inn. I loved it when you arrived at a new place and you got to get news from the local gossip industry. It was always find the basement.
A friend of mine is going through Skyrim again and is like really like role playing in there.
Yeah.
And he's like, I love finding inns each time.
Yeah. I kind of want to do a playthrough of Skyrim. I'm going to start doing more playthrough stuff on Suck Professor, my video game channel.
Yeah. Sir, I have a bad. We got to get Rocket League going. I didn't forget about that.
I've been out of it and busy and we're way behind.
Sir, I have a bad case of ED, epic destruction.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the other one, Pete Nixon. I'll get back out there.
I've had that happen a couple times.
Epic destruction, yeah.
No.
I'll get back out there and continue to crush those gains. Who's this again? Oh, this is Cash Patel. DEFCON 2, sir. The keg is in super foamy, and we lost both beer pong balls. What are you doing with your arm? This? I'm pointing toward the future. Space. Actually, while you're here, could you help me find something? Sure. I seem to have misplaced my illegitimate children. Could you find him?
I hate
love
babies. Oh.
Well,
I mean, they hate their own children.
That's true. I hate babies. That's all right. I got more than I can count. Actually, while you're here, could you help me find something?
Okay. Nice. Oh, so it just resets it back.
Okay. Interesting. His name is 100011. Forget non-binary. This baby is only binary.
Has Hassan interviewed his baby? It wouldn't surprise me if Hassan's in this somewhere. Wouldn't that be like a thing? And one more thing for Jank to be jealous of.
I wouldn't be surprised. Like this is like aiming animation. Like you said, a lot of the jokes are like liberal jokes, but some of them are like deeper cuts that are kind of
I get
more online lefty.
Yeah,
Do we have a side quest now? Of like finding his child? Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the orangest of them all?
What's the toilet? You gotta do something with that, right?
Yeah, right. No, nothing. All right. Hey, if you're finding those barrels, did you find something for me? Sure. I need the measles. I dropped the vial somewhere. Find it before it gets in the wrong hands and becomes contained. Can you help?
I think the measles are at Jimmy Dore's garage. He was at Jimmy Dore's house. That's why.
Oh, that's fucking crazy.
That's where he.
That's great. Come and talk to me when you have the measles.
I'm going for a hike with Jank Huger, and we're going to talk about tart law.
I got my burger again. Who's this? Oh, Theo. Okay. Are there any Iran podcasts I should be guest on before we blow this up? Was this the Epstein files again?
I don't know.
Executive bathroom under construction. Okay.
Right. Installing the Diet Coke buttons on the. I guess that's not his. Yeah. All right.
So this is Hegseth. Careful, this old dude is pissed because someone drank all Sacramento wine or whatever. I turned water into wine. I've done it many times. People are amazed. Sir, does that make you a doctor?
Wow, this is some pretty updated stuff. That was like a month ago.
Was it? Oh my God, it's the Pope.
Oh no, big enemy here. He's
It's a boss.
Mini boss.
My son, we are called to heal, not destroy. I'll heal this whole country. Tremendous healing, like the pit. By the way, the pit, very dingy. I made it beautiful, beautiful pit.
Is that a show? What's the pit?
Yeah, it's a show about like a hospital. It's a gritty hospital drama.
Okay.
Week on crime, Pope emerged. Fight. Special move. The power grab. Oh, I can't even use it. I don't have enough special points. Well, let's use alternative facts to get those special points up.
Yeah, I guess you got to.
Using strategies. I've played Final Fantasy before. Okay, power grab. Week on crime, Pope.
Pope's got a lot of HP.
Didn't do much. Let's use the Jesus Tomahawk. Maybe it'll affect him. Maybe it won't be effective because he's the Pope.
That's true. He might be highly
It took no damage. It took no damage. Oh, shit.
Good for him. 100% resistance.
Pink Rebel has been there. She was there when Pepper's playing this. Week on crime, Pope cracks me up every time.
Except for that one crime that society doesn't like to talk about.
Right. That one crime where they keep just moving people around. Oh, man.
The one that produces very upset adults who become conservatives because submission is the earliest form of safety.
Let's try the Mara laser. This Pope must be taking ivermectin because he's invincible. I should come back when I'm stronger than God. Damn, it's not doing anything.
Man.
So I guess it's hinting that I need to actually come back here.
It seems like it. At least lets you leave the fight.
All right, so
Pope didn't even do any trash talking on your way out. You should have been.
I'm surprised. Maybe Hexus knows I can beat the Pope.
Can you defeat the Dalai Lama at any point? He was in a controversy where he had some kid on his lap and he told the kid to put his tongue in his mouth or something really freaky.
Yeah, that was
so weird. Like, what? Sorry to mess up the algorithm there, by the way. My bad. But
so it doesn't want me to leave the cave.
Oh, he's saying go ask Hexa.
All right. So let's talk to Hexa again. Having trouble with the Pope? Yes, I like his brother, the MAGA one. This Pope is so weak I can't even defeat him. I know, let's say a prayer. Maybe that will work. Great idea.
Always works. Prayer.
I know one from Pulp Fiction.
There you go.
Dear Lord, say what again? I dare you.
Say what
I
again?
double dare you, motherfucker. Say what? One more fucking time. One more goddamn time. Amen.
What? So they used a different part from Pulp Fiction.
That's funny. I actually never seen Pulp Fiction all the way through.
Do you know what part he's referring to then?
No.
Yeah, so it's a different. It's not the same thing he quoted.
It's a different line from Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
Trump required a new magic spell, 2 Corinthians. Okay. Let's give it another shot. Come on, Pope. Let's go. Even though you make many prayers, I will not listen. Your hands are full of blood. Very normal hands, maybe better than normal. Bigger, less bruised. Doctors have said, wow.
I heard his hands passed a dementia test.
His hands did. He did. Weird.
Yeah, not the guy.
All right, so let's do 2 Corinthians. Week on Crime Pope. He's defeated.
Found some gold. Classic Vatican.
Yeah. 15 gold.
Man, that stuff in the basement, whatever they got in some of these old buildings, like there's so many things in the deep art catacombs, archives of.
Donald J. Trump is now level 9, full pardon added. Dude, my wife told me about the saints. Like, if you're sainted, they put your body in like a clear see-through coffin so they can see you, and also it's like vacuum sealed so you don't decompose. The basement of the Vatican is just full of like dead people who look fresh.
Are they all on
Fucking
display
weird.
like some weird museum?
Yeah.
I mean,
religion's weird, folks.
Assuming your wife didn't go to the same Jillian Michaels school of fact checking.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, there's all kinds of stuff like that. These, especially like secret society, sort of secret rituals, hidden secrets. That's among the appeal to these freaks for what the Epstein thing offered was, community, but impunity mainly, doing things that the society has forbidden.
Right. So I have more than 4 barrels, and I just found RFK's measles. I can't cross these bridges, but it looks like there's lube on the other side over here and down here. So I feel like maybe we can come back here later.
Yeah, I think you can go back. It seems like it.
What is this?
Couch Depot.
Yeah. Oh no, JD's gonna be here somewhere.
Yeah. More like JD Vance's dating life.
Yeah, this is his orgy that he's doing right now.
Uh-huh.
See, I wish I could use the keyboard for this WSD.
You're doing this with a controller?
Just the mouse. I'm just clicking, point and click.
I see.
Oh, sir, what are you doing in here? Just dominating the expansion of the American empire. Wait, what is this place? It's not what you think, but unrelated, I seem to be lost my couch stain remover. Can you help me find it? Yes, I can. Oh, thank goodness. I'll just continue dominating the Ottoman Empire.
I was going to say something about Ottomans.
Pretty they beat you to the punch.
Yeah.
They got you. Come talk to me whenever you found my cleaner. Okay.
Jesus.
All right, let's see what happens because we're about out of time here. But let's see what happens when we get on the.
Do whatever. Yeah. Something.
Because the gamer in me is like, well, I can't leave the area until I finish all these side quests. Well, I can actually drive around. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This is like getting on a water Pokemon and doing surf.
What doing surf?
Yeah, surf lets you go on water in Pokemon games, and you need a Pokemon who knows the ability surf to be able to do that.
Okay.
This
Thank you
is
for
in the
explaining
80s.
that.
Yeah, no worries. That's our generational difference. I played Pokemon when I was a kid. You were like, what is this new thing?
Yes, that's true.
This is in the 80s. What are you doing?
I played with little lead soldiers that my great grandpa stole from the Goth Empire of the mid 1800s. I don't know. I'm making shit up. But I do in college. I remember playing Pokemon Snap. It was like a camera, like a zoo. Like you drive around different areas, but it was really well made. And it was like instead of shooting with guns, you shot with a camera, and so you had to get like really good composed pictures. But it had a really fun playable. So that was some of my Pokemon.
Yeah, people like.
I was a bit too old for Pokemon.
Oh shit! The straight is closed. Probably the radical left trying to turn it by. Mission accomplished. We need a new operation, something that gets right into the tight little passageway. How about total annihilation and indiscriminate neutralizing tactics? Operation Taint.
Nice. Forced it in there.
Folks, we are going to end it there. We may come back to this maybe on my show on Tuesday because that game is really cool, really well made. I am enjoying it.
Yeah. I wasn't. I felt actually a lot of discomfort through that entire time.
It is very uncomfortable because there's only so much you can laugh at, and then you're like, "Oh God, this is real." Though. This is.
I mean, that's partly what I resent about the whole thing is that these demons consume our consciousness, our time. you know. And so any little bit of time that is spent like with Trump's face on in my, it's just I get so angry.
And like I said in my The Boys review over on my channel, Devil's Advocate Productions on YouTube, I mentioned that I think The Boys, much like this game and much like a lot of the media in the last 10 years, will be just associated with this weird fluke in American history. Hopefully, fingers crossed, knock wood. And it will kind of be relegated and dated to this time period. But again, thank you, Hank, so much for coming on and joining me. Thank you all for watching this Space Thursday takeover with Devil's Advocate Productions. And I am going to go have dinner and watch Love is Blind with my wife. And Nick, take it away. Thank you very much.
I'm also putting on glasses.
He's got his glasses too.
Safety glasses, guys. Woodworking. Come on. Bye, everybody. Thanks, Nick. Good job.
Bye, everyone. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have new Trump regrets to share with you today, new Trump voters entering the find out phase of their journey. So first up, I have a clip from Fear News Network. They conducted a focus group, and I want you to hear what this registered independent had to say about why she doesn't plan to vote in the midterms. So check this out.
Honestly, what has been holding me back is I feel like the change that I was expecting from the president himself, I don't feel in my everyday life, which is concerning to me. I still feel, obviously, that, prices are very, very, very high. If you're going to the grocery store or just in general, because inflation still exists. Unfortunately, now we have the higher gas prices, which really hurt, everyday people in their pocket. And I've voted my entire life. And the frustration right now is, it's just unbelievable because what really changes? I just feel like that we're kind of, kind of steering the ship in the same direction.
So she's obviously a right-leaning independent, based on her comment about how Donald Trump is failing. Like, she didn't say that in those words, but that's clearly her meaning there. And so I would venture a guess that she voted for him thinking there was going to be change. So anyway, I'm glad to see things like this being said on Fox, because it helps to set up that permission structure for other Fox viewers to come out and say, yeah, I'm unhappy too. I'm not digging what he's doing. Next up, I have a post from someone responding to Donald Trump. He was on Twitter proclaiming that this month is now Jewish American Heritage Month. So here's what this person told him. I can't believe I voted for this orange clown. And then a guy named Chris, who is a Nick Fuentes fan based on his profile. He responded to that Twitter user and he said this: I can't believe I did either. He fooled millions of good people who wanted what they were promised, to see our country be made great again. After years of status quo, someone who said the right things was welcome, but getting right thing done was an entirely different challenge. Okay. And then this next person who also voted for Donald Trump 3 times and is now pissed off about his fealty to Netanyahu and Israel, they wrote this. And you can see, they said, 3-time Trump voter here. I had to modify this shirt I used to proudly wear. MAGA has morphed into MIGA. I'm out. So you can see the photo was, Donald Trump's arrest photo that said never surrender. He added a yarmulke to it and it reads, fuck you, goy. This is something I don't understand. Okay. I keep seeing Trump voters using that term. They'll call him like goy boy and stuff. I don't like, you keep using this word. I do not think it means what you think it means. Like, I know they think that they're using an anti-Semitic slur, but if you look it up, the definition is literally just a non-Jew. So technically, yeah, he is goy. That is 100% accurate. It's not an insult. Anyway, this next post comes from a California woman. She is pissed off about Trump's tariffs. So a different one for once. She wrote this: how convenient. We paid every dime of those tariffs, but the companies who charged us in increased prices will get the money back instead. The peasants, they can piss off. I cannot believe I voted for him. This destroyer deserves the 25th Amendment right now. So more and more of Donald Trump's supporters want him removed from office. That is a good sign. And for anybody who's saying, oh, it doesn't matter, polling doesn't matter, this doesn't matter, that it does matter, because when these people, when they start putting enough pressure on the Republicans, that is when the Republicans will help the Democrats to get him out of office. Just like when they focus on and harass and pressure the Republicans to do other things, they go along with it. So it is very, very important that this happen. So Trump should be really concerned, right? Like, remember what these people did on January 6th. Anyway, this next one is really good. So conservative Emily Jasinski, she hosts a live call-in show on behalf of Megyn Kelly. Okay, Megyn Kelly's show ends and then Emily comes in. She does this wrap-up show, and she has been getting an earful lately from disillusioned Trump voters. So here's what a Florida woman told her. Florida, kind of an important state.
I'm a little disappointed in so much of Israel and the war, but I also do believe he has something up his sleeve. I believe with the July and the celebration coming up, I think he does need to focus more on America, but he needs to focus on the midterms, because if we lose, like Megyn says, every day, we are in trouble. And I'm telling you, if our constituents, even if people are not full Republicans and the Libertarians, they have to still vote on the right, because if they vote left, we are in serious trouble. And I think Trump and the Republicans need to focus on that, and they need to realize that, we are losing here, and that we need to get, by summertime, we need to get the midterms on our side. Because he's focusing on Israel and the war, and people are tired of the war. They don't want the war. They want him to focus on America's needs and wants and gas prices and housing and the economy. And he's not doing that. And also, he needs to quit tweeting and twatting and keep his mouth shut, because he drives me crazy and I can't stand the stuff he writes. So I don't know. I'm in a quagmire there.
Twatting. She wants him to stop twatting. Again, I do not think it means what you think it means, but I don't think Trump is capable of not twatting. he just is. Anyway, that Florida woman said she still supports Trump, which I don't really find credible. This is what I mean by the shy Trump regretters. I think a lot of his voters, they're too insecure, they're too prideful, and they don't want to admit that they fucked up. They don't want to give the libs the satisfaction, right? They don't want us to know that we were right for more than 10 years. Anyway, next up is news from The Economist. So they published a story about how Trump is losing the support of young men. So here's the article here if you want to look it up. They spoke with a 21-year-old man named Miguel Martinez who voted for Trump in 2024, obviously a Hispanic man. And Martinez says that he works 2 jobs and he still can't afford to move out of his parents' house. And he said, quote, everything's expensive. You can't even go inside the grocery store right now and not spend $80. And then he also told The Economist that he won't be voting in the midterms either because he's disillusioned with both parties, essentially. So all of these people banking on Trump's 2024 coalition to come and save the Republicans in the midterms, not happening. Those people are either uninformed or they're delusional. Next up, I have a post from Twitter that it should change. This Twitter user, I should say, they should change their name to Captain Obvious because they wrote this. Trump is so out of touch with the American people. I can't believe I fell for his BS and voted for him 3 times. What? A spoiled brat born with a platinum spoon shoved up his ass who's never had to work an actual job in his life or go without? You know, a pampered little prince. He's out of touch. Anyway, I will leave you with this next charming fellow. So back in 2024, there was a man named Gage. He's still here. Gage is still here in 2026. But back in 24, he replied to posts that were written by Democrats. One of them said, you know, please vote blue. Very nicely said, please vote blue. Here's what Gage replied. I'm not a dumbass, so no. Really? Really? Are you not a dumbass, Gage? I beg to differ. And then he told another person that Trump is, quote unquote, what we need. So that's how it started for Gage. Here's how it's going. He tagged Donald Trump and he said, I voted for you all 3 times. I didn't regret my choices the first and second time, but now all you're doing is sucking Jew dick. How about you worry about the American citizens? Yeah, he seems nice, doesn't he? What was that he said about not being a dumbass? Yeah, I think your vote tells on you, Gage. Like I said, I beg to differ. You voted for this, Gage, and you told other people off. You told them, you called them names, and then look at you there. Look at you here. Look what's happened to you, Gage. All right. Anyway, guys, that's it for today, or this segment at least. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. I have a fun one for you today. So I'm sure you guys are all familiar with Kevin O'Leary. He is the billionaire douchebag. He was one of the hosts on the show Shark Tank, may still be. I don't know. I don't watch the show. But anyway, he is a Trump pumper. He is one of Donald Trump's minions. He is, just one of his little sycophants who just can never, ever admit that Donald Trump has done anything wrong whatsoever. And he has invested in a data center in Utah, an AI data center. Okay, so residents are just absolutely pissed off about this. Here's one of the articles about it. This was in The Guardian. And people are pissed because, They weren't consulted about this whatsoever. And this is not a partisan thing. It's not like, oh, MAGA's happy about it because he's on Donald Trump's side. No, Republicans and Democrats are pissed off about this because data centers have become the bane of everyone's existence. Not only are they driving up electricity costs, they're, wasting a ton of water, driving up water costs. They are destroying the water in the area from the runoff, from, their sludge that they put out. The toxins, God knows what it's doing to our air. And so the residents are, and the noise, which I'm going to share with you guys. I actually pulled a video that I'm going to show you how loud these things are. So O'Leary goes on Tucker Carlson's show. He's trying to make the case for this data center and, oh, I don't know why people are so upset and blah, blah, blah. Well, Tucker Carlson, who I'm not a fan of, but I have to give him credit for this, he just ripped him. He ripped O'Leary, mocked him to his face. O'Leary's like, well, the people wanted this. The people in this area, that's what's so funny. It's clearly outside influence because the people of this town really want it. And Tucker Carlson mentions, he's like, what do you mean? He's like, who was there like a referendum that went to the voters? What are you talking about? And O'Leary's like, well, the 3 city council members approved it. It was a unanimous vote. And Tucker Carlson's like, oh, okay, so 3 people approved it. 3 people in the whole town. And O'Leary goes, oh, well, they represent the people. It's like, and Tucker Carlson made the joke, but it was serious, that how hard would it be for a billionaire like Kevin O'Leary or some other person, some other oligarch, to manipulate a 3-member city council board, right? Like, it's not hard to pay them off, twist their arms, do whatever to get them to unanimously approve it. That doesn't mean the people want it. Clearly, the people don't want it, or they wouldn't be out protesting against it. Right? So this is just like typical selfish oligarchic behavior. This guy is not even an American. That's the funniest thing, and not funny in a ha-ha way, but he's Canadian. Where is ICE when you need him? Am I right? So anyway, O'Leary goes on Fox News, he goes on Fear News Network, and he tries to make his case to the dumb as a box of rocks Maria Bartiromo. Okay, and she's laughing. He's so funny. And he tries to use the tried and true MAGA fear-mongering tactic. He tries to pretend that, oh, the opposition is fake. It's astroturfed. It's paid for operatives, right? They're not real live Americans who hate your ass, who don't want what you're selling. So O'Leary made the mistake in this interview with Bartiromo of calling out 2 specific groups and 1 woman in particular. And he accused them of being paid by the Chinese. Well, that woman and one of her fellow activists clapped back and they trolled O'Leary pretty hard. So take a look. This is just a portion of what they said about him and to him.
Hi, hello. It's me, Gabby Finlayson. What am I doing? Apparently, we've reached the part of the Stratos data center journey where Kevin O'Leary goes on national Fox News to accuse us of being cells for the Chinese Communist Party.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, who would want us to stop building our electrical grid? Which adversary would want that? There's only one. It's China. So what I think is happening, and I got my guys to go a deep dig into the IP addresses, and here's what we found out. This is fascinating. We found 2 cells inside of Utah. Elevate Strategies. Gabby Finlayson. Gabby, what are you doing? And who's paying you? So what I'm doing right now is, after getting this data, I'm calling out Gabby, operating in Utah.
So, hi Kevin, we are Elevate Strategies. This is Utah. You might not know it because you're from Canada. This is where we live. Before we get into anything too serious, this is the very scary, very intimidating man that is threatening us. We are not taking the criticism of anyone who is wearing flip-flops and a suit on national television. It's not every day you get called out by first and last name on Fox News used by a Canadian billionaire trying to ruin my state, but here we are. Kevin, are you okay? And after sitting with this for a moment, we decided to take it as a compliment because, first of all, how are these men scared of us? Have you met us? Hi. What are we talking about?
I want a forensic auditor who's funding their platforms. Who is it? So these are proxies for the Chinese government's my argument. And if they're not, because I want them to be able to defend their name to Gabby, come out wherever you are.
Okay, Kevin, go ahead. Mr. Wonderful's Nancy Drew little detective agency. Have at it, brother, because if we were Chinese operatives, we would be the worst operatives in the entire world. Someone alert Beijing that the payment portal to Jackie and I's Amex bills is somehow broken. As a reminder, we run Democratic campaigns in the state of Utah. If we were in this to be making money, we would be doing literally anything else. And you should know that because your job is to give small business owners advice. Now, you'd think that Kevin would understand the hellscape that is late-stage capitalism and consumerism that has led to you becoming a terrible, horrible billionaire who's trying to ruin our state. I think it's important that we get to this. So on the frame, just behind Kevin O'Leary while he's doing this Fox News hit, is a life-size cardboard cutout of himself. And by life-size, we mean extremely short. Maybe that's how tall he really is. We don't know. As the old saying goes, behind every terrible man is a cardboard cutout of that same man. We are worried about the Great Salt Lake. We are worried about our carbon emissions. We are worried about our electrical grid. We are worried about the temperatures rising in our state. We care about the economic, environmental future of our state. So if you would like to support the work that we are doing that apparently has these billionaires shaking in their boots, you can buy our hat, which now says Utah Nature Security. And those donations of just $30 will go to support the work that we're doing. You can pre-order these hats, which will go to us and Alliance for a Better Utah, the two organizations called out by Kevin O'Leary. So please support us because we might need lawyers. The link's in our bio. Come out, Kevin. For the record, and I never thought I would have to say this in my entire adult life, we are not Chinese foreign operatives. Never have been. Being paid by the Chinese government. So, bye Kevin. Bye Kevin. Put your dogs away and keep my name out of your fucking mouth.
I mean, seriously, could he have a bigger ego or be a bigger douchebag? Who has a cutout of themselves? Right? And why? Why do you have a full cutout of you next to you? What is that all about? And he wasn't just wearing flip-flops. He was wearing pink flip-flops. I don't know if you guys could make that out. So just an idiot. Obviously, just trying to deflect, trying to trick the whole Fear News Network audience, which is very easy to do, as we all know. But anyway, I want you guys to hear what it sounds like to live near a data center, because this is becoming a huge, huge issue. There's a lot of people in this country who aren't necessarily against the data centers, which they should be if they understood what a danger AI is to our country and the world. But there's a lot of people that have been interviewed by the news outlets that say, I'm not against them, but this is just, I can't live like this. I can't live with this sound. I mean, not only is this going to harm people's health, but it's going to also drive down property values. So take a listen to this. That is absolutely obscene. It's obnoxious. I could not live like that. I could not live next to that. I could hardly listen to that as I was recording it for you guys. It just grates on my nerves. Imagine living with that, not being able to get away from that. Like, imagine if you worked from home and you have that noise outside of your house. So these people are already the wealthiest people in the world, and they are already destroying our country by buying our elected officials and having them do their bidding, and having Donald Trump as their little puppet who, outlawed any laws, any rules over AI. And yet now they're doing this to American citizens, destroying our water, destroying our air, destroying our property values, destroying our way of life, taking away jobs. I mean, it's just, there is nothing good. I'm sorry. If they want to keep it as like, hey, you can make little videos and, but they have to have a watermark, I'm all for it. But as far as taking over people's jobs, destroying our country, and then, increasing all of our costs, no. These people need to, I won't say what needs to happen to them because I don't want to get arrested. But I have thoughts. Anyway, all right, guys. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. I have more infuriating news for you guys today. So Donald Trump, as you may have heard, he had filed numerous lawsuits against his own government. He filed a $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS because someone in the IRS had leaked his tax returns to the press. This was like back in 2019, I think, when he was first in office. He then also filed a $230 million lawsuit over the classified documents case, also because of the Mar-a-Lago search at his house. In particular, not just the case, but because of the search, and also because of the Russian collusion investigation from his first term. So there were all these rumors swirling of a settlement, and it had been reported by several news outlets that, it sounds like the IRS is going to settle with him when he is in charge of the IRS. I mean, it is the biggest conflict of interest. He admitted it in an interview. Somebody was asking him about it, and he's like, yeah, it's basically like I'm suing myself. Okay, so an outline of this potential agreement was just released by ABC yesterday, and you will believe it, but it's just infuriating. So they said, per the terms of this agreement, Trump would use our tax dollars to pay out $1.7 billion, $1.7 billion of our tax dollars to pay potentially his terrorists who vandalized the U.S. Capitol and assaulted almost 150 police officers on January 6th. I wish I was joking. Here is what the article said. It says, President Donald Trump is expected to drop his $10 billion lawsuit against the Internal Revenue Service in exchange for the creation of a $1.7 billion fund to compensate allies who claim they were wrongfully targeted by the Biden administration, sources familiar with the matter told ABC News. The commission overseeing the compensation fund would have the total authority to hand out approximately $1.7 billion in taxpayer funds to settle claims brought by anyone who alleges they were harmed by the Biden administration's weaponization of the legal system, including the nearly 1,600 individuals charged in connection with the January 6th Capitol attack, as well as potentially entities associated with President Trump himself. So not only Donald Trump's Capitol terrorists, but also lawmakers who were investigated, people like Lauren Boebert, people like Scott Perry, anyone who thinks that they were wrongly investigated, like Mark Meadows, Rudy Giuliani, all of the people who allegedly helped him or have been proven to have helped him try to overturn the legitimate 2020 election. And let's keep in mind who these January 6ers are. We're talking about people like John Benuelos, the guy who shot off a gun at the Capitol, who 6 months later stabbed a man to death in a park, who is, to my knowledge, still in jail right now for violently assaulting a woman. like kidnapping her, essentially, holding her against her will, and violently assaulting her. We're talking about Peter Schwartz, a guy who has a rap sheet that's as long as my arm, if not longer. Before January 6th, he had something like 19 previous convictions and even more arrests. Like, not 19 arrests, 19 convictions. You know, Josiah Kenyon, a guy who you might recall, he was dressed up like Jack Skellington on January 6th. He was seen on video beating the hell out of police with all kinds of objects. He had like a table leg that had a nail sticking out of the end of it, and he was hitting the police officers with it. Luckily, they had their shields, but throwing all kinds of things at them. You have Daniel Rodriguez and a bunch of other guys who attacked Officer Michael Fanone, caused him to have a heart attack, caused him a brain injury, a traumatic brain injury, literally almost killed him. Numerous child predators, which I've shared with you guys. Some of them were child predators before January 6th. Some of them committed more child crimes after January 6th. Like, all of this is so unbelievably egregious and unprecedented. The court had, just to give you the backstory, the court had appointed attorneys to argue this case, okay? Because obviously you have, the Donald Trump regime is the one filing this, and there's really nobody on the other side to argue against it. So the court appointed attorneys who have now filed a demand just this morning to toss this case entirely. So here's an article that talked about this. And this article said, quote, "A federal court's own appointed attorneys filed a blistering brief Wednesday, or excuse me, I guess it was 2 days ago, arguing that Donald Trump's $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS may be flatly unconstitutional because, as Trump himself put it, he's essentially suing himself." I mean, really? I'm going to sue you. No, you're not, Gina. Yes, I am, Gina. Okay, I'll pay you. Oh, thanks, Gina. Send it to my bank. I mean, that's what it's like, guys. It's like, it's a freaking joke. So in the brief that they filed apparently on Wednesday, I thought it was today, but I guess it's just being reported today. Here's what they wrote. They said, "This case is unprecedented. A sitting president seeks monetary damages for alleged harm to his personal interests from an executive agency that he controls." We're in crazy town. This is insanity. This is absolute freaking insanity that we are dealing with in our country right now. Like I said, we are not sliding into fascism, as people like to say. We're there. We're in fascism land. This is what it's like. We've looked at other countries over the years, over the decades and centuries, or decades, I guess, and said, oh gosh, I wonder what it's like to live under a fascist regime where there's no laws and nothing matters, and the rich just get away with everything, and there's oligarchs, and the government's totally bought and paid for, and there's no real rules, and the only people who get in trouble are, the average Americans and the working people. Here we are. Here we are. Anyway, I will keep an eye on this, but here's what I do know. This to me seems like a bribe. This to me seems like Donald Trump is trying to pay off the worst of the worst. And this to me, as I have mentioned in previous videos, seems like the Demolition Man theory of the case. This is like his Demolition Man maneuver. And for anybody who hasn't seen that movie, you know, it's very old, so I'm sure it's not going to be a spoiler alert for anybody. But basically, there's a bad guy. He's in charge of the country, and he decides that he's going to weaponize all of the felons who are in prison by not teaching them how to be better people, but teaching them how to be worse, how to be more violent, how to actually be like experts in murdering people. And that way, when he needs them, when he needs to call upon them for his own ends, because he is corrupt, he can release them and they will be his personal violent army. That is what I believe Donald Trump is doing here. I think Donald Trump sees he is wildly unpopular. His party is very likely to lose in the midterms, and he is going to be in trouble. And even a lot of his own party is likely to turn against him because a lot of his own voters are now turning against him. And I think he wants his own little puppet army, his own little violent puppet army, who is indebted to him, who he's, you know, handing out money to and giving pardons and commuting sentences for. And he will call upon them to act as the hammer for him, just in case the military doesn't. Or maybe in addition to the military. Because he knows there's a lot of guns. We are a country of guns. And believe it or not, MAGA, a lot of us on the left have a lot of guns. So anyway, guys, the one saving grace, if it's that, is that a lot of his voters were not on board with his pardons. So imagine how they are going to feel now. And this is based on polling. It was wildly unpopular when he pardoned the January 6ers. So imagine how they're going to react now, knowing that he started a war, which he said he would not do. He is destroying the economy, which he said he would do the opposite. He is making everyone's lives miserable and more expensive. And now he's going to take more of our tax dollars and hand it over to the people that he pardoned, who committed crimes and who beat up police officers, which he claims to care about. Yeah. So, I mean, I guess if it makes him even more unpopular, that's this kind of sort of the silver lining. But like, imagine these people with millions of dollars, what they're going to do that they didn't deserve. They committed crimes. They violently attacked police officers, destroyed our Capitol, literally smeared feces on the wall, and pissed all over, literally pissed in our Capitol, terrorized everyone in that building, and they're probably going to receive millions of dollars. All right, guys. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share so everyone knows about this absolutely heinous action that he's about to take. Please subscribe if you have not. Donate if you possibly can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have news today, and I'm just going to warn you guys up front. There's going to be a lot of cussing. There's going to be a lot of cursing in this segment because I am fucking livid right now. I will tell you why. But just let me say up front, this is why Democrats lose. This is exactly why the Democratic Party has the pathetic, abysmal approval rating that they have. This is why we will continue to lose to authoritarian fascists like Donald Trump in the future. Okay? Here's what just broke as I was getting ready to record. I actually had to shelve another story I was going to share with you today to bring you this. The freaking weak ass governor in Colorado, Jared Polis, has commuted the sentence of Tina Peters. For anyone who doesn't know or who has forgotten, this bitch stole voting equipment. She is an election denier. She constructed this elaborate scheme, gave the credentials and a pass, a key card, to a person who was not allowed to access the voting equipment in Colorado, let him go in. She had co-conspirators who helped her with this, but this was all her conniving, all of her masterminding. And she let this person go in and copy all of the voting data, collect all of the information on every voter in the state of Colorado, and let that person make a copy of the hard drive and took off with it. And she was sentenced to over 9 years in prison, or I think it was 9 years exactly. It was 8.5 in a federal prison and then 6 months in a state prison because she, committed crimes in the state, but it was a national election. It was a federal election, but she was prosecuted for state crimes. So Donald Trump could not pardon her. This has been an ongoing battle. MAGA has been melting down about this. They still claim that this woman has information that would prove that she has proven that the election was stolen. If that was the case, don't you think Donald Trump would be screaming it from the rooftops? Don't you think that he would be holding it up, waving it around in the White House, in a press conference from the Oval Office? He has never said a word about it because she didn't prove shit. There is no evidence because the election was not stolen. He is a fucking loser and he lost the election. Okay? Let's just get that clear, MAGA. You're idiots. You are easily duped. That's why you voted for him. That's why you voted for a con man who is literally destroying the country right now and destroying your financial future and your children's future, and you still go along with it because you're easily fooled. You're like tricking a toddler. So this woman proved nothing, and she violated the law. And if someone on the left did that, MAGA would be calling for their head on a stick. So Jared Polis has been under pressure to pardon her or commute her sentence because he's the only one who could do that because it is a state crime and he is the state governor. And now he has done so because she feigned an apology, because she feigned remorse. She wrote a letter and said, "Oh, I feel so bad." This woman went to court, went before a judge and basically said, "I did nothing wrong. I still think the election was stolen." I'm freaking livid. And I have more evidence to show you guys. This is something that I've been gathering some documents and some intel on this to show you why we need an overhaul, why we need a progressive overhaul of the Democratic Party, because the wimps that we have in charge right now are not going to cut it. We are going to end up on the losing end every goddamn time because we have wimps running our party. The only people they will stand up to, the only people that they're hard on are progressives. What a shock, right? We have corporate Democrats and a bunch of wimps. So here's the other thing I wanted to show you guys. This was an article that was published in Bloomberg. MAGA's Project 2025 deserves a centrist Project 2029 response. So in other words, they go far right. They go as far to the right as you possibly can without falling off the face of the flat earth that they believe in. And yet we go, "Oh, let's moderate. Let's come to the middle. Let's try to be consensus makers. Let's not be too extreme. So we just keep getting pulled further and further and further to the right. This guy is a freaking idiot. Adrian Woodbridge, it says, global business columnist for Bloomberg Opinion. Should say jackass idiot who doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, who wants to do nothing but capitulate to the right as they destroy our country. Because that's what it comes down to. Okay? And I have more evidence. So take a look at this. This was, I honestly can't remember where I got this from because I got it a while ago, but this is a poll that was done. And basically what they did is they asked all of the Democrats, all of the Democratic respondents, do you think that and I'll read it to you, Democrats need to focus on moderating their policies and ideology in order to appeal to a wider range of voters? Okay. 47.3% said yes. A large plurality said yes to that. 45.4%, slightly less, said Democrats need to focus on energizing and turning out their voter base by running on progressive policies. Okay, so almost evenly split, but the majority wants to moderate. Infuriating. When has that ever worked? We have done this. We have done this for decades. Where has it gotten us? It has gotten us 2 terms of Donald Trump. If it worked, Donald Trump would have lost to Hillary Clinton, the moderate. Donald Trump would have lost to Kamala Harris, the moderate. They may believe in, LGBTQ rights and all of the culture issue bullshit that the right tries to throw at us. They may be on the left on those types of things. But when it comes to progressive economic policies, policies that actually help average and working class Americans, they are not progressive. They don't want a universal health care. They don't believe in, a single payer. Or they don't believe in universal child care for everyone, higher minimum wage, all of the financial things that progressives believe in. Okay, so this has never worked. And yet a plurality, almost a majority, almost 50% of Democrats, as you see here, say, yeah, we should moderate. Let's try that again. Let's try the thing that has never worked. Now let me show you how the Republican respondents replied to this. Totally the opposite, and this is why we keep losing. Okay? The Republicans had a completely different take. 50.4% of Republican respondents said that the Republican Party needs to focus on their own base. They need to focus on energizing and turning out the base. Only 29.8% said, yeah, we need to moderate. That is the difference between the two parties. That, in a nutshell, that's the difference. Republicans want to turn out their base, and they do. This is why they have a high approval rating. This is why you have people who are so fanatical that they're willing to kill and die for Donald Trump because their party is doing what they want them to do. Now, I'm not saying killing and dying for your party is where we should be and we want fanatics, but you do want a loyal base. You do want people excited. You don't want people looking over their shoulder at the other party and going, you know what? They keep winning. Maybe I should go over there. Right? I mean, it's like being in a relationship. If you don't meet the other person's needs over and over and over again, How long do you think they're going to stick around? Or do you think they're going to be checking out another girl or another guy? Okay, it's that simple. And here you have it, a striking difference where a clear majority of Republicans say, nope, we just need to stick to our guns, do what we've been doing, and turn out our base. And a tiny fraction, less than a third of their party looks at what has gone on over the past 16 months and goes, yeah, no, we should not moderate, or we should moderate. We need to like kind of moderate to bring in new people. So we're not playing the same game here. Understand, okay? We're playing, hopscotch, and they're over playing like, I don't know, War and Peace. they're over playing, I don't know, Life or something. We're not playing the same game. And until Democrats start playing the same game, because I guarantee you, if it had been a Democrat in prison for committing a crime, a serious crime, and you had a Republican governor in charge of that state, there is no way in hell that Republican governor would be commuting the sentence of that Democrat right now. They would let that person rot in there for their entire prison term. Wake the frick up, Democratic leaders. Leaders. Because you're not leading. Leaders lead. Leaders go, I'm going to do what's necessary, and I will bring people along with me. Even if they don't agree, I will make the case, and I will do what's necessary, and I will show them why it's necessary. Just like what Mamdani is doing in New York. He has won over so many people. He has one of the highest approval ratings in the country among the Democratic Party, because he is doing what he promised. Whether people agreed with it or not, he's making it happen. He is not harming working people. He is holding billionaires, he's holding the oligarchies' feet to the fire for the first time and making them pay their fair share to help the working class. And guess what? People freaking love it. They love him. They love what he's doing. And if he could win, if he could run for president, he would win. It's that clear. Unfortunately, he wasn't born here, so he can't. But he has something like a 60% approval rating. So Democrats, I mean, you're losing people. After Chuck Schumer wrote his strongly worded letter last year, I switched to be an independent. Now, will I ever vote for a Republican? Not if there was a gun to my head. Not in a million freaking years will I ever cast a ballot for a Republican. But I will think very long and hard about whether or not I show up at the polls if they put up another one of these moderate, squishy, vanilla, corporate-owned piece of shit candidates. If they try to shove a Josh Shapiro down my throat, who literally went and served in the IDF, but yet didn't serve in our U.S. military, no. I'll be laying on the couch that day. I'll be taking a vacation day. Too busy working. Sorry. This party better find their fucking balls and their ovaries. All right, guys. Wish I had better news. Sorry for all the cursing. Hope there weren't kids in the room. I did warn you. Told you I was pissed. All right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please please share this so other people know what's going on and what an absolutely atrocious thing this wimp of a governor just did. If you can donate, truly appreciate it. Please subscribe to the channel. It really, really helps. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So I have something to share with you guys that is really pissing me off. Not as much as some other things today, but it's irritating me. So there needs to be some sort of law or rule put in place so that this doesn't happen anymore, because 2 members of the U.S. House haven't shown up for work in months. Months. 2 U.S. sitting Congress members. And no one knows why. That's the thing. Well, one of them, we just found out maybe sort of why, but it doesn't even add up. I'll explain that. So I mentioned one of these people a couple weeks back. Now I think it was, well, now there's another one. So the one I mentioned before is Tom Keene. He is a Republican. And you guys might remember this if you've been following the show for a while. He is a North Carolina lawmaker. He's up for re-election this year. He has not been in Washington, D.C. for over 2 months. And no one was able to reach him. Like other lawmakers from his state couldn't get a hold of him. The House Speaker couldn't get a hold of him. His office staff wouldn't answer any questions. They wouldn't tell anybody what was going on with him. And then news outlets started picking up the story. And so Keene's office issued a statement and they're like, oh, yeah, you know, he's dealing with a health issue. They refused to say what it is, and they refused to say when he actually is going to return. So this guy hasn't cast a vote for his constituents since March 5th. And yet all that they'll say is, well, the doctor says, you know, they've assured him he's going to be good as new. He's going to be back at work soon. So the Washington Post just published this article. And in this article, they said that Keene was scheduled to speak at a Chamber of Commerce meeting May 28th. So like 2 weeks from now. Well, his office just canceled that speaking engagement because of this mysterious health issue. So soon, they're saying, oh, he'll be back soon. Sounds pretty ambitious, right? Like if he's not even going to be here, hasn't been in DC since March 5th. No one has even seen this man since March 5th. And yet he's not even going to be back by May 28th. For all we know, this guy is 6 feet under. House leadership, like I said, they don't know what's going on. Mike Johnson hasn't spoken to him, doesn't know what's going on, hasn't seen him since March. So Republicans now are really stressed out about this because Keene's district, which is the 7th district in New Jersey, it's going to be a tough one. It's going to be tough for them to hold on to his seat because Trump won that district by only 1 point. So, you know, Keene is obviously like he's missing in action. He's obviously not out campaigning right now. And the midterms are like 6 months away. He doesn't have a primary challenger, but he's not out campaigning against the Democrats. And the Democrats now are bringing this up on the campaign trail. So this one could work out to the Democrats' advantage. This next one, not so much. So this one was just reported. This is Democratic Congresswoman Frederica Wilson, who you see in this photo. She also has been a no-show in DC for almost a month. She has not cast a vote since April 17th. So she is 83 years old. So there's a lot of talk about, you know, is she like too ill to even show her face? Like maybe she's unable to discharge her duties from here on out. Is she planning to retire? No, the gerontocracy is alive and well. Wilson's office just confirmed that, oh yeah, she's definitely running for re-election. So there was an article about this, and Axios, this is their article, they reported that Wilson is recovering from quote unquote major eye surgery. I'm sorry. But these people get an extraordinary amount of time off. Why the hell do they need to take time off for medical procedures during the weeks and months that they actually work? That they're actually supposed to be in DC casting votes for the people who elected them. And someone was quoted in the article as saying, oh yeah, well, she does whatever she wants. That's Frederica. She does, she wants to show up, she shows up. If she wants to do this, she does it. Are you serious? And I don't know if she's even being honest or if her staff is being honest about this so-called eye surgery, because according to Axios, she held a fundraiser on Monday. So she is healthy enough to host a fundraiser, but she can't show up to work. So as I've said before, these are our employees. We hire these people. We pay them to work for us. They're paid almost $200,000 a year if you consider their benefits, which are like the top health insurance in the country, like the best health insurance that you can possibly get. Benefits that we don't get, that we can't afford, that are included along with that almost $200,000 salary. Plus they get money for food. Plus they get money for all kinds of other things. And yet they can just vanish. They can just take off for weeks or months at a time without explanation. This is total and complete bullshit. And I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. This is just absolutely wrong. It is absolutely unacceptable. And this is like stealing in my eyes. You are taking a paycheck from us as the American taxpayers and not doing what we're paying you to do. If this was any other job, they would be fired. And yet we can't fire them. We have to let them, go for 2 years or 6 years, whether they're in the House or the Senate. That is insane. We should be able to fire these people if they don't show up for work, just as we would with anyone else, right? You hire a contractor to come do work at your house. They don't show up. Too bad. I'm going to go with someone else. And this is not the first time. This isn't like, oh, this is an anomaly. This hasn't happened before. No, I don't know if you guys remember this. I covered this story I want to say it was about a year or two ago. There was a Texas representative who literally lost her mind and hadn't shown up for work for months. And she was still living off of our tax dollars and holding her seat in the House. I couldn't remember her name, so I had to look it up. So here's an article about it. You can see part of her face here. So this is Republican Kay Granger. She had dementia. She was living in an assisted living facility, and she was still collecting a paycheck from all of us and holding her seat. This shit needs to stop. We need rules. We need term limits. This is just, no. I cannot believe we're putting up with this. Cannot believe it. And the rest of them go along with it. Speaker of the House goes along with it because he gets to do the same thing. I mean, he's a little more high profile. So if he disappeared, people would actually notice, I think. I mean, I don't know. Mike Johnson's pretty forgettable, but unbelievable. You or I would be fired. If we didn't show up for work for one day, we would be fired from a job. All right, guys, there you have it. I'll let you know if I hear any more. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. I have more Trump regrets to share with you, more Trump voters entering the find out phase. So first up, I have a video to share with you. This is another one from the Megyn Kelly wrap-up show. So this is a show that's hosted by a conservative named Emily Jasinski. It's not Megyn Kelly, so this is after her show is done. So take a listen to what this Trump voter told Emily.
You address Trump in a way that he doesn't like to be addressed. Now, he's our president. I didn't believe in the slang things and the foul language people were saying about Biden. I don't believe it's right to say that about Trump, but we have to call a spade here. You can't sue the media, and you can't try to get people fired just because they don't do exactly what you want. And I think the bigger picture here is it's an erosion of our rights. Putting his name on the Kennedy Center, putting his name on airports, wants to build arches and $400 million ballrooms when I go to the grocery store, and you can't buy a pound of ground beef for less than $6 a pound. You know, you go to fill your tanks, but we're going to spend $400 on a ballroom for $400 million and $200 million on Trump Arch. And it costs money to put Trump's name on the Kennedy Center. It's just starting to remind me of the pictures that we saw when our military would go into dictatorships like Iraq. As much as I feel that Biden should have been investigated with his son receiving $50,000 a year from Burisma, I also think that it should be looked into that both of the Trump boys are getting multiple $100 million contracts for drone companies, and they've never owned a drone, never built a drone. It's this never-ending hypocrisy. It's a 180 on everything that he ran for. And seeing Kash Patel on another podcaster's name I won't name, and I heard Kash Patel, you know what? He's using that plane for personal uses. Why don't we ground that plane? And here we go. Okay, taxpayers just paid for you to go to the Olympics. It's things like that. Everything that he said he was going to do.
Oops, sorry. Cut that off a little early, but that was Daniel from Minnesota. And believe it or not, that was only a fraction of what he said about Trump. He went off. He went off for like 10, 12 minutes before Emily had to move on to another caller. And I'll have more of those for you guys in upcoming FAFO videos. But next up, I have a post from someone who considers themselves to be a patriot. And they replied to another Twitter user who said that it took less than a year for Donald Trump to take over and destroy the U.S. And this person told them, I voted for Trump 3 times and am ashamed of what I helped him do to this world. Biden was terrible, but Trump's worse. So, yeah, I mean, imagine voting for Donald Trump after January 6th and after he was found liable of sexually assaulting a woman, and only now you're ashamed of your vote. I don't get it. I don't understand some people. But anyway, I also have a story to share about a Republican lawmaker who ran headfirst into the find out phase of her journey. So the Washington Post published an article, and this was about an Idaho state lawmaker named Glenetta, I believe it's pronounced Zuderveld. So she backed Donald Trump's heinous deportation policies. She wanted to basically mimic what Trump was doing on the national stage. She wanted to do that in her state. Well, it cost her family almost all of their income. So take a look at the article. So Zuderveld's husband, his name is Tom. He is not only her campaign manager, but he also has a job as a salesman. He was selling synthetic oil to dairy farms in their rural area. Well, the farmers were furious about Glenetta's push for all this deportation of the immigrants who were working for them, right? So the Washington Post wrote this. They said, the call came as Tom Zuderveld was driving last month, just minutes from his home on 5 verdant acres of southern Idaho's agricultural heartland. It was his district manager relaying that 3 of the dairies he sold synthetic oil to had refused to continue working with him. Zuderveld felt blindsided. He had known the dairy owners for years, and the accounts represented 80% of his income. But it wasn't about his performance, the manager explained on the phone and in the later email. It was about the politics of Zuderveld's wife. And then a 4th farmer ditched Tom Zuderveld more recently and told the Post, quote, we live in a free country and we can actually do business with whoever we want to. What his wife is doing in the state legislature are things that I don't agree with, and he stands behind her. And then the Washington Post ended the article by saying that by the time they published the story, Tom had lost a 5th account. And they said this, Glenetta told them, when it comes to election time, I think the joke is I probably win the election, but we lost our home. And they said they're just living off of their savings right now. I mean, talk about fuck around and find out, right? These people hate immigrants. So, you know, they're putting it all on the line. Literally, they're losing everything. They hate them so much, they're willing to lose everything that they've worked for. Anyway, next up, I have another video to share with you guys. This is from MS Now. So they obtained some of the feedback from Sarah Longwell's focus groups that she hadn't shared on her podcast. Take a listen to what this Trump 2024 voter had to say in the focus group.
You know, like initially, and then it's literally, it's like you woke up Monday morning and it's like, oh, we're bombing Iran now. You know, freaking gas is, you know, pushing $5 a gallon.
Yeah, pushing $5 a gallon. Wait until he sees what it's going to be. Wait until it goes up to $7, $8 a gallon in the coming months. I don't think a lot of Trump voters understand. Even if the war ended today, we still have months and months of higher prices in store because there is a backlog. This has created a massive shortage. There was just an article about this talking about how even if the war ended right now, the shortages would push into next year. So, I mean, the Iranians, they're not going to give up their newfound power in the Strait of Hormuz. So, I mean, we're in a lot of trouble. But anyway, next up, I have a post to share from a man named Jim. So Jim replied to a post and a video of New Jersey residents. They were going off on the city council for approving an AI data center in their area. And here's what Jim wrote. He said, "You and I voted for this with Trump. I'm ashamed I did and willing to admit I got fooled. Never again. Trump's executive order 121125 prevents states from interfering with AI data centers. Let that sink in. Did you vote for King Trump?" So at least Jim knows what's going on in our country. You know, it's too bad he didn't use that knowledge to vote for someone else who isn't a sociopathic liar and cheater and thief. But anyway, glad he finally woke up. Last but not least for this FAFO video, I have a post to show you guys. This is from a man named John. So he tagged Trump, and here's what he told him. He said, "Will you stop screwing around with NATO and leave them alone? For the love of God, you wonder why they don't want to help us. It's the way you treat them. I wouldn't want to help you if you treated me that way. Stop being a douche. I wish I'd never voted for you." Oh, John, I don't think you realize. I don't think Donald Trump is capable of stopping of not acting like a douche. I mean, you are what you are. He is what he is. In the words of Popeye, I am what I am. So anyway, all right, guys, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have an update for you guys about another one of Donald Trump's pardoned January 6 criminals who has been arrested again for new crimes. So this is just becoming a theme. So this guy you see here is 36-year-old Texas resident and Marine veteran Ryan Nichols. He's, as you see here, standing in front of a broken Capitol window on January 6th that Donald Trump's terrorist broke and, you know, entered the Capitol, terrorized everyone inside. You may also remember this man. He posted a live stream online. He was walking down the street. He was headed toward the Capitol, and he was threatening in this video to go into the Capitol building and pull lawmakers out. If I'm not mistaken, he even said we might pull them out by their hair and drag them through the streets. He kept saying things like, we're going to drag motherfuckers through the streets. Okay. So this is a violent man. And he was also seen on video on the Capitol grounds. He was carrying a crowbar. He apparently pepper sprayed police officers. It was later revealed that he took a gun with him to DC. He and his friend who went with him, they each took a gun. Well, in May of 2024, Nichols had pleaded guilty to several felonies, including assaulting officers. He was sentenced subsequently to 63 months in prison. Now, of course, he spent very little time behind bars because of Donald Trump.
All right. I did not announce that I was going to go live anywhere. Hi. Hi, Karen. It's great to see you. Listen, I didn't do this because I want to see what the algorithm does. I've been gone for a while. I took some time, but, well, I called this the outrage cycle is real. Take that in however you want to take it. But I'm going to talk about things that are on my mind because it is the outrage cycle. And I thought I might tell you that I wrote a Substack today. If you go over to Substack, it's on my page or whatever you call it on Substack. And it is, yeah. Hi, Looney. No, I decided to just come on and do this because I wanted to see how the algorithm, if it shows without me doing all this bullshit that I always have to do. Anyway, listen, I want to get started. It's great to see you, Looney. It's great to see everybody. I don't know who's going to join, but we'll see. You know, I have a lot I want to talk about. And one of the first things I want to talk about that actually gets me pretty pissed is the vote in Kentucky. Now, I don't particularly love Thomas Massie. He's a conservative Republican. The thing about Thomas Massie is that he is right on a couple of things. Big time right on the glyphosate issue. Big time, all right? He was behind trying to get the glyphosate bill, I mean, this horrible bill, he was against it. But he's also correct on having APEC have to register as a foreign entity, a foreign lobbyist, foreign donor. And APEC didn't like that. So just like they did to Jamal Bowman in Westchester County, New York, Miriam Adelson, one of the big donors, bought the election in Kentucky, and the stupid Republicans down there, I mean, I don't know if Republicans are not stupid, but they voted for Ed Gallerin, whatever. He has no agenda, nothing. They voted for him in the primary because Miriam Adelson, who bankrolls Netanyahu, she and her husband bankrolled Trump in the beginning. She has more influence over Congress than millions of citizens and the stupid morons in Kentucky voted for the guy that ran against Massey. Now, one of the things about Massey is that he is, actually, I'd say he's pretty sincere. And for a Republican, even though he voted with Trump, which is nauseating, most of the time, you can be right about a few things. And literally, he was, because our country has been corrupted by Citizens United, number one, which is, we all know how awful Citizens United is, and the Israel lobby. I'm sorry. It's true. And people are actually saying now that in Kentucky, that all of Massey's supporters should vote for whoever the Democrat is that runs in Congress against that Galrine guy. That is, he got like 70. He got not a big percentage of the votes. It was so corrupt. It was the money. And these people fall for it. This political advertising and all this bullshit. But they're saying vote for the Democrat, no matter who it is in Kentucky. These are what Republicans are saying that supported him. So I think it's very interesting. Hi, Tennessee Jed. I think it's very interesting, but I'm so disgusted with everything, because the war in Iran, that's a manipulated bunch of shit. And they're talking again about having this happen, more bombing, more craziness. We're just in such a conundrum. And the outrage cycle is real. It's not just Israel. It's real. I get offline. I go away to my daughter's, help her. I stay offline. I'm doing other things. And, you come back and the outrage cycle just continues. It just continues. And it's really awful. It really awful. And the Iran war, it is a debate inside MAGA, because a lot of people do not want this on the right, but they can't say it, because if they do, like Thomas Massey, who was a huge proponent of coming out with the Epstein files also, I believe that in Israel they hate him because he's right about the things he says that way. And I don't think it has to do with anti-Semitism. I really don't. I think it has to do with what's right and wrong for the United States. So this American First bullshit is so it's colliding, it's smashing with pro-Israel. Late today, I'm not showing anything, I'm just talking. Today, Donald Trump literally said 99% of Israelis love him. This is his quote. And he is considering running for prime minister or president of Israel after he's done here. So I'm thinking, Donald, why don't you just do it now? Just get the fuck out of here. It's really pathetic. I'm angry about all of it. And I have to really be careful with the anger, because it fuels pain. And those of you that suffer from pain understand this. You know that pain is just something that when you get stressed out, you get upset, it lands in your neck, it lands in your back, wherever you have a weak point. So I've been trying to work on that. But you come back, you watch what's going on, and it's just more of the same shit. I'm not outraged anymore. I'm in detective mode. What is really happening, and where is its leverage point? Good point. I'm not so sure I'm outraged. I'm just pissed. I don't know. Is that outrage or piss? Or am I just ranting? Because really the rant is real. Is real. So there are a lot of fractions on the right, though, but there's fractions on the left. you see the left. There's the people that don't take funding from APEC. And then there's Chuck Schumer and whoever takes funding from APEC. There's a big split, conservatives and lefties. And then in the right, there's MAGA, and then there's the few that have the balls to speak up against the Trump agenda. But look what happens. They get annihilated by the big money. And where's the big money coming from? It's absolutely pathetic. So that was kind of one of the things I wanted to talk about, because Thomas Massie is he is really the divide. And he actually said that he's got 7 more months in Congress, so watch out. So we'll see what happens with him. Maybe he'll run as an independent. He's not going to run as a Democrat, obviously. He's pro-life. I don't agree with him on a lot of things. But again, people that are seeing the bigger picture of what's happening in the United States because of Citizens United, because of what happened with the Epstein file, because of the oligarchs. I mean, there are some people that can't be bought. Bernie Sanders can't be bought. Thomas Massie can't be bought. And they are diametrically opposed, on opposed sides, but yet both of them are, they are populists, I suppose, if you want to call it that. So the next thing that is on my list to talk about are the climate scientists talking about the El Nino. I know, big jump, but I want to talk a little bit about the El Nino because it's coming, and a lot of people don't know what the result of El Nino. Elliot Jacobson talks about it. He posts the graphs. And on American Resiliency, Dr. Emily Shornick did a video on the effects. But El Nino this year, people don't understand what's going to happen. Weakened with all these weakened federal land protections, which is really, really something that's getting to me. It's making me nauseous. Well, we're going to see intensified wildfire risks, drought stress, ecosystem collapses, friends, collapses. And then there's going to be the pressure for the drilling. But I want to go a little bit more into El Nino before I go back into the rest of my little rant here. So what I jotted down and what's going to happen with El Nino, and you have to listen very closely about where you live. The Southeast and the Gulf Coast is going to probably have flooding, severe storms, and what's called, climate whiplash, weather whiplash, which we've just had. Yesterday, the last 2 days, it was like summer, like the middle of summer here. It was in the upper 80s. And today, what is it? It was today is cold. I mean, today is 59 degrees, or it was high, or what is it now? It's 59 degrees. So it changes. Your body doesn't know what to do. Your body really doesn't know what the hell to do, right? So the Southeast Gulf Coast. Everybody needs to prepare for the flooding, the severe storms. Southern Appalachians, Georgia, Florida, Carolinas, wildfire risk because of drought and heat. Then the Southwest, federal lands, these are regions, they already have long-term drought, so you're going to see more stress and ecosystem collapses, which is just absolutely hideous, especially with what they are doing to the environment with this administration, with the federal lands takeover. They're stealing the federal lands along with other things. I will probably jump back and forth. So also, if you live in the Ohio Valley and additionally parts of the Pacific Northwest, again, unusually dry conditions. Could be very hot. So we're going to have to really prepare for this. It's happening. It's going to happen. And of course, climate change. I mean, we're in that era, what do I call it? The Moranocene, the Suicene, the Anthropocene, but climate change may, probably will amplify those El Nino cycles, which is a normal cycle, but the sea surface temperatures are so warm that it's very distressing. So again, you're going to see the instabilities, and rural communities have to be ready because they are going to hurt. So as I've talked about in things before, I've talked about preparing, and I'm sure as time goes by and I jump back into coming back online, because let me tell you, I vacillate between wanting to just say fuck it and not do this anymore at all. But I would miss you guys, and I do miss you guys. No, I do miss my hardcore followers. I love you all. And it's really hard to think of not doing it. I like writing on Substack, but I would miss you. So, All right. So I want to now go from climate. I want to go to this this religious Christian nationalist nutbag named Joel Webbin. I saw a video today. I didn't prepare any videos or anything, but Joel Webbin, he said today that if the United States is going to make it, that basically free speech has to go. That free speech has to become illegal. This guy is an extremist. He's a misogynist. He's a racist. But he really, really said this today. And Joel Webbin is like the normalization of the authoritarian, theocratic bullshit we're seeing on the right. And it's sad. And I'm going to talk about the Substack I wrote because there's so much of this happening. There is so much of this happening, and so many of the Republican Party are pushing all of this shit. It's to me, it's scary. So my Substack had to do with the fact that I post some kind of doomy things about humanity and where I see humanity going, which isn't very positive. I mean, again, I talk about the outrage cycle, the news cycle. You leave it, it comes back, it's worse. It's worse than ever, right? And so I was on Substack and I see this note where this person was literally calling, people that write about doom and gloom, which I say it's not doom and gloom. You're writing about, go read my Substack, but you're writing about feelings. You're writing about life experience. You're writing about what you see. You're writing about the science. And this guy says, oh, nope, these people are just cisgender white people who've never had any experience with community organizing. And that pissed me off. And I wrote the Substack today. You can see what I answered, because my whole life has been spent on some kind of activist thing to another. And I was really pissed. But you see, again, it's the bullshit of purity, the purity dialogue. You got to be pure, you can't. So where's free speech? So here's people that are talking about that if we talk about the things we talk about, the fascists win. Well, I'm like, I have news for you. The fascists have won. But I have not told anyone to stop doing what they're doing or be an activist, because there are things to fight against. Data centers, local things that I've talked about so much. But what these people are doing is damaging, because they're actually behaving like the people that they are fighting against, because they want to squelch free speech. So that was a big thing that really pissed me off. I mean, I'm just being honest with you guys. All right, so that was my Substack. I had the things I wanted to cover. Joel Webben, Trump running for president of Israel. Go now, Trump and Netanyahu, the two criminals constantly saying they're going to get ready for to bomb Iran again, which makes me sick. And then the other day, Fox News, it was Maria Bartiromo. They're talking about again the 2020 election, which is the biggest distraction on the planet, and these idiots lap it up. And I mean, with all the things going on, the 2020 election, it shifts not us. It shifts the attention away from what's happening. Iran war escalation and all the internal GOP fractures. Economic instability, because there's no affordability. They like to make fun of that affordability, but who can afford shit? And then the federal lands deregulation. I'm not making words up. Climate, wildfire, all these crises that I've been talking about this whole thing. Corruption, donor influence. This is pathetic stuff. And questions around Trump's executive power, because he was suing the IRS for $10 billion, but he's saying, okay, now I'm going to take a settlement. I'll take a settlement of $1.7 billion, and wants to use that $1.7 billion to essentially, from what I've read, pay out the people that went to January 6th, because as J.D. Vance literally said, no one feels any empathy for those Trump supporters. Where are we living? Truly, we are living in the Moronocene, and I just, every day, the outrage cycle, the craziness. But the 2020 election rhetoric bullshit, it's like a loyalty test, too. So if you talk about it inside these conservative circles, like OAN, Newsmax, whatever, they're reinforcing Trump's grievance politics, which I've done shows on, grievance politics. I mean, what haven't I done shows on, right? And of course, they want to maintain audience engagement, and these people lap it up. The cult members, the MAGA cult members, they lap the shit up. Oh my God. But, the more they keep litigating this in the news, the more Trump is like, I'm such a victim. And it doesn't force a conversation that has to happen and wake these people up somehow about the way things are being governed in this country. Or foreign policy, which half of them don't understand. It's just, let's bomb Iran, let's just bomb. We want to bomb them because we don't want them to get a nuclear weapon, which is not what this is about in any way, shape, or form. Do not delude yourself. It is not. It's about power, and it's about what Israel wants. So they continue doing this bullshit narrative flooding. And they would rather continue emotionally charging their base with this culture war conflict crap. And they'll never talk about anything. They'll never have a debate over Iran and Israel. Not those people. They're never going to look at, and I don't get it. How do they not look at the billionaire donor influence? How are these people this brain dead? But they are. The one thing where maybe there could be something bringing us together is public lands and drilling and data centers, because it seems to me that a lot of Republican people that I've talked to are not really thrilled about data centers and using up rural land. So there are things that can bring us together, because what they don't understand is the manufactured outrage war is not really between us and them, the left and right. what's sad, it's really the billionaire class stomping on our necks. It's really about AI. It's about the surveillance state. It's about all the things that are coming. And people just, they want to keep them fighting. They want to keep them fighting. And Trump signs things like NSPM 7 that is actually going to do exactly what Joel Webben, that right-wing Christian nationalist fascist piece of garbage, wants to have happen. Eliminate free speech. Because if you talk like I'm talking right now, hey, I'm a domestic terrorist. Come on, little old lady here. I'm just saying an opinion. Last I knew, free speech was still legal. So we really have to think about this together, about this bullshit, and I'm using the words today. I don't care. Bullshit's a good word. That's how I feel about it. Yeah, you're exactly right. Project 2025 is right on track. I have seen some of these congressional hearings, and these people know how to obfuscate their answers. They know how to fight. They know how to give non-answers completely. Because what they want is a massive upward transfer of wealth. And that's what this whole economy is now. It's not economic policy. It's a transfer of wealth. It really is. So here we are. We don't have any kind of disaster preparedness by the government. We're seeing all the rising insurance and climate-related costs nationwide, but nope. We just need to have all of these culture war fights. When really, if you sat down and you took Fox, OAN, Newsmax, all these right-wing people that are online, and you took away some of that and you listened to what people are concerned about when they get their mind off these other issues, these distractions, it's not that much different. But yet, stoking the racism, stoking the hatred, stoking the fear, it's constant. It's like taking a cigarette and putting that cigarette out on your hand, causing that burn. Constant. And there we are. I mean, really, I think I've talked about most of what I wanted to talk about. This IRS settlement, which is where expanding presidential power, which is corruption, so that the Trump administration, the Trump family can't be audited. It makes Biden's son, what he did, looks like robbing a candy store compared to what the Trump family is doing. Yep. And so, in my opinion, these larger narratives are like, think about this, the oligarchy. This is where we are in the United States. The oligarchy owns everything. The billionaire class, the Epstein class, the Epstein War, Operation Epstein Fury. And everything is donor driven. You just buy your politician like Miriam Adelson just did in Kentucky, a tiny little rural place, which was the most expensive congressional primary in history, I think. I think the second largest one was when George Latimer in Westchester County won against Jamal Bowman, which, that pissed me off. But they want to these people want to weaken any kind of institutional independence and it just expand all this. It's unitary executive theory. And how these supporters of Trump, they say, well, the IRS unfairly targeted him for years politically. He didn't pay any taxes. And going forward, billions of dollars. I think that I saw the number, like he paid about $425 in taxes. I mean, it's really crazy. So this is where I am. It might seem like I am all over the place, but I kind of am, because I didn't really plan very well. I just wanted to bring up those things that were bothering me which is Massey, El Nino, climate change, oligarchy, donors, Israel, Donald Trump. Now here we are. All right, we'll do some questions. I'm not going to stay on super long. I hope I covered everything. I'm sorry that I wasn't as flowing, but I just came on to see if the algorithm would show this to anybody, and it's great to see you, Poppy. It's great to see all of you, Channel Warhorse, Looney, Kim, thank you for coming, Groove Dragon, Global, wow, Orb, Anthony, you should write to my friend Sarah, Liz. She has ideas for your ants. And all of you, thank you. So, Ernie, hi, Ernie. Yep. Once we are all broke, they will fight amongst themselves. Yeah, right? Well, anyway, it was good to see you guys. I'm going to be live tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern. I'm expecting somebody, a friend. I made a short about my very long time friend who's supposed to be coming here, who I need to help find a place to live. She was supposed to be here today. Now it's Tuesday. Her situation is pretty bad. She lost her husband, and then her house burnt down and she's underinsured. And I think it's going to be very hard for her to live in this place because there's steps here and she's kind of disabled. And I mean, I know I have issues, but she's way worse than me. Does anybody have anything? I think I have a flush set up. You have anything you want to flush, guys? Got anything you want to flush? What do you think? Hey, Lindsay! I haven't seen you in a while. Oh, wait, where are you? Where is she? There she is. Yay! Hi, Linz. Look at this. This is great. I like this impromptu stuff. It was sure easy not having to send out a buy me a coffee and share it all over the place. But I really did just want to cover those things that were the outrage is real. It is real. Yeah. Okay. Let's flush the IRS. Hang on. I think I have it set up. All right, we flushed the IRS. At least had one environmental coffee house flush of the day. Yeah, so come tomorrow night at 9 o'clock if you can, Eastern, because I have things, more things that are important to talk about, but more environmental issues, some decisions that have come down, and issues that are, again, very serious issues in the United States. I doubt I'll be doing political coffee house. I haven't even started my garden. I mean, it's started, but I don't have anything planted because of the weather. And quite frankly, I have to tell you, the first time in my life here, I haven't wanted to do shit. And not for nothing, but for 3 weeks I was in bed, in and out of the electric blanket because I had such bad spinal neurological pain. I didn't want to do anything. So I will I'm not alone. That's great. Yay. Yeah, Solution Coffee House. Well, look, everybody says there's some solutions. And I brought up people with interesting solutions, but right now I just don't feel solution focused. I felt like whining, ranting, and bitching today. All right, guys. I love you, and I'll see you tomorrow night. Okay? It was, again, don't forget, say it, give me a thumbs up. And I loved seeing you guys. It's makes me happy. So I guess I'm really not going to be able to give up the channel, even though Woo! How did that flush happen? I'm not going to give up the channel. And last year, remember, in June, right in the beginning of June, how I lost the channel? I don't want that to happen. So I've got to be a little careful. All right. Peace out. Because if I give up the channel, it's on my terms.
Israeli Greater Israel Project is blasphemous, in my opinion. It's absolutely it's biblically blasphemous, of course, and it's also secularly blasphemous. It goes well beyond the traditional home, and that's what Zionism. I consider myself a Zionist. That's what Zionism is about. It's about the return of the Jewish people to their homeland.
Do you really?
Have a well.
Not like I don't consider you in that realm, considering what it's turned into or what it might have originally.
The sort of Zionism that I support is pre-Holocaust, right around 47 type of Zionism. It isn't the sort of Zionism that is really popularized today. Okay. Today is an ultra Zionism,
ultra right wing Orthodox. Crazy.
Zionism, which began in the late 1800s, started as a secular project. This project of Zionism, well, still is very much secular, has very theological dimensions to it that are completely nonsensical and are not part of the Jewish religion. And so it's become a sort of theological ideology, what Zionism is today.
Okay.
But there's nothing in the Bible. I mean, not that policy, my God, that's another thing. I don't think that policy should be based off of one's belief of biblical Israel or not. So when I say I'm a Zionist, I believe that Jewish people should have the right to live in the land of Israel. That isn't to say that I think that Palestinians shouldn't live in their own native land too. Of course, I do believe that they have a right to live in their inherited land as well. And of course, they should have full autonomy in those lands and regions. So I don't have the view, and we're using this word Zionism, but today the definition is expanded well beyond its customary definition. So in some sense, I would say I'm a Zionist, but in another sense, I would say I don't really have any relation to what's being called Zionism today. And certainly not how the Benjamin Netanyahu administration is approaching this question in the Gaza Strip or in the West Bank. I'm someone who at one time did believe in the two-state solution. Now I believe in a one-state solution where everyone in Israel is given equal democratic rights. That's not the sort of approach that's not even under that's off.
No, those people, the right wing Knesset and the freaks that are proposing all this Greater Israel shit, they don't want any of it. That's why they're doing a genocide. That's why it's a colonial settler project. That's why these settling people are going into all of the West Bank and all the different areas that were not even anywhere supposed to be theirs. The proliferation.
Well, right. So that's what I'm saying. So this is not, and that's why I hate, because the term Zionism has really been hijacked. But the history of Zionism started with a recognition that Jews in diaspora, from the destruction of Israel in 70 CE all the way up into the present day, had faced the Crusades, the Inquisitions, the pogroms, expulsions, and culminating in a Holocaust of European Jews, some 6 million, half of all Jews living in Europe. And it had become increasingly aware that the governments of Europe had failed in total to protect the rights of Jews, but not only in that moment in history, the Shoah, but also throughout the last 2,000 years, culminating in a Holocaust. So I disagree with the way that Israel was settled by the United Nations. I disagree with the British mandate. There's a lot of the history, the Nakba that came about, the dislocation of over 700,000 Palestinians from their native homes.
It's horrible.
So in that sense, there's a real complexity in how to deal with the near genocide of the Jewish people and the protection of those peoples and their right to their own self-determination and homeland, while respecting that of the people who have been there since, well, really since antiquity. So I think that there has to be a way to do that, and it has to be through a bi-national state where Palestinians and Jews have the same democratic rights. That's going to be a very difficult project because there is a legitimate fear, I think, amongst the Jewish population that in such a situation, they'll no longer be the majority in their own, quote unquote, in their own state, in the Jewish state. The Jews will be a minority in the Jewish state. And if they're a minority in their own state, would they not find themselves in a historical crisis as they have throughout European histories? Would their rights be protected? But I think that question can obviously be asked of the Palestinians. If the Palestinians are a minority in their own state, will their rights be protected?
Right.
Will their human dignity be protected? And I think
it hasn't been at all.
Right. I think that that's been very, very obvious now. So I do think both sides have serious considerations. And I think the current government, Benjamin Netanyahu, and his governing coalition are not at all prepared to deal with these serious questions.
No, they don't care. They're just wanting to.
Well,
they just.
By the way, I don't think that Benjamin Netanyahu should be dealing with these questions. I think he should be in front of an international court
so do we.
For war crimes. So I don't think that he should be actually asking these questions.
No. This is good. This is great for you to give us this history, because you are the historian after all. Thank you. Can you continue a little bit more? What do you think will happen then with that?
Well, the International Court of Justice, of course, is still considering the case in Gaza. But of course, the United Nations Human Rights Commissioner High Office of Human Rights has already made its statement that what's happened in the Gaza Strip is genocide. It hasn't done anything in terms of American policy or Israeli policy on the question. So, like I say, there's a complete disregard for international laws, norms, and rules. And in terms of this move toward Greater Israel, like you say, I don't understand how the Arab countries could be on board with some of the maps that have been published. Of course, they're not on board. They must be in some state of disbelief. But Israel is calling for the entirety of Transjordan, for the entirety of Syria, on up into Damascus. That's why I say this is blasphemous in terms of biblical. When has Damascus ever been part of Israel?
Never. Can I show you something in a minute? I want to show you something. I want to ask your opinion on this, because I have this. Can you see it? Okay.
I can't see any of the words, but
all right, I'm going to read it to you. On Bluesky, people will block me because they don't understand what I'm trying to say. And this was my friend from Long Island who moved to Israel 27 years ago. We're fine here. I have a bomb shelter in my house, so it's a comfortable situation. Many people have to go outside of their houses to a closed shelter, so we're fortunate. Now, this is the kicker. It's a good thing that we are trying to obliterate Iran. It's good for the whole world. Okay? So I made this. Every time I talk about Israel, someone blocks me without understanding. My contention is there is hate taught in all cultures. Killing thousands of innocent people is justified. And so then this one came up and I put it underneath. This is a picture of Tehran. For you uneducated, untraveled, never served war hawks licking your chops at the thought of bombing it, it's not some low population desert. There are families, children, family pets, regular working class people with dreams. You're sick to want war. And I constantly get, because I bring it up, I get blocked because of what that person told me. And I really, and then people get angry at me because I say, listen, I know that the hatred that, the Jews in Israel will say that the Arabs have been taught to hate the Jews since they're born, but yet the people in Israel are taught to hate the Arabs. And I've had the same person tell me that is it not right for us to blow up or obliterate and kill them all because they would just kill us at any chance they get? Why is that? Because one more thing, if they want to kill them at any chance they get, why is that? From the Nakba? I mean, because it should have been all different? Because Britain did this? I mean, please help me here.
So, first of all, you have to understand that many Israelis, so Westerners, we have no idea what it's like to live in Israel.
No.
Okay. Israel is a society that even during peacetime is always at a state of readiness and alert. Okay. These are people, as your friend just described, has a bomb shelter. Not a tornado shelter, a bomb shelter in her house. And she says, oh, it's better than other people in the community. They have to, for them it's a lot less comfortable. They have to run outside and get to the bomb. So think about a network of bomb shelters being highly integrated, woven into your society as a part of life. Okay? There was a moment in time in our own history where something was similar, right? The fear of nuclear annihilation, where you had kids doing drills and things of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
So think about, and for them, remember, no bombs were dropped on the U.S. For Israel, there are moments where you're eating dinner, you're sharing memories, laughs, and sirens go off, and you have to stop everything that you're doing and run for these shelters. And sometimes, boom, these bombs hit. And the people of Israel are very resilient. And I actually I have friends in Israel. And I listen to the things they say. And as somebody who's in the health field, someone who deals with people who have intellectual developmental disabilities, dually diagnosed with psychosis, often coming from backgrounds of trauma, I know what trauma victims are when I'm talking to them. And oftentimes these people are completely unaware that they are in fact engaged in mass trauma, a sociological trauma that is relived not only through their own psychoschema, so they can have post-traumatic stress disorders related to the conflicts happening, but then how episodic the conflict is in of itself. And Israel is so small, and to see the skies lit up every year, every couple of years, whatever it might be, with rockets, some hitting apartments, some hitting cars, some hitting fields, some hitting houses. That's the kind of mentality, that's the sort of system, that's the sort of context that a lot of Israeli thoughts and feelings are developing around, okay? And that's actually not true for the people of Tehran. Tehran doesn't have to face nearly as much military aggression as, say, the city of Tel Aviv.
And Palestine, I mean, Gaza's been facing the same thing.
Right. And so these people, when we listen to these rhetorics, we do have to understand that it's coming from a sense of deep trauma. That's not a justification, but we're dealing with people of immense trauma. And they're
one question: is this generational trauma from the Holocaust? Because I say that and people get angry at me. I've been watching these Holocaust survivors for months now, and it is trauma. It's generational trauma, I believe.
Absolutely.
But
of course,
they say never again, Antonio, and they say never again to anybody. And look what's happened.
Well, never again is going to be just like when, if you're personally traumatized in your own life and you look back at that trauma and say never again,
Right.
you first and foremost mean that for yourself, right? Because to overcome trauma means to personally overcome. And you have to do that for yourself before you can do it for others.
Mm-hmm.
And the Jewish people, many of which concentrate themselves in Israel as a response to the crisis in Europe, many of whose families were destroyed in the Holocaust,
I know.
have to deal with this question from that existential perspective. And never before had our human society ever needed as much as we do now the abilities to have some sort of mass therapy. I really do mean that. In the American sense, you know, therapy is looked at in such a derogatory light. Oh, you need therapy, something's wrong with you.
Right.
Therapy is the way that people can really deal with the unexplainable, the inexplicable, the unbearable. Okay? And when we don't do that, we have to find other coping mechanisms and defense mechanisms. And that is oftentimes going to collide us against others. And now the Israelis have transferred this trauma of genocide onto God.
Yeah.
Wrong. It is wrong. Yeah. Every bit of this is wrong because the Jews as a people had never got justice at the end of the Second World War. You know, we have our Nuremberg trials, but they were for show. The number of Nazis that were executed in those trials,
right.
The people who weren't executed, the sentences that were commuted, there were instances where Nazi officers were adjudicated on an individual basis, responsible for tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, and in the case of 424 individuals, specifically over 1 million deaths were accounted to them. Their sentences, 2 years for hard labor, 10 years. And by the way, by 1961, if you were a Nazi and you were sentenced to death and not yet received your death penalty, or you were a Nazi and you were sentenced to life, or you were a Nazi and you were sentenced to more than, well, I guess at that time would have been 12 to 17 years. If you got more than that, by 1961, every single Nazi was let go. And, you know, in the United States, we say Black Lives Matter. And that statement's come up in response to how this police system and this judicial system has allowed the death of so many people to go unaccounted for. Imagine after such a crisis as the Holocaust, having such little account of those who are directly adjudicated to be responsible. So in that sense, it was proof that the world was not at all concerned about the value of Jewish lives, even under such a horrific project as the Holocaust was. So the necessity of Israel, I think, was borne out through its history. Okay. But even in all that, Israel was born into trauma, out of trauma and into trauma. And we as a human society perhaps don't have the mechanisms, the institutions to actually deal with how to respond to a people, not just the Jews, but to any and all people groups that would undergo an attempted extermination. And so unfortunately from this century, from the last century to this one, we're still dealing with the consequences of modernity. We're still dealing with the consequences of the war and what we called the peace that ensued. And unfortunately, the Palestinians now have their own genocide that we need to first stop, hold the perpetrators accountable, and to bring restitution to the increasing number of victims.
It's just overwhelming how this happened. You know, I mean, like the generational trauma, but then how Israel is being viewed as so aggressive and so militarized and so right wing. And that is brewing so much anti Semitism around the world. People hate Israel.
I do believe that trauma begets trauma, and we certainly are seeing that. Anti-Semitism in the United States and around the world is on extreme rise. And I'm a Jewish man of Jewish faith. I wear my kippah, my yarmulke every day, and I understand the sense of danger that's increasing. And I would just have people be as dynamic and intellectual and forthright and honest on these issues as possible. What the Israeli state does not represent all Jews everywhere. To be Israeli is not to be Jewish. To be Jewish is not to be Israeli. And certainly, Jews are not responsible for the government policy or the military policy of the state of Israel. Anti-Semitism ought to be rebuked anywhere and everywhere that it is. It is a sort of irrational racism.
Yes, because I don't understand how these people are on. Explain this while we're at this, because I think we all need this, and you're the historian here. I don't remember a comedian, actor, whatever his name is, he's an idiot. He sits there and he's talking about how Jews are the chosen race. And the Jewish supremacy is so thick. That's another thing that's turning people off. Can you explain that?
Well, it's not so much that the chosen race is an interesting terminology. It's that the Jewish people are the chosen people in terms of the biblical narrative. Okay, which is why, again, I say that one's interpretation of biblical text should have nothing to do with their policy. But in the text of the Bible, or what Christians call the Old Testament, what Jews call the Tanakh, the people of Israel, well, I should say the Israelites or the Hebrews, the Jews are a specific subset or clan, tribe, kingdom of the Israelite people. And so that's a little bit different, but still the same peoples, okay? So the Israelites were chosen by God to receive the Torah, or what people basically understand would be the religion of Judaism.
Right.
So in this sense, notice that Judaism is not a proselytizing religion. When has a Hasidic Jew or a Haredi Jew ever knocked on your doors asking if you've heard about the good news of Torah?
Never. Yeah.
So the Jews do not believe that we are chosen to proselytize to people, but to demonstrate the goodwill, the light of God in the world. And through that demonstration, people will come to the faith of Israel, to believe in the God of Israel. And this oftentimes, this term, though, becomes highly politicized. Who are the real Jews? In the New Testament, this becomes controversial because Christians believe that they are the new Israel, that the church is the new Israel, that the Jews have been replaced. And this turns into replacement theology and really becomes a lot of the bedrock Christian foundation for Christian hatred against the Jews. Is that although the Jews are here in person, they don't have any spiritual significance anymore, but only to demonstrate what happens when a people reject the Christ. When a people reject Jesus as the Christ, they suffer throughout history for all of time immemorial. And this is why I say one's reading of the biblical text should have nothing to do with domestic or foreign policy.
Right.
And unfortunately, it is shaping, and that's why the clip from Tucker Carlson and Huckabee is so important, right? Because Huckabee is an ambassador of the United States to Israel, and he's an open, ardent Christian Zionist, and it's very clear that in this administration, those religious beliefs also dictate a lot of the policy response as well.
Question, like, how much does it matter what Americans think?
Well, it matters every bit what Americans think. That's why
Okay.
Americans vote. It's why Americans have the opportunity to have free speech. We want them to have that.
Okay, so what percentage of Americans support a war with Iran?
I don't know. Do you know?
I do. I think it's around, I saw the numbers yesterday, I think it was like 21%.
Okay.
Is that enough to have a war with Iran?
We don't live in a world where you have a poll taken to find out whether our policy should be a particular direction. Because
I thought you just said that
that's
we
direct
vote.
democracy. No, we care deeply about it. But on the other hand, do we make the decisions of foreign policy and even domestic policy based on
We
what
care
the latest
deeply about
poll
it in
number
what
is?
sense? If we're ignoring it, then in what sense do we, quote, care deeply about it?
Well, I think we care deeply when we see there's a threat.
No, but about Americans' opinions. So you've got 350 million Americans. They vote. They voted in this last election on the basis, in part, of the promise no more wars. Okay, so now we're about to have a war. Looks like 80% of people are against it. In that range, let's say 70%, but nowhere near majority support for this war. And it's not direct democracy, but it is a form of democracy. It's representative democracy.
The ultimate form of democracy in our system, in a republic, because we're not a true democracy, we're a republic.
Exactly, right? It's a mediated democracy.
It'll be an opportunity for Americans to vote if they think that we've made the wrong policy decisions. I personally think the president is making the right policy decisions.
But I guess, but you just said it matters deeply what Americans think, and if the overwhelming majority are against it, in what sense does it matter? Because what I hear is it matters what they think, but it really doesn't matter what they think because...
No, you take it in, you certainly ingest that.
And then what do you do with it once you ingest it?
Then you make sure that you have... No.
Are they actually the people that say that in Israel that, I don't know, what's that, the whole thing about the Jews have to die for Christian? Could you explain that? I'm really not.
So this belongs to obviously Christian, not Jewish eschatology. Eschatology just means end time beliefs or the study of the end times. So in Christian end time beliefs, there's this idea that the Jews must be ingathered from the corners of the earth. So today the Jews are in diaspora, and they see that in 48, the beginning of that prophecy being fulfilled, that the Jews are being ingathered from the rest of the world back to Israel. And that when the Jews, I guess, are sufficiently back in Israel, Jesus will begin his second coming. There will be a restoration of the third and final temple in Israel. Israel will be all Jewish, and the Jewish people will have to accept Jesus as the Christ, or essentially a spiritual Holocaust will befall them. Or I don't know if it's a spiritual Holocaust, it could be another physical sort of destruction that will befall the Jewish people that reject Jesus as the Messiah. I believe in data, I believe in science and methodology. I don't have these sort of eschatological beliefs that if we get all the Jews in Israel, that something miraculous will happen, other than I hope that the Jews will have a good community. I don't look forward to the building of the third temple. If that is something that history brings about, it will be incredible. But I'm not actively desiring such a thing. The conflict that would cause with the Muslims I couldn't even imagine. Because of course it means the destruction of Al-Aqsa. It means the destruction of the Dome of the Rock. So these are very dangerous times, I think, because you do have a growing contingent of Jewish Zionism, but also you have at large Christian Zionism, mainly from the United States. And Christian Zionism really wants all this to take place because it's supposed to usher in the return of Jesus.
Okay.
Whereas for the Jews, it becomes more about the restoration of the Jewish Commonwealth and the Jewish people, Jewish identity and culture. So it could be understood as part of the fulfillment of end-time prophecy for the Jew, but for the Christian, this is the final show.
Right.
And they will do what they believe is politically expedient and necessary in order to get the Jews to return to Israel. They believe nearly half of all the Jews in the world live either in Israel or the United States. So somehow Christian Zionists see that some 6 million Jews in the United States are going to find themselves in Israel, and presumably in the near future.
You know, it's funny, when I watch these Holocaust videos, a lot of these people went to New Zealand and Canada and Australia. It wasn't just, and some of them went to Israel and then left Israel and went to other countries. It was very interesting. And so this is where it's very important for us to understand your viewpoint, because you are history. You know, you are history. You're a historian. So you understand all this. And you've also taught us about the history of Jim Crow. You've also taught us about the history of the United States and what the Black people went through. And that there were never, has there really ever been, you know, I don't want to conflate the issues, but has there ever been anything done about those? Were there anything, there were never Nuremberg trials for the people in the South, for the Confederates or for the slave owners.
The Germans went through a denazification process, but the South never went through a de-Jim Crowification. Well, we were kind of doing that under Reconstruction, but ultimately those efforts would fail in vain and transpire into Jim Crow.
Thank you. Thank you.